cricket, it went wider than the individual, doesn't it? Because that's why it was a 5-week process, that the board of the ECB, and I think the ECB have conducted themselves extremely well in this situation, in that they have got a diverse board, they've got more diverse decision makers at the top, and they said, no, we've got to really go in and make sure that this young man has changed in his conduct, both outwardly, publicly, and perhaps privately as well. But not only this young man, but actually has the culture within England cricket as a whole changed. We saw more recent tweets and views from England of sitting England captains, for example, that were much more recent and perhaps not as bad as the comments that we saw from Ollie Robinson 10 years ago, but still were questionable. And so the question, I think, as Stefan was saying, really, for the ECB now is to make sure that when it goes out and puts its players in black T-shirts with white writing saying that they're against all forms of discrimination, that this isn't just a T-shirt with that writing on, that actually this is something that not one player, not 11 players, but the whole of the ECB, the whole of cricket in this country truly believes. And that is a work in progress.
It was an incredible few days, actually, in the way that Robinson and the England and Wales Cricket Board found themselves at the centre of not only a problem that was certainly one of cricket and one certainly of Robinson's, but of wider society and the polarising views, I think, that some people in our society have at the moment. And we've seen it at the start of the European Championships, where the England football team were getting booed for taking a knee. It was that Monday morning after the test match, I was driving back north from the Lord's Test, stopped at a service station and saw Boris Johnson's got involved. The Prime Minister has got a view on this, which seemed incredible at the time. You know, for us as cricket journalists, we sometimes live in our own little bubble and you think that this is just a story affecting, you know, your sport. Whereas actually it was something that had spoken to wider society, and as Jonathan Agnew was talking about before, it really did polarise the views. And Isabel said there were some people saying that, you know, Robinson had been cancelled. Well, it turns out he hasn't been cancelled, and it was just the way that you interpreted the statement that the ECB released on that dark Sunday night at Lord's. And so it is a really, you know, thorny issue. But like we come back to, it's that modern problem that is created by social media, and the fact that you can scroll back years and years through someone's timeline to see things that they did put out into the public domain way before they were professional sportsmen, way before they had a profile. And just because what has happened to Robinson, that will not end that debate. People who believe that it was wrong for Ollie Robinson even to be suspended for that second test match against New Zealand will probably still believe that it was wrong for him to be suspended for that. People who believe that he should never play for England again will probably still believe that he should never play for England again. The fact of the matter is that we are now in this situation. Robinson, we think, will probably be able to move on and will be fine, will be able to continue his career. And like you said, Henry, the point you make to Jonathan Agnew, that he will be able to have a role in educating other people within the game, firstly to make sure they don't have these attitudes and to make sure they never fall foul of the thing that he did.
Well, indeed, and that it will be the thing that the ECB and Ollie Robinson are looking to do. It's worth pointing out what Robinson has said in light of this decision. He says, I fully accept the CDC's decision. As I've said previously, I'm incredibly embarrassed and ashamed about the tweets I posted many years ago and apologise unreservedly for their content. I'm deeply sorry for the hurt I caused to anyone who read those tweets, and in particular to those people to whom the messages caused offence. This has been the most difficult time in my professional career for both my family and myself. While I want to move on, I do want to use my experience to help others in the future through working with the PCA. So this is exactly what we're saying. Stefan, we just had some news from out in the middle. The umpires have had an inspection, and we are going to see some cricket in an hour. So play will begin at 12:30. The toss will be at 12 p.m. 47 overs aside. Isabel, don't look at me like that. You look frustrated.
Yeah, I guess whenever you see the covers already off and everyone doing lots of activity out in the field, you think, let's go out and play right now. But I think, you know, we know nothing compared to the ground staff out there who've had to do a lot of work, and there's obviously a lot of work still to do. But so is the nature of cricket, eh?
You can see that it's wet, certainly on the ends that maybe escape the covers. So at this end of the square on some old pitches, the ends there, they do look quite muddy. You can see the super sopper going up and down to try and sort that out. We know that this is a ground that does get very wet. And so, yeah, like Isabel says, it's always frustrating when you see the covers are off. Just in front of us, there's some of the England staff, they're kicking a rugby ball around. They've got the elastic bands out to do their stretches, and you think, well, if they can do that, why can't they get out and play? But just from one look at the ground, and the square in particular, you can see that it is pretty soaking wet. The thing that drew my attention to that was 47 overs from 12:30. It's going to be a late finish. It is going to be a late finish. Well, the good news is we don't have any plans this evening, do we? So we don't need to worry about getting away for anything. Phil Long, your microphone is poised.
It was poised. I'm with Izzy because we've seen the weather forecast. We know there's showers about. It's not raining now. What's going to be happening at 12:30?
Well, that is the problem.
It's going to be raining.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that the people that are making the decisions probably know a lot more than we do about the conditions, about the way in which, you know, the outfield has played in the past, and about, of course, the safety to players. So I'm always a little bit reticent to really criticise the ground staff or the umpires, because we probably don't have the full picture, and I don't think anybody is deliberately trying to stop cricket happening.
I do. The safety of the players thing I always find very, very curious. And there will no doubt be someone listening out there that will completely shoot me down very, very quickly that they have come a cropper on a wet outfield or a wet square. I've never seen it happen. In all the time that I've played cricket, and I've played some club cricket.
Doesn't mean it couldn't.
Doesn't mean it couldn't, and I know someone is ultimately responsible for it, but I do wonder if cricket is a little bit too sensitive about a wet outfield or a wet square or a wet ball. There was a T20 international quite some time ago now at Old Trafford, which was abandoned basically because one part of a run-up was too wet for play. It was a really farcical situation. So yeah, I do wonder if sometimes there is a little bit of sensitivity about the wet outfield, like there is quite a lot of sensitivity around bad light. We talk about cricket not always doing itself a lot of favours, and like you say, Isabel, we could be in a situation whereby we sit around here for the best part of an hour watching the ground dry. The old umpires give it half an hour, see if the wind sorts it out, we'll be okay, and then it rains again. Yeah, and it is a worry, and bearing in mind that England and their support staff appear to be playing every sport apart from cricket on the outfield at the moment. We've got Amy Jones doing a rather impressive number of keepy-ups. I know she used to be part of the Aston Villa women's team as a kid, so she's quite a useful footballer. And then Lisa Kitely has been kicking a rugby ball around, the England coach. I imagine recreating Johnny Wilkinson's drop goal from 2003. And it is this frustration, isn't it? Because we all look at it and think, well, get on with it.
But isn't that also part of the character and quirks of cricket? I mean, this is a game in which the overhead conditions, the amount of moisture in the pitch.
Yeah, but it's a bit like saying an old car, part of the quirk was you had to crank it by hand. It doesn't mean it's the right way for it to be.
Until we invent, or adapt cricket so that you can play with bats, for example, and balls that aren't affected by how dry or how wet an outfield is, or we have roofs over the top of stadia. This is how cricket operates. I mean, if you're talking about a football match, it can play in driving rain and sleet and snow. I mean, cricket cannot do that, and that is part of the nature of the sport. So I don't know, I kind of think that this is part of the ebb and flow of this wonderful game.
One thing we certainly did learn, I know it was mentioned yesterday, the India staff said that Mithali Raj was close to being fit. She was in there as part of the captain's discussion. She was in there listening to the umpires discuss it. Mithali Raj is fine.
She had a pain in her neck.
So she will be, if and when this game does get underway, it'll be Mithali Raj that's leading India.
Some excellent horn action from the far end of the ground. Somebody's got some flags at the far end, some India flags as the India team begin a slow lap around the ground in their warm-up. Phil, what have you got?
No, the point I was going to make is that we sat here in the press box. We can moan as much as we want. If you've paid good money, taken a day off work to come in and watch some cricket, and you've brought your kids along and you've said, oh, it's the best sport on this planet, come along and let's watch some cricket, and then you're looking at an empty outfield when it's not raining.
Izzy, and that is the point. When people say it's part of the joy and the quirks, it's fine if you haven't invested either financially, emotionally, whatever it might be.
I do agree, and I think that we need to, it's important as paid broadcasters to remember that a lot of people are paying to attend this, and it is a day off, etc. But also, I think you come to a cricket match with your eyes wide open. It's not as if the forecast was clear for the rest of the day. I mean, it could have been a lot worse than it is. I think, are we speaking on behalf of a crowd that perhaps doesn't necessarily feel that? I don't know. Maybe we need to go and ask people, the spectators in the crowd. I just wonder whether this is such a frequent topic of conversation, and yet there's probably a reason that not much has changed, because the decisions that are taken are quite often the right ones.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
Boring point of view, but maybe the right one. I don't know.
Here come the India team. You might be able to hear the applause in the background. They're doing a lap of the outfield.
It's a very old school way to warm up, isn't it? To jog
is.
Around the boundary edge.
It's very nice to see. There's something very sort of early 90s and kind of, I don't know, retro, and not necessarily, there's not much of the sports science, micro gains to it, is there? It's a bit
Team
more...
India just a bit cold, because this is a bit chilly compared to their normal conditions, even if we think it's muggy and hot, and this is just the very start of their warm-up.
There will be a lot of club cricketers just warming up now, hoping they're going to get a game on a Saturday afternoon, and I would suspect that the scene that we have just seen will be mirrored at club grounds up and down the country. One team will be doing a lap, another team will be kicking a football around. That is exactly what will be happening on loads of village greens and parks and all sorts. I guarantee it.
Without the applause.
You can tell we've got an hour to kill before play, because we're talking about the different style of warm-up of each team.
Well, speak for yourself, Izzy. This is part of the quirks and the interest of cricket, isn't it?
That's true. That's why we're talking about it.
I'd like to know who the nearest club team is, and if they're starting on time.
There was a club match or junior match being played out the back here.
There you go. I bet their outfield wasn't too wet. Their square was fine.
They were playing as we arrived at the ground, and it was actually raining. So yes, that's perhaps a debate to be had.
Right, Izzy, you've done a long stint, so you can have a little bit of a break. We're going to get Alex Hartley back to join us. She's having a cup of coffee, and she's going to take Izzy's place. And the question I've got for as we just do a little bit of a dance around the commentary box, and is to ask Alex, when you're a player in this situation, you surely just want to get out there, don't you?
What, when it's raining?
No,
or not raining? Has been raining, but it's bone dry. Yeah, of course you want to get out there. You're here to play cricket. It's what you want to do, what you love to do. I think that's where cricket shoots itself in the foot, to be honest, because it's been dry now for 40 minutes or so, and we're still not starting until 12:30, which is painful. And my opinion, what's the point of losing 3 overs per side? You might as well just crack on.
What about the left arm spinner when you're throwing the ball that's dripping wet and you struggle to grip it? Do you just think, would you still think that you crack on and play, or do you think actually it's a bit of a disadvantage for me to be playing in these conditions?
I mean, if the ball gets so wet, you just change it. You just complain to the umpire and you get a new one. So you just take towels out there, you crack on, and if the seam gets really wet, you just then hold the ball in a different way. So every cricketer wants to get out there and play, and the fact that we're just watching teams warm up when they could have been warming up for the last half an hour is incredibly frustrating.
And I would argue, Stefan, that the movements that the players are going through on the outfield are probably as vigorous as any that they'll make when the game actually gets underway.
Definitely. And if you think as well, a cricket outfield, a lot of it goes unused through a one-day international. There's not many places the ball actually makes its way to, or where a fielder might stand. There are a lot of places where, I don't know, it might see 10 seconds of action throughout the whole game. So to make sure that it's all absolutely bone dry and all fit for purpose is sometimes, I don't know, a little bit self-defeating. But you're right, the warmth that the India team are going through down there at what would be deep square leg, I mean, I don't think I've seen Mithali Raj move that quickly in a one-day international for some time. So yeah, I think you make a good point.
Oh, we could do with perhaps a little bit of a 15-minute push forward might have made all the difference. But there we go. We are going to see play at 12:30, and we're going to see the toss in about 20 minutes. There's a lot of whooping from an England huddle. What goes on in these huddles, Alex? I always see them. Wonder what's being discussed.
Well, right now, Amy Jones is getting her 50th cap. So that's what they're doing. So Katherine Brunt has just presented her with a cap, so no doubt there's a few watery eyes because they're best friends. Amy Jones has lived with the Brunts, when I say the Brunts, Katherine Brunt and Nat Sciver for a while. But yeah, so it's always a special moment, and normally you just talk about let's go and have some fun and enjoy the day, but a big day for Amy Jones as well today. Yeah,
50 ODI caps, which is some achievement, and so that's what's happening at the moment. She's having a photo taken, got that cap in her hand. And the England team clearly very enthusiastic and excited by that, and they'll continue their warm-up in just a moment. Do we expect we'll see any changes today?
No.
No?
Nah. Why would you change a winning team? Unless you want to give someone experience, but I don't think now's the time to be doing that. Building up to a World Cup, you want to get everybody nailed on, and you want everybody comfortable in the roles that they have to play, and get the practice leading into the Ashes, I suppose, as well.
For one player who had an outstanding game, and Phil, I'll get you to get those figures up in a moment, was Kate Cross, who took 5 wickets in the last match. Stefan, Kate Cross is somebody that has been quite a familiar name to cricket fans for almost a decade. In and out of the England side, she's been one of the more, I suppose, not quite sort of social media stars necessarily, but often used by the ECB because she's such a good talker, she's such a warm personality, she's spoken about mental health and all these sort of different elements to her story. And it felt like in the last game when she picked up those 5 wickets that it was a real sort of crescendo of a lot of work.
I think it would have been a popular 5-wicket haul in the dressing room and out of the dressing room. You know, we saw Alex, a great mate, applauding from our commentary box. And you're right, Kate Cross has been around the England team for a long time, and never really having a place to call her own. She's nailed down completely. She certainly had a bit of a resurgence at the back end of Mark Robinson's reign, and now under Lisa Kiteley, she bowled superbly in Taunton. To the question of, you were just talking about changes to the England team and what England might do today. Is it 3-1 tonight? 3-1 day as they play against New Zealand in September? So after today, there's 5 one-day internationals. Phil is just correcting me. So after today, there's 5 one-day internationals between now and the Ashes, and then England are into a World Cup, of which they may get, I don't know, a couple of 15-a-side warm-up games when they get to New Zealand. 5 one-day internationals, 6 if you count today. That's not a lot to go between now and the Ashes when you want, when you're going down under to try and win back the urn, when Australia have been pretty superior to England for a number of years, and then going into a World Cup that you're trying to defend. I would say now, not really the time to experiment, Alex?
No, I think it's always good to give people opportunity, and you have to have people in as a backup. I know if Katherine Brunt gets injured, Kate Cross gets injured, Freya Davies has to have had game time. So there's always that fine line of giving people a go and letting people get the international experience and the caps that they deserve.
What base have England not got covered? I was looking at the 11 that played at Taunton on Wednesday. I'm actually thinking that is now looking like a pretty well-rounded team. The arrival of Sophia Dunkley to bat at number 6, to finish off an innings, to complete a run chase, or to add a little bit of mustard at the end of a first innings total, that seems to be a piece of the jigsaw that's been missing for some time. And England now, they seem to have quite a lot of bases covered.
Yeah, they do. The only thing they've not got covered is an off-spinner, but do they necessarily need an off-spinner? Maybe if you're playing against Sri Lanka, where half their team are left-handers, but no, they've got an incredibly rounded 11, and it's going to be a really hard team to break into.
Phil, those figures for Kate Cross a couple of days ago.
5 for 34. It was her second 5-wicket haul for England. Alex just mentioned the England squad as it stands now. Now, before this series, Maddie Villiers and Emily Arlott were in the squad. They were released to go back and play domestic cricket. The other players available to England today who haven't appeared so far: Freya Davies, as you mentioned, Tash Farrant and Fran Wilson.
So those are the 3 missing out. Steph?
I suppose, looking at it from the outside in, is there anyone who could provide an element of a little bit of extra pace? Is there anyone who could offer that? You mentioned an off spinner. There isn't really necessarily that. And also, where are all the left-handed batters?
We've got Eve Jones in the domestic setup. Bats opens the batting for the Central Sparks. But yeah, it's England don't really produce left-handed batters. We've obviously got Em Arlott as well playing for the Central Sparks, who bowls quick, and Izzy Wong also for the Central Sparks. So they've got everybody in the reserve list for this England squad. But there are people ready to play. It's just a matter of time, and I know when Katherine Brunt's 36 years old and still playing like she is, I think she should just carry on.
One name we haven't mentioned so far, and perhaps we need to, is someone who's not been picked for this series, Danny Wyatt, and her future in the England ODI setup.
We will come on to that in a moment, but before we do, I think that we perhaps got a little bit lost in that last ODI in the achievement for Kate Cross, as opposed to actually breaking down how well she bowled and what the hard work has led to in terms of the quality of how well she's doing. You know her well from captaining at the Northwest Thunder, Alex.
Yeah, it was funny. I was speaking to her straight after the game, and she said, I actually didn't bowl as well as I did in the first ODI, which is funny, isn't it? That's just cricket. You can bowl incredibly well in one game and not get any wickets. And if you actually watch her five for, she was like, it was a bit of a scrappy five for everyone. Everyone was just caught. But she did bowl incredibly well, and I think there was pressure built at both ends. You know, Crossy was beating the outside edge and the inside edge and swinging the ball, and you can just see in her face how happy she is to be out there. She's absolutely loving it. She said the first ODI she played for England was the best day of cricket she's ever had in an England shirt, and I think that's just credit to this team. They're all enjoying it, having fun and enjoying life, and yeah, I'm incredibly proud that she got 5 for, but just for the fact that she's been in and out of this squad for so long, she's really struggled with her mental health, and she's been through all the ups and the downs, and she's finally found a place where she's happy with her cricket, and even if she doesn't perform, she's playing for England, she's enjoying it, and that is all that matters to her.
It was the length, I thought, that was impressive, that Cross managed to maintain throughout that game in Taunton. So yeah, going back and watching the replays, she maintained a very full length throughout. And if you think, actually, throughout these 3 matches so far that England have played against India, there have been times where England have been knocked off their length by the way that Shafali Verma has batted, that England do seem to have it into their heads, rightly or wrongly, that they can bounce Shafali Verma out, and you don't want to get sucked into that against the rest of the batting lineup as well. So certainly, as soon as Cross came on, and England had taken some punishment in the early part of that one-day international at Taunton, Verma in particular, but Cross straight away, she bowled a very full length. She got Mandhana chopping on from a full ball. Twice she got leading edges from full deliveries, where I think there was just a little bit of shape away from the right-hander as well. Yes, she has got that bouncer in her armoury, but that's a much more dangerous weapon when it's used sparingly, when you've kept a consistent length throughout, and that is what Kate Cross did on Wednesday. And funnily enough, Katherine Brunt, with all her experience, it's something that she didn't do, and we saw her having a little bit of a tantrum about it towards the end of her spell.
Yes, it was quite dramatic, that. She had a complete tantrum, I think is the only word. You know, toys were very much out of the pram on that one. We've got, Stefan, you're going to have to let Amy Lofthouse into the commentary box. Actually,
providing great entertainment. The door has been taped closed.
There's a big button that says press to exit. Give that a shove. And
look at that!
And then in comes Amy Lofthouse once again. She wasn't far away from actually taking a run and trying to knock it down with her shoulder. Phil,
I spent hours taping that door open, and look at it now. It's a shambles.
It's a shadow of its former
hours. You've been doing it wrong.
I was here
3 minutes of a job, that is.
We had quite a dramatic journey to the ground actually this morning.
We did indeed.
Where I took a wrong turn and ended up face to face with the India team bus on a one-way road.
I mean, that's one way to get rid of the opposition, isn't it?
Well, it was one of those where you think for a moment, is this my fault or their fault? And then maybe the 3 other cars all pointing towards me, flashing their lights, made me think that it might have been my error on that one. We then did about 3 laps of Worcester and finally got to the ground.
3 more laps and then arrived back where we'd been 15 minutes before.
Yeah,
it was an interesting little trip. We saw Adam Collins from Sky TV, didn't we, crossing the bridge. We sort of gave him that cheeky hello from the car, thinking we'd be there sort of 10, 15 minutes before him.
That cheeky hello from the car when it's raining and you're in a car.
Yeah, nice, but then you went and got lost.
Yeah, and he was here 20 minutes before us in the end.
Indeed, but there we go. The good news is it's not raining at the moment. It was then, it isn't now, and we are going to see the toss in about 10 minutes' time. We would expect England to want to chase again. Is that fair?
I really want to see them set a massive total. But yes, I think they will win the toss and bowl. The conditions are perfect for the English bowlers today, so I'd be surprised if we see anything else, but I'm all for England batting first and trying to get a huge total.
Yeah, Steph, what would you expect?
I think on a day like today, your natural inkling is to chase anyway, isn't it?
Might lose overs.
Oh yeah, the conditions, the fact that there are showers around, if DLS comes into play, the more often than not you'll see a side chase. And also, for as much as we're talking about England building up to things that have got to come in the future, the Ashes and the World Cup, this is still an important series to win. Win this game, get this, you'll have an unassailable lead if England win this game today. I suspect that they will do the best thing for them to win the game rather than thinking about practicing a scenario that may come ahead in the future.
I also think England get the win today. Going into the T20 series is probably where you say India are the strongest as well. So get the win on the board, and then you know you can't lose, and you take every game as it comes from there on out.
Yeah, you can understand why England would want to follow the pattern. I always think in a build-up to a World Cup, though, you want as many scenarios as is possible. Once you've won a series, put yourself in a position that you don't necessarily want, see how you go.
Well, they've even got reduced overs, so they're getting all the scenarios today.
Well, there is that.
From our point of view, I would like to see England batting first. I think that would add an extra layer of intrigue into the contest, particularly with the way India bowled and fielded the other night in Taunton. If they can bring some of that into this game, we all commented how much more energy, intent, purpose they seem to have when they were out in the field, and for one or two deliveries, and if it had not been for Sophia, Dunkley and Katherine Brunt, that might have been a very different evening. So can India bring that into this game today? And if they do get the opportunity to field first, put this England batting lineup under pressure?
Yeah, that's what we're waiting to see. There have not really been any moments of pressure on England. There was that 92 for 4 where things were a bit awkward, but really it's been pretty much England on top through everything.
Yeah, I think if India had had another 30, 40, 50 on the board, it might have been a very different story, but the run rate never got out of England's hands. They were always a comfortable run rate. It was up around 4s, didn't get much above 4 or 5 throughout the whole of that game. So yeah, the wickets were an issue, but not one for England to panic about. So they'll be wanting to, change things up a little bit, and like you say, leading into a world tournament, have you practiced under every scenario?
Yeah, that's what we wait to see, and we'll wait to see if England make a change to their team. We didn't see any obvious sign in that little huddle that there was anything more than just that cap for the 50th ODI for Amy Jones, so we'll wait and check. Smriti Mandhana's strolling towards us, Stefan, and she's looking a little bit disgruntled, and I can understand why, because she's had a poor tour. She is one of the world's absolute superstar players, but she's just not really got it right so far.
It's something that we talked about a lot on Wednesday, particularly with Jemimah Rodrigues coming back into the India team for the first time in the tour. When you look at that batting lineup on paper, it is absolutely outstanding. They are like the Harlem Globetrotters. They are the Galacticos, this India batting lineup. A fantastic top 6. And I was struggling to think, really, out of that top 6, who wouldn't get into most other sides in the world? They're a fantastic batting lineup. Yet, for whatever reason, they're struggling to put it together to pull out the big scores. And Phil did some excellent research really into, yes, a lot of these players have been scoring runs and they had decent averages, but it's the strike rate that is the issue. That was the thing that was preventing them, India, from winning more matches. But it's something that you look at as an outsider who only has minimal dealings with the India team. You sometimes see results from afar, and then you see them when they come up and play against England or in global tournaments, and you just wonder, why do they not fire more often with the talent that's available to them? Yeah,
I've just seen Smriti Mandhana walking up the steps to the dressing room using her bat as almost a walking stick, not looking quite as enthused as she might by the prospect of a day out in the dirt, potentially with some showers around as well, and not at the moment. Phil, what have been her scores in this tour?
Well, Smriti started off with that 78 in that massive opening partnership that India had in the Test match. Second innings, she was dismissed for 8, and her 2 scores in this ODI series so far, 10 and 22. If we look at Shafali Verma up the top of the order, she's had a superb tour, 96 and 63 in the Test match, 15 and 44 in the ODIs. Yeah, Steph called them the Galacticos. All their numbers as far as averages go, excellent, superb. But if you're batting at a strike rate of around 60, 65, that is a team score of around 200, and that's the kind of score that they've scored so far in this series.
That's what they've been getting, but it's not been good enough.
No, their average score, I think, is 207 since, I don't know, in the last few years. So it's not enough, is it? And yes, conditions in India are tougher to bat in, so whether or not they're just used to going at the run rate that they are, and they've not adapted to English conditions and better batting services as quick as they need to. It's just one of those. I think the India team can go away from this series and have a lot of lessons to have been learnt.
Yeah, and the conditions they'll face in New Zealand are going to be far more like they are here than they are anywhere else in the world. It's not like they're going to be playing in subcontinental conditions.
No, and good for India. They're going over to Australia to play Australia in a test match and a series as well, leading into that World Cup. So they've got enough cricket coming, just whether or not they can be adaptable enough to different conditions.
I threw Alex under the bus on commentary the other day when I asked her, was India's energy and purpose in the field anything down to the fact that they were being led by Harmanpreet Kaur and Mithali Raj? I'm just going to be fascinated to see how India go in those T20s under the leadership of Harmanpreet, because you do wonder if it is when you're talking about the strike rate, if that sort of thing comes from the top. Now, Mithali Raj does get criticised sometimes for the way that she can plod through a one-day international innings, but there are times when she has to do that because she's carrying the rest of the side on her shoulders. So in some ways it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. However, is there an element of fearlessness that's missing from the India team? Is it an attitude thing? Can they play with the complete freedom that they want to? All these young players, a completely different generation to Mithali Raj. Some of them are half her age. And you just wonder, it's going to be intriguing to see what is the difference when Harmanpreet is in charge for the T20s.
What are you expecting? What did you see when she was off the field, Mithali, in that second innings? Was it a different India side in the field? We're back to the same conversation we had an hour ago, but I think it's significant from what we're going to see over the course of this match. Hopefully all the overs that we do get, 47 aside as it stands at the moment. What did we see?
We saw a lot of buzz, didn't we? The India fielders were up and about, they were buzzing around. Harmanpreet Kaur set strange and wonderful fields, and her team backed her for it. She tried to get wickets, she tried to keep India in the game as long as she could, and you could just sense that the India girls were happy to be out there. They trusted their captain. I'm not saying it's like that when Mithali's in charge, but there isn't quite the same buzz around as we saw when Harman took over in the previous ODI.
Yeah, it looked like that, didn't it, Steph?
Well, and it's something that England went through themselves back before the 2017 World Cup, and it was quite a painful process, I think, and Alex, you'll know, you were in and around the team at that point when Charlotte Edwards was removed of the captaincy and Heather Knight took over, and it was quite close on top of that major tournament. We all remember after the 2016 World Cup that Mark Robinson moved Charlotte Edwards aside, and it was a case of, blimey, you can't do that to Charlotte Edwards. This is Charlotte Edwards we're talking about, the personification of the England women's team. But Robinson thought that the team needed to go in a new direction under Heather Knight if they were going to win the World Cup, and he was proved right. Now, these are very different circumstances, really, with the India women's team and Mithali Raj and how she has been a part, basically, again, the personification of Indian women's cricket for 10, 15 years. But there are parallels that can be drawn, and Alex, you were right there around about the team at that time, so you'll have a much better insight of it than what I've got.
I think teams just need to go through it, don't they? They need to change and adapt, and cricket, women's cricket over the last 5 years is completely different to what it was 5 years ago, and I keep saying on commentary that the India batting lineup is very much 1990 and not 2021.
Here we go, the toss is taking place, and it looks as though India might have, it's taking place actually a couple of moments. India have won the toss, and they're going to bowl first, so we are going to see England having a bat.
Yes.
We might be able to hear from the England captain Heather Knight in due course. Mithali Raj is speaking at the moment. I've got the two teams rattling, and suddenly it's all happening. And we can say that England are unchanged. Tammy, Beaumont, Lauren Winfield, Hill, Heather Knight, Nat Sciver, Amy Jones plays her 50th ODI, Sophia Dunkley, Catherine Brunt, Sophie Eccleston, Sarah Glenn, Anya Shrubsole and Kate Cross. For India, it is as follows. I think they are unchanged as well. It is Smriti, Mandhana, Shafali, Verma, Jemimah, Rodrigues, Mithali Raj, the captain, Harmanpreet Kaur, Deepti Sharma, Sneh, Rana, Taniya, Bhatia, Shikha, Pandey, Jhulan, Goswami and Poonam, Yadav. So that is the lineups. I think they're both unchanged from what I can see, Steph.
Yeah, they are pretty much expected when you think that. I don't think either side, obviously England would not have been disappointed from their victory in Taunton on Wednesday, but I think India would have taken a lot from it as well, particularly that second half performance. And we get our wish, don't we? We get to see England pose a different challenge, having to bat first, having to set a total. And if we think that England have been superior, or are the superior side. Everything that we've seen so far, both in the Test match and the 2 one-day internationals, in those formats points towards that. What we are actually seeing now is England are going to be faced with a different challenge. India are going to have the natural advantage of maybe of the conditions in the early part of this game, and knowing that they can control it if overs are reduced and rain arrives later on. I think for the neutral, it's pretty deliciously poised, isn't it, set up?
I think it pretty much is. Stefan, thank you very much for all your contributions over the last hour or so. You're getting out of the way. Alex is staying in position. I'm moving as well, because Daniel Norcross, armed with a cup of coffee, is heading towards us. Isabel is going to join the action as well. What we can tell you is that we are around about half an hour from the start of play. It is delayed by an hour and a half, this game. 6 overs have been lost, so it'll be 47 overs aside. England will be batting first, India having won the toss and elected to field. Phil Long, some words from you, and then Daniel will take us up to the start of play.
If we cast our mind back to the summer of 2016, England batted first here against Pakistan. Laurel Winfield Hill and Tammy Beaumont came out to bat. They added 235 for the first wicket. Winfield Hill made 123, Tammy Beaumont 104. England went to make on 378 for 5 against Pakistan that day, their highest ODI score.
That was one of the best games of cricket I have ever been involved in. I had a bib on, obviously, running the drinks for England, and I just watching the ball fly over the boundary. Very entertaining. So we could have more of that today. That would be fantastic.
What do you make of the boundaries here? I've been at a game here at Worcester where the boundaries were tiny, but I think these look all right to me. They're in a little bit.
Yeah, this
on one side.
Be consistent with what we've seen actually throughout the ODI series, is that I think it was when Mark Robinson first came on as England coach, and he wanted the boundaries to be as small, I guess, as was allowed within regulations for women's cricket, in order to encourage that power hitting that England had struggled with before his reign, and that did. I think we saw a much more explosive approach. We've talked about the freedom in which the players have played with, but now you could argue that we're into the next phase in development of England women, where they don't need smaller boundaries to clear them. I mean, we're seeing such clean striking. They're all obviously professional athletes, have been for a number of years now. Yes, a little bit in, but it's certainly not a small outfield.
Well, indeed not. And they won't contain, these boundaries, they will not contain Shafali Verma, I don't suppose, or Sophia Dunkley, who was extraordinary the other day. I don't know if Phil's got round to making this point, but her 73 not out.
Four not out. I was
sorry.
corrected off 75 the other day. Close.
It's the highest score by a person in their first one-day international innings. It wasn't her debut, of course, but it was her first one-day international innings.
Her ODI. No, 80. What did she get? She got 74 or not out in
Where's
the test.
Phil when you need him?
Yes, where is Phil when we need him?
Well, I think the point to say...
It doesn't really matter. Point is, it's the highest score by a woman making her first knock in women's internationals since the very first one-day international England played in the World Cup. Enid Bakewell was one. Someone else got a score of a similar magnitude on the same day. So what are we talking about? That's 48 years.
And what's so interesting as well is that Sophia Dunkley has a habit of top scoring, or at least posting extremely capable innings in her first match in an England shirt, regardless of format. So she made her T20 debut a couple of years back, and her first innings there was, I think it was the top scored with 30, or 33 against the West Indies, just to sort of save face as far as England were concerned. Then, of course, her knock in the Test a few weeks ago was integral, really, to England batting only once. And then she guided England home last matches in what was, if you look back at it, it's quite comical to think that Katherine Brunt is 13 years the senior to Sophia Dunkley, but the senior statesman in that partnership definitely was Dunkley as they steered their side home.
Is she the missing link, Alex Hartley? By which I mean, England has struggled to find a new batter to come in, really, since Lydia Greenway retired. There have been a few that have tried. Fran Wilson's been in and out the side, but they haven't found anyone who posts consistently high scores. Australia do have batters that go all the way down. They keep on finding new batters as well, but England haven't. Is this? I mean, this feels like a really important find for England.
Yeah, it is. It's one they've been trying to find. We've had Danny Wyatt, Fran Wilson, loads of other people down there trying to fill that role. Amy Jones has been down there as well, and now Sophia Dunkley, and she's taken it like a duck to water, hasn't she? She's been fantastic and doesn't look out of place. You would never know this is her first, though she's made an ODI debut, a test match debut, you would never know. It just looks like she's been in this England side for years, and she looks very comfortable.
She certainly does.
I think, Alex and I both played with her at her sort of teenage years at Middlesex, and it's what's so encouraging to see is you see quite often, or you talk quite often in cricket about exciting players and about potential, and oh my goodness, have you seen XYZ hit the ball? And that had been said from the very beginning with Sophia Dunkley. She was a powerful player in T20 cricket. She could bring the games away from other teams. But what's been really satisfying and encouraging from an England perspective is over the last year, I would say, since the beginning of the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy in 50 overs, is that we've seen Sophia Dunkley transform that power and exciting style of cricket into real sort of team-forming innings, which will dig your team out of a hole, which can win you the match, which can sustain a tricky period in the middle overs. And I think Sophia Dunkley has shown that she's developed that capacity over the last couple of years. She's still only 22, but she's matured a lot, and I feel like this could be a good combination for a very long time.
I mean, good sides need this, don't they? And Phil Long might be able to help me back up this hypothesis. You've been covering English women's cricket for a long time. I've been covering it probably for about 10 years or so, and consistency in selection is all well and good, but sometimes it hints at a lack of depth, doesn't it? And we've sort of seen players come in and really not leave.
Well, that's right. I mean, if you cast your mind back maybe to the first game you did, although there's players have moved on and retired, Lydia Greenway, Charlotte Edwards, as we mentioned, as far as the batting unit goes, it's been a case of maybe 5 or 6 from 6 or 7 players, hasn't it? We mentioned Danny White a moment ago. You know, she's not here, but she's kind of still around.
Tammy Beaumont, Lauren Winfield Hill, Knight.
That's right. Fran Wilson, who made her debut, I think, back in 2010. You know, she's still around, not actually playing today. So it's a case of it's just good to see a new player coming into this England top 6 and scoring runs and performing straight off. I'd be interested to know what Alex and Izzy think about Sophia Dunkley. Batsman or all-rounder?
All-rounder, 100% an all-rounder. She bowls brilliant leg spin. She's just not quite got it right at the minute, and she's not bowling as well as she can, but she has the potential to be an all-rounder for this England squad, and yes, she's seen as a batter at the minute, but you know, she's still young. She can develop her leggies, and no doubt we'll see her with the ball in recent years.
I agree. I mean, I almost think that's the unfashionable view is seeing how stellar she has been with the bat. I think there's certainly one side that could confidently assert that you should concentrate on your batting. You know, this is the discipline that will get you picked for the England side, that will be your main discipline. But she is a fantastic fielder. She's a fantastic batter. She's a fantastic athlete, and I think that bowling could be something that we might not see for a couple of years, to be honest. But now that you are a professional athlete, there is time for that, and it's a point of difference. I think spin bowling, Alex, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I almost think that is the area of high-level women's cricket that has the most still to progress. We talk a lot about seamers and about pace bowlers and when is the next woman going to bowl at 85 miles per hour, but actually spin bowling is something that it's a skill that takes a very long time to develop, and in an era of amateur cricket, women haven't had the opportunity to develop that skill. But now that we're seeing this time where cricketers can play longer, can play into their late 20s and 30s and get paid for it, can develop that skill over years, I think spin bowling is the area that could improve a lot in the next 5-10 years.
And especially leg spin. I mean, leg spin is a particularly unusual and difficult art, and we know from just looking at the men's game just how effective leg spinners are in white ball cricket. You know, we thought that they wouldn't be, but hey presto, turns out that a wrist spinner is probably, you know, your most potent weapon. You have to press a button. Sorry.
The green button is
I'm giving our listeners a glimpse through the fourth wall. We're in an unusual situation here today.
It's a strange commentary box we've got in here, and it's a very busy one as well. There's so many people coming in and out. It's quite stressful.
It's very stressful, and we had trouble finding the milk, and then the coffee machine was on the blink.
Well, our commentary box is literally the corridor through to the loo and the coffee machine.
Yes, it's quite the thing today. It was quite the palaver getting in, wasn't it? we were sort of given the
I almost got the
nth
impression
degree.
that nobody wanted us in.
Oh, Izzy. I mean, I think that was the impression we were given. Yes, that's right. I mean, yes.
Oh, dear.
And we had people barking
Fortress
at us.
Worcestershire.
Who are you with the BBC? Oh, right, you'll be with Sky then. That was an unusual. It was quite an unusual.
No, but we shouldn't.
Conversation we had.
People have their jobs to do, and that's fine.
They do.
Going back to this, Sophia Dunkley, should she be an all-rounder? Should she just play as a batter? Looking at the England ODI team going forward, you look at the top 6 that's got somebody in Sophia Dunkley who can bowl. Nat Sciver gets through anywhere between 5 and 10 overs every innings. You've got a wicket keeper in your top 6. It really opens up those positions 6, 7, 8 for all-rounders, and maybe even another batsman.
Another batter would be great, wouldn't it? I mean, that's the kind of depth that you need. Now then, you did mention there, Isabel, that in this professional era, people have more opportunity, more time to hone their skills, and there's a piece come out in the Telegraph today, has there not, around the subject of payments and money, and how there is more money coming into the game, and the 100, because the 100 is understandably struggling with COVID times. Trying to get Australian players, both male and female, to come over to England is not easy. They have quarantine requirements. They also have their own tours taking place in September, and so with the way the quarantine works, both coming to here and then going back into Australia and then having to train, it's quite tricky to get the Australians over. And is there a suggestion that there might have been some incentive payments on offer for Australian players?
Yes, there is. It has been reported that.
I wish I was Australian.
Yeah, so I think Australian women, the international cricketers, are probably the foremost cricketers in the world in terms of their name, their calibre. They've obviously got a strong domestic league there. So there was a huge incentive for the 100 to have some of those leading lights come over and play. But also Australian women's cricketers are probably some of the most well remunerated cricketers as well. So there was the top salary that a women's cricketer will get in the 100 is officially £15,000. So bearing in mind the top salary of a men's cricketer is 100,000 and their bottom salary is 24,000, I think now. It's come down from last year, which was 30,000. That in order to try and lure some of these Australians over, who have many concerns because the men's IPL happened, was cancelled. Their men's cricketers were then stranded because they had to go back via the Maldives, where they were in quarantine for 10 days, and then hard quarantine in Australia for 2 weeks. So a lot of concerns amongst the Australian contingent, and essentially they were offered a further. For some players, I understand it was £10,000 on top of the £15,000 salary that they would be earning, and there were 11 international Australian players that were slated to come over. They were already confirmed as signed with the 100, and we now know that 10 of those 11 players have turned down that offer. Only Elise Perry remains. I think this was information that was widely known for about the last month, but has only been confirmed by the ECB yesterday. And I think, from what I understand, and from some of the domestic cricketers that have been speaking to me over the last few days, some of these players who are on £3,600, an extra £100,000 floating around is an awful lot of money.
Well, it's very positive. It's a positive development.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I wonder how
it
we would redistribute it.
Well, yes, but it suggests firstly that there is a desire in the ECB to make the product as good as possible. They're trying to get over the very best players, and as you say, it suggests that there's a pot of £100,000 now that hasn't been used but could still be used.
Yeah, I think it's one thing I would say is that there are replacement players that have come in that are from overseas, and that
well, of course they'll have to take up some of that.
There is an offer of, I think, I've forgotten the term now, but it's overseas displacement fee to there. Some of these players coming in from red list countries,
Yep.
India, from South Africa, so they'll have to quarantine as well. So there'll be some money floating around there. That, as I understand,
I suppose that's a considerable cost, isn't it? Because you've got to put somebody up in quarantine for 2 weeks.
So that would have been offered to these players, but I think that, from what I understand, there is still a considerable excess amount that I wonder whether this could be perhaps put to good use with the domestic player salaries, which are quite small.
Yeah, I just hope the ECB do the right thing with this spare money they seem to have found, and we've got people in our squads and like you said, being paid £3,000 for a professional tournament where it's actually not a lot of money at all. So I think Ollie and Robinson got fined the same amount of money that these girls are earning for the whole tournament. So yeah, I think the ECB should pump it into the lower salaries that these girls are earning.
And I think, and Alex, tell me if you disagree, but most women in sport and women's cricketers are perfectly eyes wide open that women are not going to get paid at this stage the same amount as men. Okay, that's fine. But I think what's quite grating is the disparity in that size of payment, in that if the top women's player, let's say a relative, £100,000 the top men's player, £15,000 for the top women's player. I mean, to be earning 15% of the men's salaries on a tournament that we know that would not have been able to go ahead without having a women's arm. And this is for reasons of the BBC as the nation's broadcaster, having gender equality in mind, for sponsors nowadays, right? If you're going to sponsor a major sporting tournament, you want to be seen to be progressive, for investment as well. For the public at large, they want to be seeing men and women play. So this is a tournament that would not have gone ahead, where the men's who are earning their wonderful salaries, without the women, it would not have happened. And yet...
Well, I just have to play devil's advocate on that, because obviously the IPL does go ahead, for example. But I know the Big Bash doesn't. The Big Bash is definitely a men's and women's tournament. Caribbean Premier League?
No, I agree, but we're 2021 in England launching a tournament. What I'm saying is that with those conditions, England 2021 new tournament, it would not have been able, and the ECB have said this already. We know this from people within the 100 setup, that this is a tournament that they would not have been able to launch without the women's arm.
Let's just get an idea from Alex. You're involved in the 100. What would be the commitment? But let's take an example of the lowest paid player, who's on what, £3,600? £3,600. So what does that sort of buy commitment from and until?
Well, it's a full-time tournament, isn't it, for 6 weeks? So these girls are being paid £3,600 for 6-7 weeks work, where...
Because it's more than just the 6 weeks, presumably, because there's a couple of weeks before,
a couple of weeks before, if you make finals, maybe a week after as well. So it's a big block that you're expecting these girls to take off work. We've got people that work full-time, so they've had to book, they're using their whole annual leave for this tournament. Yes, they're probably earning more money than they would at work for those 6 weeks.
Well, are they though, really? Because if it's 6 or 8 weeks, we're looking at maybe 2 months worth of salary, which would be £1,800. That would be a salary of around £22,000 a year.
Yeah, and then you've used all your annual leave as well, so then you can't go on holiday, you can't have time off work. It's I've never met a female cricketer that wants equal pay. We just want equal opportunity and to be treated equally. That is what it comes down to.
So what you'd like to see happen with this spare, no money's ever spare, because it's always hypothecated.
But there's obviously money
come from somewhere, hasn't it?
And I think this is the thing that grates for me, is that I think the money that was offered, the salaries that were offered, was essentially the minimum that the ECB could get away with without too much of a fuss. And then, so on the one hand, we have this disparity in salaries, and on the other hand, there are things that are going very well in terms of gender equality, equal prize money, where the first match is a women's match, double headers in these wonderful stadia. And I'm very happy to trumpet this, and I think it's very important and progressive. But it's the fact that I don't think a day goes by where I don't get some kind of PR email telling me that the 100 is the beacon of gender equality and a template for all future tournaments to follow. How can you say that in all seriousness when we have this disparity in what is this, the salary? Despite everything else, salaries is kind of what gets the players to tick.
So what you're asking for is not equal pay. You're asking for a smaller disparity between the two.
This is a work in progress.
Right.
And I think at the moment, £3,600 is a slap in the face.
I mean, even for somebody like me, who am on a higher bracket in the 100, I seriously had to consider, do I work during the 100 or do I play? When it was going to be bubbled, and we thought it was going to be bubbled, I was like, well, I'm not going to play because I might earn more money working it and commentating and doing all that. And I don't think Dane Villas or Glenn Maxwell is having to have these conversations with his agent to try and figure out what the best opportunity to go about their career and media career is.
And I'm in no way trying to trumpet Alex's ability as a cricketer, but Alex is a marquee player. World Cup winner. We've seen your wonder catcher, but for bowling wise, you want to have an Alex Hartley in your newly launched Premier tournament, and the fact that that was a possibility of Alex considering not playing is. I tell you what, Alex, I wonder if you'd said no and then you'd got a nice underhand.
Yeah, I might try it.
Let me know when you need representation.
But in that case, having heard all of what you both said, and it all makes complete sense, how do you feel about the idea that they were actually trying to find this sum of money to incentivise Australians to come over? Because obviously, yes, the better the players, the better the tournament. But if they're prepared to add an extra 10,000 onto a player's salary who is already getting, presumably, quite a bit of money, then doesn't that look even a bit more wonky for the players who are on 3,600?
The thing that infuriates me as a player is the secrecy behind it. It was a secret. That wasn't supposed to come out. Izzy was never supposed to find that out, but she is an incredible journalist and asked overseas players and asked people she thought that she could ask and got that information. So the fact that had Izzy have not done that and spoke to the Australians and the Indians and everyone else, nobody would have ever found out. Therefore, would the ECB have told us about this money that they were going to spend?
Well, I can't answer that. I'm sure they can, but I would imagine it would be in their accounts, and all of that is entirely transparent. So, one wanted to investigate the accounts at the end of the year, that you would see sums of money that have been dispersed to players, because essentially it's an ECB tournament. So I imagine that is the case, and I'm not going to sort of accuse them of being sly or underhand in any way, because, the fact is that you can find these things out, and it turns out that Isabel has.
Daniel Crawcross, you might say that, but I couldn't possibly comment.
You couldn't indeed. If you're wondering why it is that we're talking about women's salaries, and not cricket itself, it's because we've had some rain here at Worcester at New Road, which is not an unusual occurrence when we've been here before. We've had some lovely days in Worcester, but also some quite soggy ones, and this morning it was very soggy. So soggy that the outfield took quite a while to clean up. Although the players were out there doing a bit of training, the outfield itself, there were sort of murky patches on the foot ends of the pitches that you can see, not the ones that obviously were covered up, but away towards the far edges of the square. And the Super Stop has done its work, and we had a toss at 12 o'clock. India won it. They've elected to field, much to the delight of people who have no interest in the quarter-final of the European Championships tonight, because assuming that we don't get any more rain, we're going to be here for a while. It's going to be a nice long game, isn't it? 7:30.
It will be, and actually, for the paying spectator who we were talking about earlier on, about how they might feel aggrieved at having to wait for an hour, this is a really exciting opportunity to see England bat first. It's interesting, I was listening to the Sri Lanka and England men's ODI that was happening yesterday or the day before at the Oval, and when England won the toss and decided to bowl first, there were boos in the crowd because they kind of knew what was going to play out, and it's a similar scenario here, is that England have been pretty dominant throughout, and that if India bat first, then it's probably not going to be a very exciting chase on the cards. It might be over early, or it might be a very low run rate, whereas now we have an opportunity for England to kind of put their money where their mouth is. They've talked about that they want to go at around 6s per over. Can they sustain that through 50 overs? If they do that, we're looking at scores of around 300. We've got some exciting players that haven't had the opportunity yet to really form those innings, so this is a chance in a way for England to lay down a marker. I'm quite excited.
It is, but it's also, Alex Hartley, a really good opportunity for India. I mean, it's sultry, the clouds they're not rain threatening at the moment, but they're there, and it's very humid, and I know we never really understand why and how and when the ball swings, but if you were gonna sort of describe the conditions for a swingy kind of day,
the conditions are primed for swinging. Yeah,
they really are, aren't they? And so you've got the likes of Jhulan, Goswami, Shikha, Pandey. They're gonna enjoy these conditions, you'd imagine. If they can get through a few quick wickets from England, then they could be restricting England to 220, 230, which is well within their orbit. We should remind people it's 47 overs per side, because we've lost an hour's play, but we can make up. So you don't need to worry about it too much. But basically, we can make up some of the play, but we've had to lose some time. So whatever happens now, if it rains again, we'll be losing more overs. Duckworth Lewis will be brought into play. We'll be scurrying around. It'll all be very exciting. Phil Long.
Yeah, just very quickly, we've mentioned a lot about the Indian batting in the last half an hour or so. The Indian bowlers only taken 7 wickets in these 2 ODIs so far. Obviously, they've been defending rather small totals. A couple of wickets for Jhulan Goswami and just 1 for Shikha Pandey. A couple for Poonam Yadav in the last ODI, but she was quite expensive, 2 for 63 from her 10 overs. Sneh Rana came in, she took a wicket. Deepti Sharma yet to take a wicket, and Pooja, the striker, in the one game she played, was wicketless as well. So,
and of course, in the Test match, only took 9.
That's right, yeah.
Declare 9 down in the Test match.
They did indeed, yeah. So wickets have been quite hard to come by for the Indian team. We have mentioned maybe had they broken those partnerships, certainly in that second game, they might have come closer to winning, but the fact is they didn't. And England are, 6-2 up in this series at the moment.
Tell me what this song is, because Amber, our social media specialist, and I absolutely love it. And when she tried to Shazam it the other day, I believe other apps are available, it was the very last chord, which was very frustrating. Do you know what it is?
I'm dancing, I'm singing to it. We're trying to Shazam it, and it's not happening.
Oh, it's not happened again.
It's a tune, absolute tune.
We need to get to the bottom of this, because it's a banger. We all love it in this box. Now the players will very shortly be making their way out, and it will be England who are going to bat. And I think you're absolutely right. This is something that the summer hasn't yet had, is an explosive performance from England's batters, either male or female, because they're not being given the opportunity. Now, how does Worcester play, though? Generally, do you have any Worcester stats there for us, Phil? Whenever I come here, it always feels like a decent batting deck to me.
Well, when you sat down, the stat I made, well, not the stat,
yes,
but the score I mentioned was at 378 for 5 that England made. It was against a Pakistan attack that wasn't the strongest, let's be honest, but it was built on that opening partnership of 235 with this opening partnership we're seeing today, Lauren Winfield-Hill and Tammy Beaumont.
Which speaks rather, doesn't it, to what we were talking about earlier about the unchanged nature of the England team. I mean, I should imagine in that game also playing would have been Heather Knight, Nat Sciver, Anya Shrubsole, Catherine Brunt. I mean, it's astounding, really. But I suppose, in part, that's because of professionalism, isn't it? And as professionalism's come in, and there are so few players who are professional, they have a kind of, not an unfair advantage, but they have an inbuilt advantage, don't they, structurally, over all the other people who are vying for their place.
I mean, I remember when England women first turned professional in 2014, and at that stage, every other player was an amateur. So on the domestic circuit, I remember one match playing for Middlesex against Surrey, and after the first year of professionalism, so basically the first year in which Nat Sciver and co had spent the winter just smashing balls back at a bowling machine, whereas we'd all been at work and had, maybe once a month a nice little run out in a cold training hall on a Sunday morning at 7 o'clock. But that was it, and sort of thinking, the first match back standing at cover and watching her bat and just thinking, oh my goodness. We hadn't got a chance in hell. So not only did you have players that were obviously better because they were playing for England, but then they had another advantage of having the benefit of being professionals before anybody else was. So this will change, and I think quite quickly we'll see quite a few different faces in this England lineup over the years. At the moment there's a lot of consistency. But no, I don't think there's any cause for concern going into next.
Before we come to you, Phil, I'm going to make way because Stefan Shebolt is here to take you through the first 20 minutes of the game with the players making their way out. The England batters are on their way out, Lauren Winfield-Hill and Tammy Beaumont, and the Indian fielders are already there.
Yeah, the England team that day, Winfield-Hill, Beaumont, Elwes, who we saw in the Test match, Nat Sciver, Heather Knight, Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones, Catherine Brunt, Anya Shrubsole, Laura Marsh, who's now retired, and Kate Cross. So yeah, lots of names from that day that are playing today 5 years later.
It's funny though in a way, because that almost belies the fact that there has been a bit of movement. I mean, if you think about Kate Cross and about Lauren Winfield-Hill, it's not as though they've been sort of consistent players in the England lineup over the last 5 years. They've almost made comebacks from that time, and the intervening period has seen them outside or out of favour. So yeah, I don't think it necessarily shows the full picture, and I don't feel as though it's a cause for concern, the fact that there's still quite a lot of the same players around, and I think it will change very quickly, very shortly.
Well, we're finally going to get some cricket after a delay of an hour and a half because of overnight rain, a wet outfield and a wet square. I'm not sure if anyone's going to pip the DJ to the Player of the Match award. He's had an absolute stormer this morning.
There's been some pretty good old school tunes, haven't there?
Yes. And now we are going to finally get underway. So Jhulan Goswami has got the ball away at the far end, which is the Diglis end of the ground. Lauren Winfield here is scratching away at her guard. She gives the bat a twirl. Tammy Beaumont at the other end is leaning on her blade. There's a slip and a gully in place. A third down in front of us. A fine leg. Point, cover, mid off, a mid on, and a mid wicket. And here we go. First ball of the match. Goswami comes in and bowls to Winfield Hill. It's down the leg side. I think that's going to be called wide by Nigel Long. It is. And England are underway. They're one without loss with no deliveries bowled. India in their navy blue with the stripes along the shoulders and the top of the chest. England have their sky blue tops and navy trousers. Winfield Hill with the navy pads and the navy helmet raises a bat high and waits for Goswami. That's outside the off stump, and Winfield Hill with a big stride leaves the ball alone. The sprinkling of spectators in, some noisy India fans. Directly opposite us, there's a big India flag over what would be cow corner, our commentary position, as Goswami bowls from the far end. We're in the line of gully, a fine-ish gully. Goswami, tall, high action, bowls to Winfield Hill. Has to jam down on one that maybe just keeps a little bit lower than she was expected. Goes into the covers and there's no run. Hello, Isabel.
Hello. We were talking earlier about the wonderful quirks and character of cricket, and I think one of the quirks and character of commentating in the Worcester press box is that my vision of one set of stumps is pretty much entirely obscured by a pole.
In front of you, haven't you?
But I think that's kind of part of the charm. I've got to manoeuvre myself around it.
Phil, have you got post issues?
I've got 2 posts. I've got 2 posts here.
I don't want to brag, but my view's brilliant. Here comes Goswami against full. Lovely drive by Lauren Winfield Hill. Well saved in the covers by diving Jemimah Rodrigues. Prevents the run. And straight away we're seeing the energy again from the India fielders. Deepti Sharma's run from gully to give Rodrigues a low 10. I wouldn't expect the outfield to be the quickest because of all the rain that we've had. It's a deep green colour. There's patches of mud on the ends of the square, or the ends of the pitches that run across the square. Goswami dips with the sunscreen smeared on her face to Winfield Hill. There's an appeal for LBW. That looks high, it looks leggy. Nigel Long not interested at all. He walks away. The score remains 1 without loss with 4 deliveries into the first over. Isabel Westbury's already tapping away at her laptop on a deadline. Can't be on a deadline already, is
No, I'm just getting up my notes, making sure that I've got all the background information that I was looking for.
Winfield Hill at Taunton made 42 in England's 5-wicket win. She looked in good touch, particularly against the spinners. Goswami bowls outside the off stump. Winfield Hill jams down to one, or on one to point, and there's no run. 1 delivery the first over remaining. The sun is just trying to peek through. I've done a bit of a dance, because when you're sitting here in the commentary position, it's quite warm with the sun coming in, but we've got a little room at the back of our commentary box, which is a little bit chilly, so I've had my hoodie on and off, on again, off again.
It's one of those days, a bit muggy as well. Sun peeps out now and again. Can induce a greenhouse effect in the press box, certainly.
It's bright enough now that I might have to call for the shades. Goswami to complete the over to Winfield Hill. That's a skewed drive behind point. Again, it's good fielding. That's Smriti Mandhana there at backward point, who dives to make the stop, and she's got 3 fielders rushing up towards her to congratulate her. No run, dot ball. Good start by India in the field. It's the energy, it's the intent, it's the purpose that we saw in the second half of the game at Taunton. England are 1 without loss.
One of the things I wanted to go and check up on my notes is that we know from the last match that England's record chasing against India is pretty good. India's record batting first is pretty bad, but Worcester kind of throws that a little bit on its head because of the 5 women's ODIs that have been played here. Bat first 1-4, bat second is only 1-1, so perhaps England happy to be inserted in.
Shikha Pandey is going to share new ball duties. She's got her familiar blue headband tied around her forehead, keeping a ponytail tidy. There's a light blue towel that matches the colour of her headband poking out the back of her trousers. She's going to be bowling to Tammy Beaumont, whose run of good scores ended at Taunton when she made only 10. She was undone by a fantastic delivery from Jhulan Goswami that bowled her off the back thigh. Just a slip this time, Gully's gone, as Pandey bowls to Beaumont outside the off stump, and Beaumont, like a player who spent all morning in the nets, plays the most glorious back foot drive, but straight at extra cover, and there's no run. And you can hear the noise from those energetic India fans. There's not many of them, but I think they're going to keep us going throughout the day.
I think they will. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Shikha Pandey bowls today. The conditions, you would say, are in her favour, although the sun is starting to come out.
There's a small mound of sawdust behind Pandey as she bowls to Beaumont outside the off stump, forced to cover, and there's no run.
She picked up her first ODI wicket after an absence of about 2 years, I think it was, in the last ODI when she got Lauren Winfield Hill out, and she was the most disciplined of the India bowlers as well.
She's a mate of yours, isn't she, Shikha Pandey? I remember when we were in India a couple of years ago, you and her had a little breakfast meeting.
I have many mates. Stephanie?
You haven't just got the one?
Yeah.
Pandey bowls to Beaumont, defends with a straight bat on the front foot. There's no run. England remain one without loss halfway through the second over. I didn't want it to sound like you just had one friend.
No, but I think it's important to say that I do talk a lot to a number of the different women's players, both in the Indian squad and the England team.
Are you telling me you're a social butterfly, a mover and shaker?
Yes, something like that.
Pandey, number 12, on her back, bowls to Beaumont. There's a hits roll pad given. Well, Beaumont has got herself into an almighty tangle, and I think she's just going to walk off here. It's kept low. Beaumont was looking to play the pull shot. She's having a word with Lauren Winfield Hill now. She's gone. Well, Beaumont was looking to pull. It's shot through. It's hit her on the front pad, and Russell Warren, the umpire, had no hesitation. India were convinced, and Beaumont knew as well there was no hope that the review was going to save her. Beaumont goes for a duck, huge wicket. England are 1 for 1.
She's a very vociferous appealer, Shikha Pandey, but I think she knew reasonably quickly. Hit her on the back leg there, Beaumont. She's not the tallest, and that was a really good probing delivery. It's done for Beaumont, and we saw her fail in the last innings, but before that she's been so prolific for England. That is a huge wicket, and Pandey is the kind of player that would be really vitalised going through. It's her first over of potentially 10. Good signs for India.
Back leg, I didn't see the replay. Was it just high on the back thigh?
It was just low on the thigh pad, but again I think it's the nature of Pandey's bowling. She's not the Goswami huge height, so she's more of a skiddy bowler coming through on a wicket that wasn't bouncing, but again helping that skid. And then add to that the fact that Beaumont is not particularly tall, and I think if we were to see a replay with all the sort of we'd see all red lights lighting up.
Does Beaumont misjudge the length there? So that kept lower than she thought it was going to.
Yeah, she looked as though she wanted to go onto her back foot, didn't she? And then it just crept up on her a little bit. So, yeah, really good delivery.
Heather Knight then, the England captain, called to the crease. 10 deliveries into this innings as the sun just shines brightly once more. If you're just joining us, this game was delayed by an hour and a half by overnight rain and wet conditions at New Road. 47 overs aside. India winning the toss and opting to field. They've removed Tammy Beaumont, 4 deliveries into the second over for a duck. LBW to Shikha Pandey, who is in now to the England captain Heather Knight. Bowls short outside the off stump, and Knight's away straight away with a powerful cut shot. Outfield's not the quickest, but Knight picks up a boundary from her first delivery. Pretty rank long hop.
That was a lovely looking shot, and that's the kind of thing that Knight has done throughout the series. Really, is she's not somebody that when a wicket falls she just continues where it's left off. And again, she's somebody that in the last couple of ODIs hasn't quite got the scores that she wants, but she starts off confidently.
England are 5 for 1. Knight twirls her bat. She's got a navy sweatband on her wrist. She defends on the front foot. That's the last ball of the second over. England are 5 for 1. Tammy Beaumont, the wicket to go for a duck. Izzy, my eyes are drawn to the chap in front of us in the England shirt. He's got Daddy 50 on the back. That must have been a present for him.
My immediate thought is a Daddy 50 like a Daddy 100. Does that mean he's actually 100 years old?
And he's scoring. He's got I presume he's scoring, either that or he's working from home in inverted commas.
Oh yes.
He's got a clipboard. I think he's scoring the Phil Long. What's that style of scoring called, Phil?
Linear scoring.
Linear scoring, not what you'd expect in a scorebook.
No, that's right. So you generally you can look back on the number of balls faced and look at each over as it sort of developed.
I mean, if you're doing linear scoring in the crowd, that is professional. He's got a camera, long-range camera. Goswami starts the third over to Winfield Hill. As you can hear, shouts loudly, no run, as the ball is dropped into the offside.
Yeah, my linear scoring nearly became covered in tea. I don't know if you noticed the pandemonium there when Tammy Beaumont lost her wicket. My cup of tea went flying. Once that tea gets moving over a desk, it's impossible to stop, isn't it?
Did it upset you that much, Phil?
It did upset me. I missed 3 balls. I had to come back and see what had happened. Dan and Amber came to the rescue with tissue paper and wipes and all sorts, so thank you to them.
Just a slip. The gully that was in place for the first over, no longer in place. Winfield Hill down the track, trying to force something back towards Goswami, but it's only an inside edge. Into the onside, no run. Good start from India. England 5 for 1. It's lovely new road ground. If we were in New Zealand, they'd be saying this is a boutique cricket ground.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably fair, isn't it?
We've got the Graham Hick Pavilion to our right. That's where the players are housed. Go around, there's another older pavilion.
The ladies' pavilion.
Is that the ladies' pavilion? Is it?
Where they used to have gorgeous cake in county grounds.
It's the sort of thing that looks like that's where you get your teas and your cakes as Goswami bowls to Winfield Hill, back in the crease, defending into the offside, no run. Go further round, there's a white marquee just behind a lovely sort of trees, that Isabel. I'm rubbish with trees.
Well, don't ask me. Oak.
Oak tree, there you go. We'll say it's an oak.
No one need know.
The big screen just underneath that is there's some tents for the DJ, and the Basil D'Oliveira stand sweeps around behind Jhulan Goswami, and the trees and the cathedral, and away to our left is the relatively new hotel, a white building, as Goswami bowls to Winfield Hill. That's a bit of a swipe, or a shovel really, through mid-wicket. Winfield Hill's going to pick up a boundary for it. Couple of paces down the track, Winfield Hill off the mark from the 10th delivery she's faced. Just trying to force the issue, get into the pitch of the ball. A lot of bottom hand to get the ball between mid-wicket and mid-on for a boundary. England 9 for 1.
Important innings for Lauren Winfield Hill. I mean, it's a stupid statement in itself saying an international innings is important innings. They always are. But she made 42 in the last match. Got off England to a decent start when she saw a few wickets falling before her. Beaumont and Winfield Hill. Beaumont and Knight before her. But this is a new opening partnership for England, and one where she wants to really consolidate her place at the top of the order.
Love to see this from Taniya Bhatia. Lauren Winfield Hill's used her feet a couple of times this over, and Bhatia, a superb wicketkeeper, has taken the aggressive option to get up to the stumps straight away. She had the substitute fielder run out the helmet. Now she crouches right behind Winfield Hill as Goswami bowls. It's got Bhatia actually right low on the finger. It's an awful one for a wicketkeeper to take. Fuller than Yorker length. It would have probably gone past Winfield Hill as a full toss and pitched. Almost think of a baseball pitcher and the catcher behind trying to take it low. Bhatia rings out a hand because that's probably quite painful on the end of the finger. But it's one of the features of the second one-day international, the quality of wicket-keeping. Taniya Bhatia's at it again, up to the stumps of the bowler of the pace and height of Jhulan Goswami, who's in again now and bowl into Winfield Hill, defends out in front of her front pad with a straight bat into the offside, and there's no run.
I think the keeping between Bhatia and Jones was really something to write home about, wasn't it? The last ODI, both of them standing up to tall, reasonably quick bowlers and producing faultless displays, really.
India fan at deep extra cover waves a flag as Goswami bowls. Winfield Hill goes onto the back foot, guides this one down to third man, where Poonam Yadav does the fielding. Just a single taken. End of the third over. England are 11 for 1. Winfield Hill 5. Knight 4. Tammy Beaumont, the batter, to go for a duck. Highlights of this game will be on BBC Red Button at 9 o'clock this evening. Can't wait until...
Bit factor up.
Euro 2020.
The wait is over.
So this to put Spain into the semi-finals. Mikel Oyarzabal, the man with the big feet. Size 13 he takes. Well, he needs to get one of those big feet through this ball. Scores!
Oh, here come the Italians in full flow again. Little Insigne! What a goal with his right foot! That is very special!
It's the quarter-finals in Euro 2020. Later today, the early kickoff is Czech Republic versus Denmark from 5, followed by Ukraine v England from 8. Then, after the match, have your say on 606, the UK's biggest football debate, Euro 2020.
On 5 Live and across the BBC.
Well, apologies, we just lost the line from New Road. You missed 2 deliveries, Heather Knight being struck on the pad and then playing the most glorious inside-out extra cover drive off Shikha Pandey for 4. So England women are 15 for 1. 2 deliveries into the fourth over. Pandey's bowling again tonight. Again, sweetly times a drive up towards mid-on. Apologies, Lauren Winfield Hill, who played the cover drive. And again, that drive up towards mid-on. So England, even though they've lost Tammy Beaumont, we had Heather Knight arriving and cutting her first delivery for 4. And now Lauren Winfield following up a boundary in the previous over against Jhulan Goswami. A lovely stroke off Pandey, who bowls to Winfield Hill and defends with a high elbow. England 15 without loss. Just before we lost the line, I was saying that highlights of this game on the red button tonight at 9 o'clock. You can catch all the clips, though, in play on the BBC Sport website and app. Live text commentary with Fee on Win. Despite that rain earlier on, it's a beautiful scene now. Glorious sunshine as Pandey bowls to Winfield Hill, who defends on the front foot. There's 1 delivery of the fourth over remaining. As we were off air there, scrambling around to try and get our line back, Phil Long, the scorer, was just saying he wished he'd put his tomatoes to place at the front of the...
I told you there was a greenhouse effect here in the Worcester press box.
You've still got your jacket on, Isabel. You're not...
Yeah, I feel as though it's one of those manoeuvres that might disrupt commentary, and I need to sort of sort out my trousers and stuff. It's a process.
Pandey to complete the over tonight. Down the leg side, what a take that is from Tanya Bhatia. Even flicks the ball back onto the stumps and removes the bails. It's called wide. So wide that Bhatia had to dive. We're even going to look at the stumping. I don't think I've ever seen a wicketkeeper pull off something like that before, where they've dived down the leg side to complete the ball, throw it back, hit the stumps and dislodge the bails. Heather Knight, Lauren Winfield Hill rather, doesn't look too concerned.
I think it will ultimately be a not out, but that was a wonderful piece of wicket-keeping. Again, we were talking about this earlier on, about how agile she is behind the stumps.
No, she was out of a crease, ball coming back now, back foot grounded. If that had been out, I would have had that down as one of the all-time best stumpings you would ever see. It takes nothing away from the work pulled off by Tanya Bhatia. Just Lauren Winfield Hill spoiled it a little bit by having a back foot grounded beyond the crease.
Such a party pooper.
1 added to the score, 16 for 1. Winfield Hill has her bat pointing towards the sky, and she has a little twirl of it. She's got a tuft of reddy blonde hair poking out the back of her helmet. I always think Lauren Winfield, the colour of Lauren Winfield's hair looks like a bit like a lion's mane. It's fantastic. Last ball of the fourth over. Shikha Pandey to Laura Winfield Hill. There's an inside edge, I think, onto the pad. Yeah, stifled appeal. And that will complete the over. No run. England are 16 for 1. Winfield Hill 9 from 19.
I know what you mean.
Knight 4 from 2.
It's golden in the sunshine, and that's one of the wonderful things. Is, I guess, the quirks of women with our long hair having to play underneath the helmets. You can get these wonderful, as Stefan says, manes protruding, glinting in the golden sunlight. And at the moment, England recovering, 16 for 1. As I think, yes, it's Henry Moran.
Hello,
with sunglasses on, somebody that's
Well,
appropriately attired.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't expecting them to be needed, but what happy days they are that they are required, with Goswami at the Diglis end preparing to bowl. Tall figure, sort of cricketing Hercules, ready to trundle in once more. England 16 for 1. 4 overs gone as Goswami is into bowl tonight, who defends off the back foot, and there is no run.
You've got your sunglasses on, Henry. Izzy continues to wear her. I mean, surely it's.
Am I going to be shamed into taking off my jacket?
Surely, at the moment, it's Phil Collins in here, isn't it?
What?
No jacket required.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my goodness, he can't have the line.
I knew
of the
when
day.
you picked up the microphone that you were excited about something. The fact it took about long to deliver it. Honestly. In front of this window, it is a little toasty. I might have to open one in a moment. Here comes Goswami again. Knight, again on the back foot, is defending. Alex Hartley's just shown me a good stat. The last time Tammy Beaumont was out for a duck was October 2016 in an ODI.
It's well back.
Yeah.
It is indeed. Well, 10 in the last match. Duck this one.
There's a young supporter with a Spider-Man umbrella in front of us.
I am quite jealous of that
know.
umbrella. So you're being used more as a parasol right now,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Here is Goswami again. Right arm over. Bowling to Knight, who's driving into space in the offside, but it's well stopped in the covers, and there won't be a run. England remain on 16 for 1. They've been asked to bat first by India, so a little bit of a change in approach required for them, because first couple of matches of this series, they've been chasing. This time, how many can they get on the board? Some enthusiasm from behind the stumps from Taniya Bhatia. And Goswami, tall figure at the far end of the ground. And we're watching on from about sort of deep third. As in comes Goswami, full delivery, which is tucked away into the leg side. Nicely played by Knight. It's going to be at least a couple of runs, work for the fielder to do. And has it been saved? I think it might have been. With the most extraordinary bit of work, was that Shikha Pandey out there, who seemed to think that she was playing in Rome this evening, by the looks of it.
Yes, I think it was one of those where she was hesitant as to whether to slide across perhaps a wet outfield. I'm not sure if that came across her mind, but she just stomped her foot down and did a little inside flick.
Let's have another look at that. Here we go. Yeah, that's lovely. A little layoff. Grealish to Kane.
It's an assist, wouldn't it? It would be an assist, I think.
Oh, yeah, there was
before
no...
the tap-in.
Yeah.
I like that.
Goswami again, striding forward to bowl tonight. Defended away. England 18 for 1. We have one ball left of the fifth over. Worcester is looking a picture. The flag of St George flying above the cathedral over in the distance. Just in front of that, the trees and the scoreboard. And then the hotel.
Rory Burns'
This is a great
favourite building.
Go on.
I think he was asked what his favourite building possibly in England is, or and he said, oh yes, it's that one at a New Road in Worcester.
Here comes Goswami. It's a ball tonight, again defending into the offside, and there'll be no run. 5 overs gone, England 18 for 1 in this match, reduced to 47 aside. Go on.
Now, sitting from our commentary box at Worcester, as Henry was just saying, it is quite the picture. Surrounded by trees on one side, you've got the ladies' pavilion, this gorgeous old wood pavilion, you've got the cathedral, of course, in the distance. So you might think, I'm sitting at New Road in Worcester, that building that you might refer to, I'd go for the cathedral probably at this stage.
Probably.
But no, he said, I quite like the hotel, which is a premier inn. Other hotels are available, but although not at this ground, to be fair, which is white and black and quite
nondescript. Here comes Shikha Pandey bowling full delivery, which is driven beautifully by Winfield Hill, but straight back at the bowler, and there's no run.
But I can't see the allure of a hotel on a cricket ground. I mean, it is, it's a bit like down at the Rose Bowl or at Lancashire as well, at Old Trafford. It's very useful, and that might be the reason for it being his favourite building.
Did he qualify that with why? It wasn't sort of architecturally.
No, I think it was a
whole
statement and walk off, and perhaps we will never. Maybe we should ask him next time
we
we
will
see him.
never know. Here is Shikha Pandey bowling to Winfield Hill once again, straight as you like, but back towards Shikha Pandey, whose feet are almost as busy as her hands in this game, as she blocks that ball. 18 for 1, the England score remains. Well, if he's got time amongst his busy schedule, maybe he can answer that question. 18 for 1 is the score.
I'm really enjoying the pockets, the clusters of Team India fans. We've got a parasol that's got the colours of the India flag. We've got other flags. We've got amazing hats as well.
Pandey again, bowling to Winfield Hill. Keeper standing up, big swing, nothing on it. And a wide is signalled because it was collected by Bhatia, taking a stride to her left, but there was no bat, so 19 for 1.
Yeah, as you just mentioned, the Indian flags. There's an England flag today in a very prominent position. Cross of St George on top of the cathedral.
Indeed.
Oh, yeah. I've always thought with these big flags, it's quite a workout, isn't it?
Here comes Pandey, bowling to Winfield Hill. Wicked away, could be a chance of a catch. No, dropped short of the fielder at fine leg. It wasn't far away, though. She couldn't resist the pull. And Goswami probably 5 yards short of where that ball landed. 20 for 1. Well, yeah, they're quite heavy.
Well, you think about a 50-over match, that's a good few hours. I reckon if you wanted to work on your biceps, triceps, and it's a good way to go.
Transporting them's a nightmare as well, because obviously you have to pay a lot of excess flaggage. Here comes Shikha Pandey, I'm so sorry, and is bowling to Knight, runs the ball down towards deep third, and will pick up a single. England advance their score. They move to 21 for 1.
I think both of you today were the contender for worst line of the day in the first half an hour.
Well, you set yourself up for a good one, Izzy, because you should have said that by the end of the day they'd be flagging.
All right,
and it was there for you.
Get it out of your system now, all right?
Is it like hanging out with two very unamusing uncles? You've been put on the bad table at a wedding. Here comes Shikha Pandey, bowling to Knight. That's nicely played at Winfield Hill, I should say. Off the back foot, well stopped in the offside. One thing that's been really noticeable so far in this first flurry of overs is quite how on it India's fielders have been. They've not missed a beat.
And that's the beauty, I guess, as well of fielding first, is that you haven't got a sort of... You go in not having to defend what you know is an under par total, which has been the case in the previous 2 matches. It's a blank slate.
Pandey running in again, right arm over. Nicely played, straight, but it's good work from Harmanpreet Kaur, running to her left, sliding from mid-on. And not for the first time in this innings, a shot that perhaps could easily have brought about a boundary actually stops any run at all. 21 for 1, 6 overs gone. It is Test Match Special with you on 5 Live Sports Extra, with a third and final ODI between India and England's women from Worcester, with England 2-0 up in this series, 6 points to 2 up across the multi-format, and looking to build a big total, having lost Tammy Beaumont, LBW, without scoring.
An unusual position for England, but I mean, this is something we said all along. India have got some very competent, capable bowlers. Anybody facing the likes of Jhulan Goswami is a task on their hands. It's just they haven't had the kind of total that they really have a chance of defending yet.
In comes Goswami, arms jutting, bowls, length delivery, which is defended by Knight. Interesting field this. We got a long leg, a deep third, and then this slip that's sort of quite deep with keeper up to the stumps, and then this solitary slip really quite far back. Isabel is going to say goodbye to us, and World Cup winner Alex Hartley will be joining the coverage in just a moment, as Goswami in the sunshine with crowd behind her bowls to Knight, who's driving down the ground gloriously. It's a really good shot, and it's half stopped. And the boundary again is prevented. England get through for a single, 22 for 1, but timing it nicely. Looking in good touch, Knight and Winfield Hill. The only frustration, Alex, will be that India's fielding's been superb so far.
They have, haven't they? They've been diving around. They've stopped some decent deliveries at backward point. They're definitely up and about for this game. What a strange view I've got here, by the way. There's a big pole in my way.
Yes. I'll talk you through the view in just a moment. Goswami into bowl to Winfield Hill. A little bit of bat or pad gets involved. I think it's probably off the pads and will be signalled as a solitary leg by. England 22 for 1 with a couple of balls gone of the 7th over. We're in this, it is a wonderful old press box here. Sort of, as I say, deep third, and we've got a few, because it's an old stand, and you know, this is how stands were built in that day and age. There's a few poles, and you just have to angle your head around a little bit. And you're quite low down as well. But what you do see here is quite the speed and bounce of Goswami, and how it really is quite different to other prospects in the women's game.
Yeah, she's bowling quickly today.
Yeah. It's pretty warm out there now as Goswami is in to bowl. Knight immaculately forward in defence. How are you, Al?
I'm good. I was just about to tell you a story, actually. I got in the car last night and I brought the lovely Amy Lofthouse down with me. We set off at 8 p.m. I said, I'm not going to need my sunglasses tomorrow. It's going to rain all day. Well, now I can't see because the sun's out and it's bright.
I would lend you mine, but I'm not going to.
Because you're wearing them.
Goswami, at the end of her mark, is ready to come in again. These long strides, sprinting into bowl to Knight, who's defending once more. Happy just to see through this little period of pressure, because there's not been really anything loose from Goswami. And with the ball left to the 7th over, England only have 23 on the ball. Yeah,
I got a text from Danny Hazel, who's here doing some commentary as well, and she said it's going to be a tricky first hour. So
did she elaborate why?
She called that, and I think just because the weather conditions, the wicket's been covered up for most of the morning. A bit of nip around.
So a case of survival rather than accumulation. One ball left of the 7th over. Here comes Goswami, and Knight is happy to defend. Once again, the over comes to an end. 23 for 1. Poonam Yadav strolls away from us and prepares for the next over. We've got a supporter in an England shirt that just says Daddy on the back. He looks too young to be any of the players' parents.
Yeah, I hope his child bought him that, because if not, it's a very strange nickname, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 50 not out, it says on the back of his shirt.
Do you reckon that's his age?
Well, I don't think it's his highest score. Surely.
I don't know, but Daddy's in the ground.
In comes Shikha Pandey to bowl to Winfield Hill. Nicely played off the back foot, but again, some good work from Deepti Sharma in the field at backward point to collect the ball. What's your nickname in the England dressing room? Al?
Yeah, I don't really have a nickname. I'm quite boring. I don't know if that says a lot about my relationship with the girls in the squad or not.
Everyone else has got a nickname. No. Shikha Pandey bowling to Lauren Winfield, very full, driven away. That finds a gap in the offside, and that's going to bring runs. So this time England are able to pierce the field, and Winfield Hill moves to 14, 27 for 1.
Yeah, a lovely shot that from Lauren Winfield. The ball just pitched up outside the off stump. She's able to drive it through the covers. Probably one of the only balls that Shikha Pandey's not quite got a length right here this morning. And Lauren Winfield capitalising on that rare missed length from Shikha Pandey.
And that's what England are waiting for, isn't it? They've got to do is those loose deliveries, just put them away.
Yeah, when the conditions are as tough to bat in as they are now, you do have to just get through the first hour and wait for the ball to stop swinging.
Pandey in the blue headband is coming into bowl to Winfield Hill. Again very full, and again gets the treatment through the offside. 4 more runs, and Pandey turns on her heel and looks frustrated as England move on to 31 for 1.
Literally identical cricket shot that from Lauren Winfield Hill. Pandey again just missing a line and a length. She's bowling seam up. The ball, there's absolutely zero swing. Maybe, just maybe, the sun's come out and the ball stopped swinging for Shikha Pandey.
Again, very full. And as you say, nothing through the air. Just look at the replay. It's absolutely gun barrel straight. Shikha Pandey bowling to Winfield Hill. This time plays into the onside as far as Harmanpreet Kaur at mid-on. No run. England at 31 for 1. Winfield Hill has 18. Knight has 8. And there is, I would say, at least a quarter of the sky overhead is blue sky at the moment.
I can't look up, it's too bright.
It's far better than we thought it was going to be. Let's put it that way. Shikha Pandey interval to Winfield Hill, who is playing the ball down the ground straight and beating the dive of Harmanpreet Kaur to pick up a third boundary in the over. It's a lovely shot.
She's timed that perfectly, Lauren Winfield Hill. She didn't actually know the ball had beaten the infield. She actually ran 3, did Lauren Winfield Hill. There, the ball raced away to the boundary. Harmanpreet Kaur with the diving stop seems to have just hurt herself, being helped up by Shikha Pandey, who no doubt doesn't really want to help her as she's just been pumped for 3 fours.
Again, a little bit full. This has been a really valuable over for England. 35 for 1. Pandey again. Final ball of the 8th over. Interbowl to Winfield Hill. Lets it go outside the off stump. And that is the end of the over, with the score of 35 for 1 after 8.
A good over that for England, 12 coming off it. Again, just shows how quickly these white balls do stop swinging as well. You know, just Shikha Pandey just angling the ball outside the off stump, trying to swing it back in towards the right-hander. And the 2 that went through the covers on the offside were very full deliveries and no swing through the air.
And that'll be the worry for India, is that though they've got the big wicket of Tammy Beaumont, if these 2 get set and the sun keeps shining, it's going to get easier to bat. And we know it's a quick outfield here, and it's a fast draining ground. These, you know, it all adds up to quite a potentially dangerous situation.
Yep, it does indeed. Something that England will really want to work hard for, try and get up towards 300.
Goswami, the ball tonight, defending. Absolutely middle of the bat, dead into the pitch.
Almost test match defence shot like.
It was.
It's a strange sentence.
We knew what you meant though, Alex.
It's because I can't see because it's too bright, so my brain's not working.
Do you want to borrow my sunglasses?
No, don't be so silly.
Oh, I'll clean them down with the old disinfectant wipes. Here comes Goswami. Deepti Sharma's fielding it backward point just in front of us in that wide-brimmed hat. Goswami, with the sunscreen across the face, is bowling very full, driven into the offside, but only to Mithali Raj at mid-off, whose shoulder seems absolutely, and neck seems absolutely fine, the way she threw that in.
Well, the issue in the previous game was she got a bit of a sore neck, so sore upper back from carrying her teammates.
You enjoyed that? It's a good joke. It's also one that you made last game.
Well, I wonder if she's going to do the same again this game.
Do you know what? Something I love to see. And we've got such a good view here because we're right above the supporters. More in just a moment. Here comes Goswami to bowl tonight, clipping the ball into the leg side. Nicely timed. That's going to run away and it'll bring 4. That's a good shot. 39 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant shot that from Heather Knight. Goswami just getting her line wrong. Heather Knight clipping the ball through the square leg region, and we have fine leg out, so that was always going to be 4.
Just a little on the pads from Goswami, and Knight picks up 4. She moves to 12 from 17. What I was going to say is there's a supporter in a maroon polo shirt below us that's scoring every ball. Pens out, coloured pens.
Don't know why you'd want to do that.
It's the most... Well, don't look at Phil like that. You're trying to get a rise from Philip, and he's not even dignifying you with a look. And I don't blame him. It is the most therapeutic way of spending a day. Just, you know, keeping an eye on the game.
Oh, I'd lose count. I'd forget something. I'd get confused. And I also don't know. Is a wide across? Is it a circle?
Well, that's the joy. You can make your own system.
Well, yeah, very true. You could actually, couldn't you?
Phil's got his own system. Goswami running past the umpire, bowling to Knight, who defends back up the track.
What do you do for a wide, Phil?
Well, I tend to just put a little W in the linear system and then mark it at the end of the over. You'd be okay here because the scoreboard to our right, if you can just about see it, does have both runs and number of balls on it, so you can check every ball just to make sure you're bang up to date and it's exactly correct.
See, if I put a W for a wide, I'd get confused then with wickets.
Yeah.
Well, a little cross for a wicket because that's innings all over. Crossed out.
Okay, right. Goswami again, right arm over. Bowls to Knight, plays with a very straight bat and bowls and plays it back to Goswami, who throws rather, having bowled with such ferocity, she then threw the ball back towards Knight with what can only be described as about the most sort of timid
limp
push.
Heather Knight was out of her crease, but Goswami is such a nice woman. She didn't want to hurt Heather Knight, so she limped through the ball and it just rolled into Heather's hamstring.
Goswami at the end of her mark, ready to go once again, and she's approaching now in the sunshine. Knight waits, happy to run the ball down towards deep third. Poonam Yadav runs in with 24 on her back in those bright orange letters, and the over comes to an end. 9 gone, 40 for 1 is the score. Just a reminder, that is the end of the power play because this game reduced to 47 overs a side, so 9 over power play. 2 bowlers can bowl 10 overs, 3 can bowl 9. Drinks break will be around the hour mark. Daniel Norcross is going to take up commentary after some more from you, Alex, on the first 9 overs.
Yeah, it's been a half decent 9 overs. A well fought battle. India came out. They've been all over England. They've been fielding really well. England have just got through that tricky passage of play. The ball's just stopped swinging. Goswami's bowling really well, and England 40 for 1 after 9.
Half decent. It's a glowing endorsement from you, Alex Hartley.
Well, it's been very evenly posed.
Isn't it? I understand now what Stefan Schemmelt was talking about. We got a lovely view here, but you've got a great big post. And Phil, you're having to peer between a window frame, a post, and something else.
Oh, honestly, I'm making it up. I can't see a thing.
Yes, but we do have a screen. We do have a screen. It's a different position you find yourself in when you come to Worcester. It's very pretty. It's very beautiful. You see all the trees, the birches, the yews, the acers, the oaks, the willows. I don't know if any of that's true, but I think that's what they are.
I can see Henry trying to just take a picture behind my head, and I'm guessing it's of my view of the bowl.
Yes, I think it might be. It's going to be Deepti Sharma who's going to come in to bowl. Remind me, Phil, did you say she hasn't taken a single wicket so far on this tour? Was that what you told me at the start, before the start of play? She's in, starting her first over, and it's edged through a vacant slip region. It's going to run down very fine down towards the boundary. It's taking its time getting there, though, and it may hold up. It does. And they come back for 2, was that? 2, I think, to Heather Knight. 42 for 1 England move to, and Knight with that to 15, I presume.
3 wickets for Deepti Sharma in the Test match, but none so far in this ODI series.
Thank you.
Yeah, just getting a line wrong there, and Heather Knight going to drive through the covers and just edging the ball past the slip region.
Yeah, so there is a first slip in, but she's very fine. That was going to a sort of second or third, which you wouldn't really have. So the spinner, as she aims to sweep this next delivery, and there's a huge appeal for LBW, despite the fact that her front pad is miles down the pitch, and there's no run. I'll try to talk you through the field, but the angle we're at means I don't know how accurate I'm going to be. We've got a short fine. We're mid-wicket and mid-on, and there is a deep mid-wicket that's not... It's about 10 or 15 yards in front of square. Mid-off, extra cover, point, a slip, and a sweeper at extra cover as forward in defence comes Knight, pushes into the offside, fielded in the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, just a sweeper out either side. The last over of the power play. She bowled this over in the previous game as well, so a little tactic from India.
Now, you see, it's interesting you raise that. Is this the last over of the power play, or actually, because I think they might have taken 1 off because we've lost 3 overs.
Oh, yes,
because now I see a
course.
long ons come out, so I think...
My bad.
No. It's an easy mistake to make. Sharma in, tossed up and swept in front of square, but straight to short mid-wicket, where Poonam Yadav does fielding, and there's no run.
I forgot that we had a 47 over game.
Yeah, it's going to make calculations really difficult later on. 47 being is I think a prime number. Things get very awkward at that point. Don't worry. We've got Phil for all that. That's where he comes in extremely handy.
If not, this geezer in his purple jacket doing the scoring down there as well.
Well, this geezer. Oh, do we mean the daddy or the one to our right? As this is again tossed up by Deepti, and it's punched into the offside off the back foot by Knight. There's no run.
No, daddy's not scoring. Just the one in the purple polo.
Right. Well, it's funny you should mention him, because I think his name is Jack Rule. And do you know how I know?
I do not.
Well, he tweeted yesterday asking for advice on where to sit at Worcester. This is his first time at Worcester.
Ah, so you have given him the...
Well, I suggested try and get yourself a really good view of the cathedral. That's my favourite spot. As Deepti is in again, back into a crease. Goes Knight, pushes into the offside, the onside, and there's no run.
What, over the river, out the cricket ground, just watch the cathedral?
just exactly, yeah, just sit on the bridge. So he's chosen to sit just here. 10 overs have gone. That was the end of the 10th over. Good over from Deepti, just a 2 off it. England 42 for 1, Winfield Hill 22. Knight has 15. And so imagine the coincidence when I discovered that he's sitting about 3 yards in front of us.
Well,
he's not got the headphones on, so he doesn't have the faintest idea. Oh, sorry, Alex. Would you be able to press
honestly,
the green button?
I think we need to tape that open.
I think we do. It's quite the palaver today. We have an entry button to get in and out of the room here. And so poor old Stefan had his face pressed up against the window, desperate to get in. Now then, who's this going to be? It looks like it's going to be Poonam Yadav. And he's just spotted us as Jack.
There he is.
Yeah.
Give us a wave, Jack.
He just has them.
Oh, I missed it. I was too busy taping the door open.
He doesn't do things to order, this man. So it is going to be the very short, slight figure of Poonam Yadav. She bowled well, I thought, in the previous game. So difficult to play. You must have batted against her. What do you do?
Yeah, she bowled all right. She was quite expensive though in her 10 overs. She just looped. Seems to be bowling with a little bit more flight than she usually would, and the ball's fuller than she would like. She needs to bowl the ball up over the eye line into the pitch.
She's in now, and that has been flighted and punched out into the offside. A good diving stop at cover prevents a run. Heather Knight has to scurry back to get in.
Yeah, Poonam Yadav didn't play in the opening ODI. Her figures in the last game, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 63.
I always have no idea how you precisely would play her. I think hanging back probably would be my method.
Yeah, either hang back and play off the deep in your crease.
And she comes again. That's driven high in the air, out over deep extra cover. It's going to bounce once before being fielded out. The fielder coming in from the sweeping on the extra cover boundary. One more to the total, 43 for 1.
Or you do exactly as Winfield Hill did there and move your feet towards the ball.
But it's perilous, isn't it? I mean, we saw it. Was it Amy Jones was out sort of trying a shot like that and then ended up scooping it, because you can be deceived by the flight. It can dip on you, and then you can look a little silly, can't you?
Yes.
In comes Poonam once more, and that's just pushed in defence by Knight. Tries to find the gap, can't beat Deepti at sort of cover. She's about 5 yards in front of square. It's a packed offside field. It's slightly less packed now as a long off is going back. We have a long off and a deep extra cover. 3 in the ring on the offside, 2 in the ring on the leg side. As we are now out of the initial power play, here is Poonam. It's much shorter and cut away. Out to that deep extra cover for one more. 44 for 1. You see, I think that's how I would do it, because I'd be so humiliated by the slog going up in the air. I think I'd just try and play everything off the back foot, try and play it off the pitch, you know. Poonam in once more from the digless end. Pushed up to long on easily by Winfield Hill. She's waited for that. Finds the gap straight. 45 for 1.
What India have done very well though, they've put long on and long off out straight away to Poonam Yadav, because England play the ball so well up and over the mid on and mid off. They played it very well in the previous game, so just push those fielders back.
Knight comes forward and just plays an angle bat to the next delivery, which was fullish and on off stump. That ends another probing over 37 miles an hour. That just gives you an idea. You have to wait and wait and wait for that ball. 3 off it, 45 for 1. Winfield Hill has 24 and Knight has 16.
Yeah, it's super slow, isn't it?
It is. What sort of speed are you? Sort of 46?
Yeah, I'd say
46, 47?
Yeah. On a good day, 47.
But you know, that is a lot quicker than 37, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really? I mean,
yeah, Sophie Eccleston probably 50, 52 miles per hour, 53 miles per hour.
In the test, she started about 55.6, didn't she? And you were saying slow down a little bit, and she did. But yeah, I mean, I think probably 52 is a sort of standard speed, which I know 15 miles an hour. What difference does that make? But you play the ball completely differently, don't you?
Yes, you obviously have so much more time when the ball's 15 miles per hour slower.
Yes, that's a couple of yards, isn't it? A couple of yards slower. Dipti starts a new over from our end, the pavilion end. And she's in to Winfield Hill, beg your pardon, who drives off the back foot, but straight to short extra cover. And there's no run, long on and long off the back for Dipti, as is the deep mid-wicket. And I'm presuming, yes, a deep extra cover. Here is Dipti again, right arm over, tossed up, driven, again straight to short extra cover. England have just been tied down a bit here by India, who bowled really well, having won the toss, elected to bowl. I'm always reminded of something Andy Zaltzman. Andy Zaltzman gets infuriated by the idea that anyone elects to field, right? This next ball from Dipti, short and cut away. Very, very fine. Slightly false shot, that. I think it's come off the outside edge, but it's rolled down towards a fine, deep third. But has that come off a fielder? Because there was not a lot of pace on it. I just wonder if there was an element of fielder intervention there. Wait and see a replay. Here we go. This will tell us more. Wasn't that short for the cut? And actually, oh, is that a drop? I think it is a drop. Dipti's in once more, and that's pushed off the back foot up to long on, where Harmanpreet does the fielding. One more to the total, 48 for 1.
Yeah, Winfield Hill just looking to play the ball off the back foot and cut the ball through to deep extra cover, and just a little snick on it, and I mean, it would have been a fantastic catch in the slips. A full-length dive. So, I mean, it's classed as a drop, but it's not a drop.
It was, yeah, I mean, what she did was save 2 in the end, wasn't it? Dipti just adjusting her field a little bit here. Not she after. It's going to bring long off up and deep backward square. Jhulan Goswami is going to go down to deep backward square leg. This is for Knight. So presume what's that telling us after this ball? Comes Dipti, and that's shortish, pushed off the back foot, but straight to short mid-wicket where Poonam does the fielding. No run.
Heather Knight is a very good sweeper of the ball. She'll look to sweep the ball. If your square leg's up, the first shot she'll play is a sweep shot. So long off up, deep square leg out to protect that boundary for her sweep shot.
It's a bit of a tempter. Might she go up and over? You never know. Well, she's gone for the reverse sweep, and she gets a bottom edge on that. It bounces into the ground. It's picked up at slip. End of the over, 48 for 1. 12 overs have been bowled. Winfield Hill has 27, Knight has 16.
It still looks quite tricky out there. Heather Knight struggling. Yeah. She's 16 off 31. So not her bit playing as her usual self, but taking her time.
That's unfortunate. The door's closed again.
I might just take it off its hinges, you know.
Yes, I'm going to go back to what Andy Zaltzman said. Andy Zaltzman gets really infuriated whenever he hears that a captain has won the toss and elected to field. He says no one wants to field. They might want to bowl, but they don't want to field.
Do you know what? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah? Are you with him?
Yeah, I'm with him.
I think he's got a point, yeah.
I do quite like fielding, being the specialist mid-off I am these days.
Winfield Hill on strike. She advances, comes down the wicket to Poonam Yadav and drives her along the ground up to Goswami at long off and picks up a single. 49 for 1. This isn't the explosive start that maybe people would have liked, but the conditions are awkward. It's been good Indian bowling so far, and England lost that early wicket. What are you laughing at? Is it Henry here? Yep. Driving is Heather Knight, a full ball again up to Jhulan Goswami. Another single. The 50 comes up for England in the 13th over. Knight to 17.
We're trying everything we can in the comms box to wedge the door open, and he reckons he's done it. He's got a piece of cardboard, some plastic, and the door is wedged open.
He's a very inventive fellow. I've been reading an absolutely superb book, which I'll tell you about in a minute. Flighted, driven again, up to Goswami again at long off. It's a repeat exercise this time. Winfield Hill picking up the single. Called Station 11, which is set after a terrible pandemic has wiped out most of the earth. And it's people like Henry you need in these situations. Practical people. Not people like me. Short, cut, and under edge, I think, has come off the pad of Taniya Bhatia and rolled out to the offside. Quite close to dragging that back onto her stumps there the night.
A little indication from Heather Knight that just stayed low and skidded on from Poonam Yadav, and didn't quite get up as much as she thought it would.
She paces up again. So another full ball from Yadav, and she goes back into a crease to it, though. She's playing everything off the back foot from Poonam, and she picks up a single as it rolls out towards deep square leg, tucking that away off her knee. 52 for 1. Knight to 18, Winfield Hill 29. 29 from 40. Knight 18 off 34. That gives you an idea of just how awkward it is. It's not perilous, but it's awkward out there at the moment for England's batters. As forward comes Winfield Hill, pushes into the offside, wants a single. It is absolutely definitely not there, and she is sent back at the end of the 13th over. England 52 for 1.
It's tricky, isn't it, out there? Yeah. We saw when the ball stopped swinging and the seamers were on, it was a lot easier. Now the spinners have come on. And I think India have been smarter with their fields today. They're not allowing England to get that easy boundary. They know that England play the ball up and over, mid on and mid off so easily, so well. So they've just said, you know what? They're going to start back and they're going to stay back, and it's probably the right thing.
Don't know what we think par is. I'm thinking this might be a lower scoring wicket than the ones we've seen hitherto in this series at Bristol and Taunton. It was a lovely wicket at Bristol, wasn't it? True. I mean, that's where India's 201 looked woefully undercharged. As Deepti is in again from the pavilion end, starting a new over, it is swept by Heather Knight, exactly as Alex Hartley predicted, for a single. She does play that well. It's interesting, isn't it, that England's two captains, Joe Root and Heather Knight, they have a certain similarity in the way they play. Joe Root's a big sweeper of the ball, so likes to hang back, likes to angle the ball backward a square, sort of thing you sort of see Heather Knight doing.
We just breed them like that in England.
Yes. Short and played off the back foot, cut to backward point by Winfield Hill. Can't beat the fielder. There is no run. The cathedral is looking splendid today. Last time I was here, it was covered in scaffolding. That's all gone. It's shrouded slightly by trees. As Deepti's in. And down the wicket comes Winfield Hill, driving up to long on for a single. 54 for 1. I told you this earlier. I'm not going to reveal the name of the England cricketer, but there's an England cricketer who said that his favourite building in the world is here. And he was a man that I hadn't associated with a love of Norman Gothic architecture, and it turned out he was referring to the on-site hotel. Not the cathedral, yeah. Another sweep from Heather Knight will bring her another run as this ball goes down to deep backward square. Goswami does the fielding, 55 for 1.
I'm afraid that cricketer was named in earlier commentary this afternoon.
Oh, was he?
Rory Burns.
I was trying to protect. I say protect him. He doesn't need protecting. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with liking the hotel.
I mean, of all the buildings around here that you can see, the cathedral and the hotel.
Well, yes. Tossed up and cut at and missed by Winfield Hill. It's a little too full for that shot, and it's scurried on into the gloves of Taniya Bhatia. Polly Rhodes has told me they're not oaks, they're limes. I knew I could feel it was wrong. Tossed up down the wicket again comes Winfield Hill, again driving up to Harmanpreet at long on, and again England collect another single. It's all rather sedate out there at the moment as England try to find their feet. India bowling well. Winfield Hill has 31. Knight has 20. They're scurrying through the overs. And where's Stefan Schemmelt? There he is. He's hurling towards me. So I'm going to hand over to Phil Long, and then it will be Stefan to take up commentary.
Yeah, since the end of the power play after 9 overs, we've had 5 overs, just 16 runs from those 5 overs so far.
Yeah, it's been very, let's just rotate the strike and build a partnership. It was tricky in the first hour. Heather Knight, very experienced captain. She'll know she just needs to get through this passage of play and things will get easier.
Hello, Alex.
Hello. Oh, you've got sunglasses too.
It's bright.
Yeah.
It's bright in the greenhouse.
It is. I've got a frown line coming on.
Poonam Yadav with her leg breaks. Lots of air to Lauren Winfield Hill, who goes back and hits powerfully to Mithali Raj at cover, and there's no run. I've had a great time since I was last on air.
You've been for a little trip, haven't you?
I have, yeah. Poonam spins, catches right hand to left and scurries in. Gives that loads of air to Winfield Hill, aerially just over mid-wicket. There's a chase for the long on fielder round to her right. They'll come back for a couple. The throw's not particularly powerful. Score moves on to 58 for 1. Winfield Hill has 33 from 47. Yeah, so the delayed start really does throw up a dilemma. Poonam, such a short figure, flatter this time to Winfield Hill, who's back onto her stumps, forcing up towards long on. I think it's Shafali Verma out there in front of the Basil D'Oliveira stand. Just a single taken. 59 for 1. Because we get fed at the change of innings.
We do.
And anyone who knows me will know that my stomach is pretty much my primary concern in life. Heather Knight raises her bat, baseball styles. Poonam gives that plenty of air. So delicately played by Heather Knight. Dabbed behind point. It's Deepti Sharma who has to run back to the edge of the circle, sliding to retrieve the ball and return it to Taniya Bhatia. Single taken, 60 for 1. And so that means with a 12:30 start, change of innings is 3:30 easily.
Yeah, I've already had a packet of biscuits.
I can't survive on biscuits alone. Poonam to Lauren Winfield Hill, down the track, on drive up towards Shafali Verma. Single taken, 61 for 1. Alex Hartley's going to go off and figure out how she's going to get herself to the change of innings without wasting away. Isabel Westbury's in alongside me. Taniya Bhatia crouches with a red towel hanging behind her trousers. Heather Knight drives back towards Poonam Yadav. Nigel Long, the umpire, holds out the palms of both hands to say that is the end of the 15th over. England 61 for 1, Winfield Hill 35, Knight 21. And yeah, so to get round this dilemma of the fact of not knowing where my next meal was going to come from, I've taken a stroll into Worcester. Got myself a chicken tikka pasty.
Very nice. Very good thinking from you, and that's one of the wonderful things of. That's why I quite like New Road. I like Taunton. Is the ground is very central, and you can either, if you want to wander in for a bite to eat or down to the high street. It also means that once you finish the day's play, it's very easy to find a pub for everyone.
Speaking of pubs, drinks are being taken.
Not of that nature.
Not of that nature.
Well, actually, we don't know what are in those drinks. You could argue that some that you might have down a pub are isotonic in nature, but others less so.
After winning the toss, India asked England to bat rather. Remember, this game was reduced to 47 over the side. We started an hour and a half late. England lost Tammy Beaumont in the second over, LBW to Shikha Pandey without scoring. That was 1 for 1. Lauren Winfield Hill and Heather Knight have since taken the score on to 61 for 1. Highlights of this game will be on the red button from 9 o'clock tonight. If you're a little bit busy at 9 o'clock tonight, you can catch up with them on the iPlayer. But you can see the in-play highlights and clips on the BBC Sport website and app right now. Of course, that busyness I refer to from 8 o'clock tonight. England Euro 2020 quarter-final against Ukraine from Rome. Live commentary on BBC Radio 5 Live. I think we might still be going. I don't know if we'll touch 8 o'clock, but I think we might go past 7 if this game goes the distance, Isabel. Hence my dilemma for making sure that I got myself fed. Thing with a pasty goes one of two ways. Either it's lukewarm and a little bit disappointing, or if it's a good temperature, there's no way of avoiding burning your mouth.
You've got to be more careful these days, Stefan. Also, I just love the concept of a chicken tikka pasty. It's sort of one of those fusion cuisines, isn't it? The marriage of two worlds. The Cornish delicacy. And chicken tikka, which I think might even be the national dish in England.
I think so. Well, and that brings us back to the football and the famous football song Vindaloo.
Yes.
Because when they were writing that song, they said, well, we need to get in loads of things that are quite English, quintessential English. So they talk about and putting the kettle on, cheddar cheese, going to Waterloo, and a Vindaloo.
There you go. There you go.
The substitute fielders, just all clad in various luminous coloured bibs, are making their way off the ground. Anna Harris is the fourth official. She's taken refreshments to the umpires. She's going to be the last extra, if you will, to leave the field. To get to the place where I needed my chicken, where I got my chicken tikka pasty from, obviously had a little walk around the ground. Lovely atmosphere, just a smattering of spectators all over the ground, but plenty of noise, plenty of chatter. What I like about this commentary position is we're basically in the crowd, aren't we? Where at Taunton the other day, we were in one of the executive boxes, so we were slightly removed, we were back away from the crowd. You couldn't always see all of the ground. But here, if I wanted to, I could reach out and touch this chap in front of me in the purple shirt. He probably wouldn't appreciate it if I did.
No, it's one of the wonderful things about being able to commentate around the county grounds. There's all the different perspectives you get.
Slip in place as Deepti Sharma gets us back underway. Lauren Winfield Hill skips down the track. Mithali Raj falls in stages, in instalments at short cover. Can't prevent the single. Score moves on to 62 for 1. Winfield Hill has 36 from 50 deliveries.
So we're at a position of, what are we, mid-wicket, almost a wide, long on, which you could argue is not great for the LBW shout.
Deepti scurries in to Heather Knight, who plays with a nice high elbow up towards point. Shafali Verma's diving to prevent the run. Just struck me that that extra cover position that sees so much action, I'm not convinced that Mithali Raj is the best person to be patrolling that area.
I think that's Mithali Raj's position, so I don't think that really factors, Stefan.
Don't get me wrong, I don't want to be the person to tell her that she shouldn't be fielding there. Deepti has 6 on her back. Reverse sweep from Heather Knight, powerfully done. This is going to pick up a boundary. Lovely execution, because the fielders behind square on the offside were a backward point and a slip fielder. And Knight perfectly pierced that gap. Most double jointed execution. And the score moves on to 66 for 1, Phil? That's 70. 66 for 1. Knight has 25.
It's one of those shots she just knew. She'd seen the field be a little bit tweaked here and there, and saw that big gap. It was there for the taking, nicely executed. A safe shot as well, which you don't often accompany with the expression of or the description of a reverse sweep, but a safe option to go for.
As a result, Slip's gone to short third, Deepti in again. Knight with a bat back to the bowler, and there's no run. Talking about lunch, there's 2 young lads here with their mum. They've been tucking into what look like ham baps. It's lunchtime, and now one of them in an England shirt is waving a piece of paper with a cross of St George on it. Deepti again tonight, this time conventional sweep all along the ground out towards deep backward square leg. Tall figure of Jhulan Goswami does the fielding. 67 for 1 delivery, the 16th over remaining.
It's onto the cracker course now, I think.
Oh yeah, he's got there is 2 crackers with, I think, something red in between them. And what they've spotted Alex Hartley. Alex Hartley's underneath the commentary box now, talking to, I think they must be one of the oodles of fans of hers, as Winfield Hill drives back towards Deepti Sharma to complete the over. 16 gone, England 67 for 1 after being asked to bat. Winfield Hill 36, Knight 26. Deepti Sharma's conceded 15 runs from, she bowled 4 overs, thanks Phil. Henry Moran's out there as well, so he's talking to the chap in the purple shirt, who I could pat on the head if I wanted to. And next to him it's Alex Hartley. They are the superstars, I guess, of our commentary team, Henry and Alex. I mean, we're not, are we?
Speak for yourself, Stefan.
So they're the ones that are mingling with their public. Selfies, autographs.
I'm just going to try and get your autograph later, but I'm fine, right?
And the two young lads, one of who's tucking into his double. He's basically got a cracker sandwich there.
I really like it. I think it's a great way to go.
He'd spotted Alex, and I don't know if he's just plucking up the courage to go and ask her for a photograph. Anyway, action off the field, action on the field is that Sneh Rana is into the attack to bowl their off breaks.
I was saying that this isn't the greatest position to see LBWs from, but what it has been quite good is height, actually. I think it's a really good position to know straight away whether it's hitting or going over, as we saw with Beaumont's LBW, very much hitting.
Catcher remains at slip for Sneh, Rana, and her off breaks. Knight looking to dab over her shoulder, misses it completely. And even though she was looking to play that ball over her left shoulder to short fine leg, it misses the off stump. Interesting shot to take on first ball of a new spell. New bowler. Knight, I think, maybe expecting that to turn a little bit more than it did. She also, there's a short fine leg absent. Sneh, Rana bowls to Heather Knight, goes back, cuts straight at point. The reason I say Sneh, Rana bowl to Alex Hartley, because the thing that's ringing in my mind is that Alex Hartley says that one of the things that was drilled into her when she was in the England team by Mark Robinson is if a spinner comes on, an off spinner in particular, and there is no short fine leg, get sweeping and get a short fine leg in place, because it takes a fielder from somewhere else.
And that's what we're seeing here now, isn't it? Mid wicket's being brought in fact, to a slip, I think. No.
I think that's going to be another. Now, this is an interesting field for the off spinner. So we've got a slip, a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, and an offside sweeper. So the off-spinner bowling to a 6-3 offside field. Sneh, Rana into Heather Knight. There is the sweep, aerially out towards deep mid-wicket. One bounce. There's a single taken. And the score moves on to 68 for 1. Isabel Westby, you've had more captaincy experience than I have. Talk me through this one.
We're also trying to bowl as an off-spinner to a set field. I wonder whether Heather Knight likes the late cut. She likes to really wait for the ball and drive it quite squarely. I wonder if they're trying to induce the sweep and playing across the line.
So now Poonam Yadav, who was on the boundary at deep backward square leg, has come into the ring. But she's been moved next to umpire Russell Warren. So we've got a square leg, a deep mid-wicket and a long on. Those are the only fielders on the leg side for the off-spinner. Lauren Winfield Hill sweeping aerially out towards deep mid-wicket. Should be taken, it is. What do we know? The trap works. Lauren Winfield Hill goes for 36.
That's exactly what I was saying. Induce the sweep. And there we go. We saw 2 back-to-back sweeps from England. They thought there was a huge amount of room on the onside. It was a very, the fielders that had been placed onto the offside, it was very obviously done so. So you could see, look, this is all that you've got to play for. Have a go. And Goswami there just patrolling, or Pandey actually out on the boundary. Pandey took the catch, just patrolling that onside boundary. And easy as you like, straight in and taken.
Lauren Winfield Hill has fallen hook, line and sinker for the India trap. She goes for 36. England are 68 for 2. Nat Sciver is making her way to the crease. It's another start for Lauren Winfield Hill without making that telling contribution. But Isabel, even if you are being encouraged to sweep, why do it aerially?
Good question. We saw that one from Heather Knight was also quite an aerial one. It just fell in front of the sweeper fielder out on the boundary. It might just be a miscalculation, mis-executed. Certainly if I was out there I would be trying to do it along the ground, but equally.
But is that just the modern way? There's a fielder on the boundary, doesn't matter, I can hit it over her.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it looked as though she was trying to hit it over there, did she? I think I would imagine she was trying to hit it along the ground. And it just maybe a little bit more flighty, a little bit further reaching as well, outside off stump. That could be it.
And that's the thing we can't tell, can we, from our position of sort of backward point? It's hard to tell the line, and if Winfield Hill was really fetching it from outside the off stump, it might have been harder to keep it down. Anyway, Knight's on strike because the batter's crossed, and this time with great care she pushes up towards long on, and there's a single taken. 69 for 2 is the score. Knight moves on to 28. A fascinating passage of play.
And you can argue actually that Knight really benefited from that, because we saw her with an aerial sweep also reaching far outside her off stump, and now having seen somebody succumb to that, you can think, right, okay, check, note, not do again.
We have just seen the replay. It was reasonably far of Lauren Winfield Hill's off stump. You could see how filthy she was with herself as she made her way off the ground. Sneh, Rana to Nat Sciver, chops down on a cut from her first delivery, goes straight to the point fielder. That completes the 17th over. A successful one for India, and the new bowler Sneh, Rana. She's removed Lauren Winfield Hill for 36. England are 69 for 2 after 17. Remember, just 47 overs aside this game.
Yeah, in the end, that partnership worth 67. Lauren Winfield Hill falling for 36. Her last 50 in ODI colours for England was back in 2016. She's now gone 22 innings without reaching 50 in ODI cricket.
This is the first series she's opening the batting in one-day cricket as well since 2017. The 2017 Ashes was the last time she opened the batting. Apart from that, she's found time in the team limited, and when she has been in the side, she's found herself down at 6, 7, sometimes even lower than that. Poonam Yadav is switching ends. She's going to be bowling her leg breaks from our end, the New Road end of the ground. What's she done so far, please, Phil?
3 overs for 12.
So much more economical than she was at Taunton, when England really got after her, Lauren Winfield Hill in particular. She's going to be bowling to Heather Knight, again with a packed offside field, but you'd expect that from the leg spinner. Lots of air from Poonam, driven straight to Mithali Raj in the covers, and there's no run.
England went after her, but Knight and Jones both succumbed really to that really slow, patient pace.
Poonam, loads of air again. Knight really balletically gets to the pitch of the ball and drives up towards mid-off. There's a little bit of a fumble, but England can only take a single. 70 for 2. I said before, actually, there's 3 fielders on the leg side. That's incorrect, because I hadn't spotted long on Harmanpreet Kaur, who was hiding behind Isabel Westbury's post. And Harmanpreet and the long off fielder are both coming into the ring as Nat Sciver faces up to Poonam for the first time. So we've got a backward point, a cover point, an extra cover, a mid-off. There's an offside sweeper, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. Jhulan Goswami, tallest fielder, patrolling that area for India. It's outside the off-stump from Poonam and left alone by Nat Sciver. Sunshine that was here earlier has given way to cloud. There are little pockets of blue poking through. Cloud doesn't look particularly threatening as Poonam bowls to Sciver down the track, driven back to the bowl, and there's no run. It's moving right to left as we look out. Not particularly dark, a few white fluffy clouds in there. I think we'll be okay on the rain front for the time being.
Yeah, I think there might be a few thunderstorms later in the day, but who knows where they will fall.
Poonam, number 24, to Sciver. Forces off the back foot up to Harmanpreet Kaur at mid-on, and there's no run.
Interesting passage of play here, because the middle order for England last match, it was all spin that got them.
Poonam walks, then into a skip as she bowls. Sciver with a powerful sweep out towards Jhulan Goswami. Takes about 2 strides to her right, covering about 10 yards. Single taken to complete the 18th over. England 71 for 2. They've lost Tammy Beaumont for a duck, Lauren Winfield Hill for 36. Heather Knight has 29 and Nat Sciver has 1. Yeah, going back to that point that you made, Isabel, about the second game in Taunton. Knight and Jones fell to Poonam.
Yeah.
And Nat Sciver to Sneh Rana. 3, 4 and 5 all fall into spin before Sophia, Dunkley and Katherine Brunt got England home. Yeah,
and the way in which they did that was rotation, wasn't it? It was patient, it was playing with each other in a partnership.
Sneh Rana again then, the off-spinner with a packed offside field to Nat Sciver, who thinks about going forward, then gets right back, punches past Shafali Verma, who's lumbering after that ball from mid-on back towards the boundary, and England scurry through for a couple. Score moves on to 73 for 2.
And that's the kind of approach you'd imagine England want to take, is that they know that they can go almost at 6s by rotating that. You know, if you 6 singles and over, there you go. And that's, I think, also why we saw such frustration from Winfield Hill when she departed, because she'd kind of forgotten the plan.
Natalie Raj has walked up to Sneh Rana, the bowler, for a little chat, and I'd put a lot of money on the question being, do we want to allow Nat Sciver to pick you off through the leg side like that when she's just come to the crease? Still the slips in place. Sneh Rana bowls. Sciver's going aerially down the ground for 6, I think. No, Elijah Long just signals 4. Must have bounced just in front of the boundary sponge. But a lovely strike by Sciver. Mid-off was up in the ring, and Sciver accepted the invitation to attack downtown. 1 bounce for 77 for 2.
Just seeing a replay. Really good footwork. Right to the pitch of the ball. Back over the bowler's head. Lovely looking shot. Safe as houses. Just unlucky not to get a 6 for it, really.
We reckon 2 or 3 yards inside the rope.
I think so.
Very quickly, just a second 4 since the end of the power play.
Sweet strike from Sciver. It has caused a change in the field. There's now 3 fielders saving, 1 on the onside, and the sweeper. No one back straight though. Sciver goes deep in a crease, plays a little bit of French cricket around the front pad and defends. There's a puff of the cheeks from Phil Long there, thinking if that was missed, we'd be appealing. Giving it out from here, yeah, Phil's got his finger up.
Giving it out from mid-wicket, but yes, it's one of those, it's, you know, playing back to a spinner. Always dangerous.
Now mid-on goes back to a long-on. It's Taniya Bhatia who's got a hand up behind the stumps. We've talked about Bhatia being a real leader for India, providing a lot of the energy. Sneh Rana, long hair tied back. Sciver goes back and forces up towards that long-on fielder, where there is a single all day long. Sciver goes on to 8. Scores 78 for 2, England.
So their run rate now, they're into the 19th over, going at 4s. I mean, it's almost enough to set a winning score if they carried on in this vein against this India.
Different dynamic though, England batting first, having to make the running for the first time in this series. Sneh Rana to Heather Knight. There is that simple single up towards long on again. England might be a little bit happier with the way they've manipulated the field now for Sneh Rana. 79 for 2 with 1 delivery, the 19th over remaining.
Yeah, lots of consistency in England's scoring so far. There's been no maidens, but only 1 over that's gone for more than 6 in it.
That feels about right in terms of their approach, England.
Slips come out. Sciver waits for Sneh Rana, and again she defends from the crease. It's the Sciver method really. She's hanging back, right back, or she's getting right to the pitch of the ball. End of the 19th over. England are 79 for 2. Heather Knight has 30 from 49. Nat Sciver has 8 from 10. After a few thoughts from Isabelle Westbury, it'll be Henry Moran.
That feels almost the difference between these two sides. Whereas with India, even if you get a partnership in, you're not quite sure whether there's that ability to accelerate a little bit and up the run rate. Whereas with England, I think that they're confident, competent and comfortable enough to know that once they've got a couple of their top or middle order in, even if it's going just 4s and over now, they can really start to move up through the gears, Henry Moran.
Yes, and they do have that engine room, that firepower to come as well. Poonam Yadav bowling to Knight, who drills the ball down the ground for 1. Harmanpreet strides in a pair of trousers I think lengthwise might be a couple of sizes too short. There's quite a lot of white sock on show as she marches towards mid-on. And Poonam, this diminutive, clever bowler, bowls conventional leg breaks onto these unpickable googlies. And it's Sciver with the temptation of mid-on and mid-off up. Will she be lured into a trap? Will she score runs? Deep in the crease, thrashing the ball back towards the bowler, who does well to stop in her follow-through and then shakes the hand, but managed to get down to that ball because that was travelling, is he?
Absolutely was. But we've seen some really good fielding so far from India, and perhaps part of it is because they're fielding first. They haven't got that smaller below par score to have to defend. It's a blank slate. They can approach it. It's a new match, new fielding session.
Sciver on 8, very loopy delivery, which is again hit hard into the offside, but once again really well stopped. A single will be taken, but Deepti Sharma has prevented any more damage being done. We've got fielders in the deep cover. Wide long off, long on now. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. Nothing behind square on the offside. Actually fine leg up inside the circle. So there's no protection for that paddle shot. Should Knight be tempted. In comes Poonam to bowl to the England skipper, who looks to try and sweep but can't get anything on it. And through to Bhatia it goes.
And this is exactly what India were trying to do from the other end with Sneh Rana, is get the England batters playing across the line now. It's slightly different here because you've got the leg spinner that's turning it away from the right-hander, and hence why you think they haven't got anybody behind square, because it's quite a difficult shot really to sweep it behind square with the ball turning away from you as a right-hander.
Poonam into Knight, working the ball into the offside. We'll get... Well, actually, Field just emerges from behind the umpire from our view. I thought it was running towards the boundary, but it's a dot ball. Remains 81 for 2.
But that's what you get with just the 3 fields on the leg side, 4 even, if you include long on as well.
Poonam bowling to Knight, moving around in the crease, and misses one past the outside edge that just seemed to stop a bit in the pitch, and she could do nothing with it. 81 for 2 after 20 overs.
And that's another thing that England have to contend with, is because the pace is so slow, you have to generate it yourself, and that's why you'd be more inclined or more tempted perhaps to try and go for the sweep, because your little dabs here and there aren't going to get many runs for that. And so I mean it's unorthodox, but I quite like this field setting from India. It's reasonably attacking, it's kind of putting it to England, and I think India have to do that.
It feels like something needs to happen. It feels like the game's in a little bit of a holding pattern. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think, the Winfield Hill was obviously a big wicket, but it's also something that we've seen quite often, is she gets in, starts with a good innings. We've got that stat from Phil that she hasn't scored a 50 in 22 innings. So now it's about, right, now you've got that tried and tested middle order of England. These are the wickets that are going to win the game.
Shikha Pandey bowling now from the Diglis end of the ground, her 5th over of the game. Bowling to Sciver, driving back down the ground, 4 runs. Oh, what a good shot.
That is the Sciver drive, where you just, you know what, you could have almost commentated that with your eyes closed, because you just needed to hear the thwack of the bat and know that was going all the way. Lovely looking straight drive, such power going forward, slightly overpitched by Pandey, outside off, right back down the ground. Goswami didn't have a chance.
And wasn't far away from it.
No, true.
Still, that field is up. Raj just trying to tempt Sciver into making a mistake. Here comes Shikha Pandey. Bowling to Sciver through the offside this time. We'll get 1 out to deep cover. And Harmanpreet. So bring Knight onto strike. Sciver has 14, Knight 31, and England 86 for 2. A reminder, this game is reduced to 47 overs a side. So there's 3 overs at the end of the inning. You know, they're normally very profitable. So you have to just slightly alter where we think England are at this point. Pandey bowling to Knight, defended into the offside. I mean, of course, the last 3 overs will now be 45, 46, 47, but it's...
No, but you're right.
But it's more the point, you know, the traditional halfway point. We have to be aware almost now, rather than in 3 or 4 overs.
And it's funny, because in a way you kind of think, 3 overs, that's nothing. So you can, on the one hand, completely discount it, but as you say, they're quite often the profitable overs. I was about to say the profiterole overs, but you know what I mean.
Are you hungry? Comes Shikha Pandey bowling to Knight, who chops the ball away. It's going to be work for Sneh Rana to do, and she does it well, running round from deep third to pick up, and a couple of runs are taken. England 88 for 2 now, with Knight onto 33.
I quite like the idea of the back end of an innings being called the profiterole overs.
Yeah,
it's a nice ring to it. But yes, it actually could make more of a difference than perhaps you did originally registered. I completely forgot, actually, until you just mentioned or reminded me helpfully that it is 47 overs a side, owing to the rain.
Shikha Pandey to bowl to Knight with bat raised, swivelling, pulling the ball around the corner. We'll get 1 down towards Yadav at long leg. Nicely struck. 89 for 2. Sneh Rana just in front of us, having a chat with Ekta Bisht in the orange bib, one of the substitute fielders, getting a glass of water. There's lots of noise out there from supporters. It's a lovely atmosphere around the ground. Shikha Pandey at the end of her mark wheels round. A blue headband comes in past umpire Long. Bowls to Sciver, defending into the onside. Goswami will crouch down and pick up. And the over comes to an end. 21 gone. Isabel, thank you to you for the time being. Isabel Westbury, former Middlesex captain, cricket writer, and part of our team throughout the women's coverage across this summer. There is so much of it to look forward to. This may be the end of the India ODIs. We've got 3 T20s starting on Friday from Northampton, Hove and Chelmsford. And that game at Chelmsford will be live on BBC television as well, so do look out for that. And then later on in the summer we have England taking on New Zealand as well in a series of whiteboard matches. Good grief, Alex Hartley. What on earth is on your face?
I have some wonderful sunglasses from the Worcester Club shop. £5, absolute bargain. I actually think they could be nicer than your really expensive ones you have on.
Do you think they are?
Mine actually make the sky brighter as well.
Well, you know, that they're not necessarily the aim for a pair of sunglasses, but and bearing in mind that they're also falling down quite spectacularly on the fashion side as well. In comes Sneh Rana to bowl to Knight, will get one, clipping the ball as far as Smriti Mandhana at deep mid-wicket, 89 for 2.
But one of my issues have been sorted for the day, and the second one, I've asked a security man if he can just remove this pole.
The structural ballast for the huge balcony above us?
Yes.
Oh, good.
The answer was no, surprisingly.
Sneh Rana in it again, creeping forward. That's nicely clipped away by Sciver, just gently working the ball as far as Harmanpreet, who jogs in from long on. And England 90 for 2.
India have built a lot of pressure here, and they need to find a way of having a mid-wicket in the ring to stop the single, or things are going to get a little bit too easy for England. Just being able to knock the ball into the leg side against the off-spinner.
Rana with this brilliant creeping approach. About 5 or 6 paces, then springing into life and bowling to Knight, who's driving out to deep cover. And we'll pick up one more. It is all a little bit easy for England at the moment. 92 for 2. We just popped down and had a long distance chat, because earlier we were mentioning that in front of us we could see someone scoring just down below in the stand, and that person is Jack. And we had a little long distance chat between our different zones about the game and what was happening. It's very nice to see the scorebook in action as Rana bowls a quicker ball, which Sciver just easily works to the leg side, and we'll get one more. England 93 for 2.
That's what I mean about it being too easy for England. It's very much death bowling in 2020. Oh, here we go. We see a little change in field now. So third man goes to short fine, and short fine comes to mid-wicket on the 1 to stop that single that was ever so frustrating for me to witness.
Yes. But you didn't let that frustration show, Alex, because you're a pro.
Just passionate about my cricket.
Which is can only be a good thing. Passionate about your sunglasses too.
Oh, they are absolute belters. If anyone wants to see them, they are online. They are on my Twitter and Instagram.
Sneh Rana moving in, bowling, and sweeping his Heather Knight, missing, goes down the leg side, isn't signalled wide, so there must have been a little bit of something involved, not bat because there was no appeal for the catch, but maybe a little bit of pad.
So a change of field there has forced Heather Knight to try something that she didn't necessarily want to. Therefore she tried the sweep shot, missed it. I think a little bit of glove involved.
Yeah, and then put down by Taniya Bhatia actually. Rana creeping in once more. Knight driving inside edge, drops into the leg side, and Pandey will run in from mid-wicket to pick up. England 94 for 2. That is the end of the over. 22 have gone. Phil Long.
Heather Knight moves on to 37. She also moves on to 3,000 ODI runs for England. She's the 4th England batter to do that, and only the 15th in all women's ODI history.
Where is she in terms of speed to get there?
Speed, she's quite slow. She's just after Charlotte Edwards, who did it in 93 innings, and then Alex Blackwell of Australia did it 110 innings. She slips in between 12th and 13th.
So, good news on one hand, less so on the other.
3,000 runs though. I think that's more than I would score in my whole career, added up from under 11s right up until now.
What about garden cricket?
Oh, I mean, I always got 2 lives at garden cricket because I always get out early. So I was the only person on our estate to get 2 lives when we played garden cricket.
Oh, here we go. Harmanpreet Kaur's going to have a bowl. What can you tell us about this? Little offies?
Yeah, little offies. She mixes her pace up very well. She's got an arm ball. She just looks to change her lengths, change the pace of her deliveries. But she's one that's going to be very clear on what she wants to do and the fields that she wants.
Something that surprises me a bit is Heather Knight's only scored one ODI 100, which I think was during the World Cup against Pakistan, if I remember rightly, 2017.
Your memory will be better than mine.
You were playing in that game.
Yeah, I did play that game. I was probably eating on the bench somewhere.
Here comes Harmanpreet then over the wicket from the Digness end. Knight's driving out to Mandhana at deep cover. One more run. 95 for 2. England just nudging their way towards 3 figures. And Knight has 37 of those runs. 37 from 60. It's not electric rate of scoring. Harmanpreet caught in once more. That's an encouraging and aggressive looking shot, and they'll run through for 1 run from the bat of Nat Sciver. It's well stopped by Mithali Raj in the covers. It's worth just to throw this out there. We would be saying if Raj was 38 from 61 that she's holding things up.
Yeah, we would.
Knight on strike, plays a reverse sweep, lovely shot. Running down towards the boundary, there's a fielder in pursuit. Actually, it really slows up. I thought that was going to easily make the ropes, but stopped probably 5 or 6 yards inside.
But what we would be saying is Raj hasn't got the capability to kick on and catch up, whereas Heather Knight has got the ability to catch up, and England have batted in the toughest conditions. You know, the first hour was really tough. England lost those 2 wickets, so they had to rebuild, start again.
Harmanpreet to bowl tonight. Dropped a little bit short. Hit into the offside. Raj will crouch down and pick up.
Someone's replied to the sunglasses saying very Magaluf.
Yeah, there is the sort of... Yeah, there is the... Maybe you might get handed them free at a bar kind of look to them. In comes Harmanpreet and bowls to Knight. He hits that away. Nice looking shot, and it's going to bring, I fancy, 4 runs. It does. Cut behind square. Oh, that's a good shot.
A lovely shot from Heather Knight. Just the ball just outside the off stump, just guided the ball off the face of the bat, off the middle of the bat, just past backward point. A lovely shot.
So England are 102 for 2. The 100 comes up. Comes up with a ball left of this, the 23rd over of the innings. We're almost at the halfway point of this 47 over a side innings. Knight will get 1 run into the leg side to keep the strike, and she will be 45 not out at the end of the over. So England have a platform, but not necessarily the sort of platform that makes you think, wow, 300's on, but a platform where you would hope, if you're Heather Knight, that 250 plus might be on.
Yeah, 250 plus definitely. Harmanpreet Kaur first over going for 9, so not the start she wanted. Things just look to be a little bit easier now for England. India have got their field spread, the ball's just not doing as much. It is harder against spin than it is seam. Seam seems to be coming on really nicely to the bat now. It's not swinging anymore. Here we go, projected rate. Currently get 210. We've got 6 and over from here. 247, 8 and over, 295. Now that's a big ask.
And that is a big ask. Sneh Rana then to start this over, the 24th of the innings, with Knight on strike, playing with a very straight bat, down the ground for 1 more to move to within 4 of her 50. England 104 for 2. Have you noticed that this room has a slightly odd odour to it?
Well, I think it's the cheap hand sanitizer at the back.
It's exactly what it is.
It smells like alcohol.
Which indeed is what it is.
No, but really strong alcohol. It's actually quite gross.
Here comes Sneh Rana. Bowling to Sciver, nicely defended into the offside. And there is no run. We have fielders in the deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, long on, deep cover. And Rana is creeping in once again to bowl to Sciver, forward once again. It's an easy enough shot down the ground for 1 run, and she moves her personal score to 18, and England 105 for 2.
Yeah, if I was India here, I'd bring my mid-on up to Sciver and just try and force her to go over the top. You always think in one-day cricket you don't mind being hit over the top a couple of times if you're going to create chances.
Knight on strike then. Quicker ball this time. Work back towards the bowler, who picks up. The second attempt, Knight on 46.
It's always that cat and mouse, isn't it, with your fields? Do you keep them up and take the risk? Do you just give Sciver and Knight the easy option down the ground? The run rate isn't out of India's capabilities. They're capable of chasing 220.
105 for 2 is the score. 2 balls left of the 24th over. Knight with a reverse sweep, gets hold of it, but finds the fielder at backward point, which became a sort of squarish short fine leg.
Yeah, I think the pitch just causing a little bit of issues for Heather Knight, just slowing down a touch.
Rana then to conclude the over. 105 for 2 is the score. It's the 24th over of the innings. Knight on strike. Oh, that one scuttles through. It's the bat, then the pad. That was quicker and awkward, but it doesn't result in any threat come the end of the over. 105 for 2. 24 overs gone. Alex, some more from you, then Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, quicker ball that from Rana, and just stayed very low. Just skidded on off the surface. Might have come off just the lacquer of the cricket ball, and just stayed very low and hit the bat before it hit her on the pad.
Right. We've seen a few skid low, actually, haven't we? The one that got Tammy Beaumont out didn't get up at all. I wonder if that's going to be how the pitch continues to play.
A bit too paced.
A bit too paced. 24 overs gone. England 105 for 2. It's been an unremarkable start, but a steady one. I think it would be fair to say. The game has probably not yet come to life. Harmanpreet is into the attack from the Diglis end. Bowling to Nat Sciver, and Sciver goes back into a crease and cuts into the offside. Can't beat extra cover, and there is no run. Sciver's looked fluent, I think, so far today. We've just seen a replay of her extraordinary innings against Pakistan back in 2016. Maybe Phil can dig out the deets for that. Short again, and this has been pulled through mid-wicket. It's going to run away towards the boundary, and it will get there. Not a brilliant piece of fielding, it must be said, out at deep mid-wicket. It sort of went underneath the hands of Shafali Verma. 109 for 2.
Yep, can't blame her age for that one, Shafali Verma. Just lazy fielding rather than getting the body behind the ball and getting herself on the floor. She just kind of tried to pick it up one-handed. 2 hands for beginners is what they always say, isn't it?
Well, indeed. And we've got both of them. It's quite handy to use them. Harmanpreet in again, driven nicely, fluently out through extra cover by Sciver. She'll pick up 1 for it. They think of a second. It isn't there. She moves with that 23 from 23 balls, 110 for 2. It's one area of her game. I say one. I've never seen her bowl either, but that Shafali Verma is going to have to work on. But at 17, I mean, you do get better fielding. She won't have fielded that many balls as Knight drives to short extra and there's no run. I mean, when you were 17, how much fielding practice had you actually done? Probably not a huge amount, was it?
Not that much, and I was terrible. I mean, at least Shafali Verma's decent in the field.
Yeah, she has time to improve. Harmanpreet in once more. Flighted, and that's been hit high out to deep mid-wicket and is taken. Oh, Heather Knight's got to go. She went for the sweep, but she didn't keep it down. And she's planted it straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. England have lost their 3rd wicket, 110 for 3, and Knight has to go for 46.
Yeah, frustrating that for Heather Knight. She's just been struggling to rotate the strike. 46 off 71. As me and Henry were saying, if that were Mithali Raj, we were saying she was slowing things down. So she's gone for the big expansive sweep shot. A little top edge and picked out Jhulan Goswami in the deep. And she'll be incredibly frustrated with herself there because she's let all that pressure build on her. She's given her wicket away. Caught by Shikha Pandey, sorry, not Jhulan Goswami.
Well, it was a decent knock, but she never really found fluency today, and that could be the effect of the pitch. We've been talking about maybe it's keeping a little bit low. It's not really coming on. India have used a lot of slow bowling today. That indicates where they think this game's going to be won and lost. England have those options themselves. We've got 2 frontline spinners, and then we might see more of Sophia Dunkley today. As you said, she's an all-rounder, as well as Heather Knight may have to come into action a little bit more as Amy Jones walks out to join Nat Sciver. Sciver's the only one really who's found fluency. I suppose Lauren Winfield Hill did for a while, but she was sort of in and out. And Sciver's done it by really using her feet, getting really a long way forward to take the pitch out of it. And that's what Knight tried to do there. Went for the sweep, but straight to deep mid-wicket where Shikha Pandey was waiting. She's slightly camouflaged there in front of a bit of blue advertising. So when she first did it, I thought it might be going for 6. But it wasn't. This is Amy Jones's 50th match.
It is indeed 50 caps for England, an amazing achievement for Amy Jones.
You get a special individual cap for 50, don't you? 50, 100, 150.
Yeah, it's got the 50 on the front of it.
Did you get one for 25?
No, I don't think I'd played 25 games
you
either.
Did. You played 28 games, I think we established the other day. 28 games, 39 wickets. The reason I ask is because during the test match, forget which test match it was, the men's test match, Rory Burns was presented with his cap for his 25th. So I wondered if this was something that happened across women's cricket as well.
No, and also 25 games, is it really a massive achievement?
Well, I mean, for me it'd be a massive achievement. One game would be a massive achievement, but yes, I know what you mean. Harmanpreet in, and forward in defence comes Jones. They didn't cross. That ball was hit so firmly to Shikha Pandey that they didn't have time to cross, and at the end of the over, England are 110 for 3. 25 overs have been bowled. We're not halfway there. We're over halfway there, because if you're just joining us, we have to keep reminding you, because that way we'll remind ourselves. There are 47 overs today. We've lost some time because of the rain. Yeah, I thought 25 felt like 50 I get.
I get 50.
We don't stand for someone getting 25, do we? We don't clap for 25s.
No.
Although Andy Zaltzman does believe that we should keep records for people's quarter centuries.
I mean, yeah, I'd raise my bat for a quarter century.
I bet. Right, new over. Rana is going to bowl it. She's been quite impressive on this tour, I think. She's into Nat Sciver. She bowls short, flat, but fast. And there's no run.
As you mentioned, Heather Knight passed 3,000 ODI runs in that innings. But in 20 ODI innings against India, she has just won 50.
Intriguing. It's funny, isn't it, how some players have sides that they just struggle against. Here is Rana again, this stealthy approach. She bowls another flattish ball, which is cut gloriously out through the covers for 4. That's a wonderful shot, because the offside is packed. And Sciver had to find that gap and make sure that she didn't get it too close to the sweeper or the long off. There's a tiny window through which that ball can pass, and Sciver found it for 4, 114 for 3.
Yeah, Nat Sciver there, cutting the ball, playing high up the ground, playing the ball on its merit, where it's supposed to be going. And as you said, she couldn't have threaded the needle any better if she tried.
I just wonder if Rana wants to bring her pace back a little bit here. She's negating, I think, what the advantages of the pitch are giving her at the moment. She comes in 4, 5, 6 paces, and that is slower. The ball's pushed off the back foot up to long on for a single. I think that's the way to go on this pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, just pace off. You know, it's always good to mix your pace up, but you want to be going on the slower side today on this pitch, because it is misbehaving, and then when needed, throw one in a bit quicker.
Yeah, for the surprise element.
Yes.
Maybe use the crease a little bit, a bit wider every now and then, spear one into the pads.
Yeah, don't be predictable. Consistently inconsistent.
Do you have 57 varieties, like Benny Howe?
If I did, I'd be out there.
Rana, and the milky sunshine is in, and that is tossed up again. Forward in defence comes Jones. Is that her first ball? And there's no second ball. Third ball. Thank you. 115 for 3. Time is passing me by here. It was her second ball. She faces up again. Waits. And again, this is flighted. Again, driven back up the wicket to Rana, fielding off her own bowling. It's a really curious approach to the wicket Rana has. Like, she's sort of daring you. Do you think I'm going to bowl yet? Do you think? She's standing at the top of her mark now. She spins the ball in her hands. And now she moves 1 long step, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then goes into a skip, a jump, bowls. Short, played into the onside. There's no run.
It's all very, very chilled.
Yeah.
And then very fast.
Yeah. I wouldn't like facing that. 115 for 3. 26 overs gone. Sciver 28. Jones yet to score, because you're sort of... It's like being sort of crept up on.
Yeah. It's slow, fast.
So, seriously, though, in terms of varieties, how many would you say you have? And by a variety, I mean ones that you're comfortable bowling.
I mean, it's all different, isn't it? I mean, I can bowl little subtle changes: front of the crease, back of the crease, wide of the crease, arm ball, pace on, pace off.
I think people don't bowl from behind the crease as much as they should do sometimes, because you know when you're a batter and someone does that, it really messes with your perception of length, doesn't it?
Yeah, I got a lot of my international cricket wickets with that delivery.
Sciver faces up the start of a new over from Harmanpreet. She pulls the first ball out to deep mid wicket, and there will be just the one run, 116 for 3.
The beauty of being able to bowl from stump line is everything looks the same, so your action's exactly the same, the pace of the ball coming through the air is exactly the same, but because you're 2 or 3 yards back and you're bowling from the stump line rather than the front line, the ball then is obviously shorter and it deceives the batter in the air.
Dips on them suddenly when they're not expecting it. Harmanpreet in again, and that's driven nicely square of the wicket by Amy Jones. She's going to pick up her first runs. There'll be 4 of them. That is a lovely shot. There was a bit of width. There's a sweeper out here in the offside, but she's hit that really firmly and crisply and picks up a boundary. 120 for 3.
Yep, she's hit that perfectly, Amy Jones. The ball probably just a touch wide from Harmanpreet Kaur, and Amy Jones using her bottom hand to get that pass backward point to the boundary for 4.
She's a very elegant player when she gets going. We haven't seen her really in full flight yet this season. This is shorter and played off the back foot up to long on for a single. Which, I mean, she's had some great bursts of form in domestic cricket. When she gets going, she's one of the more fluent and lovely drivers of a ball in women's cricket.
And so hard to get out when she gets going. In the first 2 games of the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint, she had 160 and then she had another 100. Back-to-back hundreds.
It's a lovely feeling, isn't it, when you're in that kind of form. Harmanpreet in, and that's fired, speared into the pads. And Sciver can do nothing with it except turn it around the corner, and Poonam Yadav runs in from short fine to field. No run. On 21 for 3, England coming towards the end of the 27th over. They they've lost wickets just as I thought they might be about to have a little spurt. First Lauren Winfield ill and then Heather Knight. So just rebuilding a little bit here as Sciver goes back into a crease and turns his ball short square leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You almost felt like the Heather and Sciver had set the game up for one of them to accelerate, and then Heather playing the sweep shot, looking for the boundary, hit it straight down Shikha Pandey's throat.
I'm delighted to report, though, that the sun is very much out as Harmanpreet's in. That's pulled again. She's got this past square leg. It's going to run away towards the boundary. No timing on it, really, but enough power from Sciver to give her the boundary. Just shoveled it, really. It wasn't an elegant shot, but again, placement all important. End of the over, 27 gone. 27 gone. 125 for 3. Sciver 33 from 30.
Yep, Sciver looking to play that on the back foot. The square leg is up inside the ring, so she's thinking, if I can just get that past, it's a boundary. Because we all know how important it is that England accelerate from here. The run rate is just over 4.5, and they want to ideally be up around 5.5, 6s, so they do need to accelerate. So being a bit inventive to try and find that boundary there.
Well, we're into the last 20 overs now, of course, and England have batting depth. They may have to use more of it today. Being asked to bat first. They batted first in the Test match. But it's a very, very different form of the game. They've been bowling first in each of the 2 one-day internationals we've had so far. Don't forget, this is a points-based system in this tournament, with this series between England and India. As Jhulan Goswami comes back into the attack, and currently England are 6 points to 2 up. We have this match, and then there are 3 T20s, all worth 2 points, being held at Chelmsford, Hove and Northampton, I believe.
Good memory, because I don't know where I am tomorrow, let alone next week for the T20s.
I'll tell you where I'm at Bristol tomorrow watching the rain. Do you know what job I've got tomorrow?
Weatherman.
Not quite. I've probably got the most onerous and exacting job in world cricket broadcasting, as Jhulan Goswami is in from the pavilion end. Bowls a sharp ball which is defended by Jones back at the wicket. No run. I have got to pretend to be Henry Moran as the wingman to Eleanor Oldroyd. 5 Live updates. She's very particular about how she has her tea. You have to make sure it's exactly the right temperature so it doesn't burn her mouth. Everything has to be done with white gloves.
Well, she is the queen of
She
radio.
is the queen. I said, you have to treat her like that.
Yes.
It's, you know, you have to taste her food first to make sure none of it's been poisoned. Goswami is in, and Jones drives without timing back up the wicket to the bowler, and there's no run. There's all sorts. Henry's got a great big long list for me. The do's and don'ts. Offering up the cushions that she has to sit on, that kind of thing.
A chair for her to nap in, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, but they're power naps.
Yes.
Because, you know, she's on the radio a lot. And then occasionally, I will have to help describe rain.
Could be a long day for you tomorrow.
It could be. The forecast isn't terrific. As Goswami runs in. And Jones plays nicely, pushing the ball square of the wicket in the offside to pick up a single, 126 for 3. I say that, the forecast for today hasn't been great, and yet it's lovely, isn't it?
We have a Northwest Thunder fixture tomorrow at Chester against the Western Storm.
What time does that start?
11 a.m, so it's an early get up tomorrow to get there for the
So
start.
you're going to be here for the football?
Yes.
And then you're going to be straight to Betty Bye Bows at 10?
Yep, and then up in the morning to hopefully beat the Western Storm.
Bright and early, the Western Storm. Tough side. Goswami in, tucked away nicely, fine, down to long leg by Sciver. She'll get the single for it, 127 for 3. Sciver looking good, she moves to 34 from 31.
Yeah, the Western Storm are a very good side. They lost their opening Charlotte Edwards game against the Sunrisers, and the Northwest Thunder we beat Northern Diamonds.
Northern Diamonds, yes. Used to be the Yorkshire Diamonds.
It used to be the Yorkshire Diamonds, but thou shalt not call them Yorkshire anymore.
Thou shalt not. That's a very Yorkshire expression, that. You managed to slip into Yorkshire very easily, which is a fine skill. Goswami in, defended immaculately. If you wanted to find a picture of the perfect forward defence, that would have been it. High elbow, front leg braced, ball coming straight out of the middle of the bat. And there's no run. This is Goswami's 6th over. Is this the last time we're going to see Goswami in this country bowling in a 50-over international?
Oh, I mean, she's still their best bowler, isn't she?
I think she is, but
like a fine wine.
But when will they be back? I mean, she shows no signs of letting up. I give you that. Here she comes once more, and that's a little shorter, played off the back foot up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. End of Goswami's 6th. England 127 for 3. Sciver 34. Jones has 6.
Has retired from T20 cricket, I think. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
So this could be. She might only have 4 more overs left in England. How old is she, Phil? Off the top? Yes, no.
She's 38.
38.
Yeah, born 8 days apart from Mithali Raj.
So, if we think maybe, the next time India visit would be 3 or 4 years. That's should be 42. It's quite the age for a quick bowler.
It is quite the age. Maybe. Oh, that's a sad thought, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
You've ruined my day.
Oh, it's been said to me more often than you can imagine. That you have no idea how those words ring in my ears. Poonam Yadav back into the attack. The very distinctive figure of Poonam Yadav. Apparently 5'1". I think that's wrong, by about 4 inches.
She is very slight.
She is slight, but devilishly difficult to pick. Here she comes off 2, 3, 4 paces, and then tosses it up so far. You would not believe as Sciver just advances on the ball and pushes it up to mid. On that was 34 miles an hour.
That was backwards.
Well, it virtually was, wasn't it? I mean, it's an entirely legitimate tactic. It works a heck of a lot in men's club cricket, I tell you.
Yeah, she's just bowling a little bit too full for my liking in this series. Just needs to drag her length back a little bit and allow the ball to turn. If you're bowling the ball up above the eye line, and she's basically bowling just dipping full tosses at the minute.
Yep. Well, she got Amy Jones out in the last game. How will Jones go about her work here today? She advances and drives straight. That's running up towards the boundary. It's being pursued and it will be cut off. They only get the single. Might have been 2 there, but running not ideal. 1 more to Jones, moves to 7, 129 for 3.
Shafali Verma with the field in there again, very casual, just going with the one hand.
It was casual, wasn't it? Was it left hand she went with and then transferred to the right? You were checking there, weren't you, which one's which? I know what you mean.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure it out.
Here comes Poonam. Forward in defence comes Sciver, advancing on the ball, coming to reach the ball, and that ball was not as full as the first ball of the over, and all she can do is pat it back to the bowler. There's no run. 129 for 3. The sun comes out again. The umbrellas are up for different reason from rain. This is cut away nicely by Sciver out into the gap on the offside. She'll pick up a single. 130 for 3. Are you a parasol kind of woman?
A what?
These umbrella things. I don't open an umbrella when it's hot.
Oh, no.
I like the sun.
I like the vitamin D.
Exactly. Big fan. It like charges my batteries, if you know what I mean. Jones punches off the back foot, but in the air, but she hit it straight enough and to the right of Poonam. Yadav picks a single up as it goes all the way up to Shafali Verma at long on. 131 for 3.
Well, that's what they say, isn't it? You should get 20 minutes of vitamin D a day.
20 minutes in this country?
Yeah, you're struggling, aren't you?
You are a bit.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be doing that in December and January as well. Poonam in to complete the over. Forward in defence comes Sciver. And at the end of the 29th over, England 131 for 3, Sciver 36, Jones 8. You get the feeling this game is about to bubble up. With thoughts on that, it will be Alex Hartley, followed by Stefan Schemmelt.
Yes, you do. You just think these two are building a decent enough partnership. We've got Nat Sciver at the crease, 36 from 35, and Jones 8 from 13, both very capable of clearing the boundaries with ease once they've got a bit of confidence behind them. So they'll be looking to build this partnership about as deep as they can and then accelerate from there on out.
Is the difference between an umbrella and a parasol? The parasol's just up when the sun shines and the umbrella's when it's raining? Because to me they're umbrellas.
Yeah, they're the waterproof ones, aren't they?
Jhulan Goswami, number 25, to start a new over. That's clipped off the pads by Jones, out towards sweeper on the leg side fence. 1 taken. England move on to 132 for 3. You leaving us, Alex?
Yes, I just need the infection wipes. Infection wipes? I'm not...
Don't put an infection on there. Alex is just disinfecting her headset. That's what we have to do as we change commentators. Goswami's got a bandage on her right arm. Orange letters and numbers on her back. Bowling to Nat Sciver, who's been a wonderful touch so far for her 36 from as many deliveries. 2 deliveries into the 30th over. 17 remain after this one. Remember, this game cut to 47 overs aside because of overnight rain. Just left a wet square and a wet outfield. Noise from the India fans inside New Road created a lovely atmosphere, and you do feel like how much thicker as this game goes on. Sciver off the back foot up towards mid-off. Mithali Raj does the fielding, there's no run. You just feel if this game does get close, it could be a hive of noise and activity. There's enough energy in the ground, sort of thing that we've missed for so long. As I said before, our commentary position makes you feel like you're in the crowd. We've spoken about a chap in the purple shirt, and we've got the guy in the England shirt with Daddy on the back there, both scoring. The umbrellas to our left, a couple just having a drink. Goswami bowls to Sciver, another straight drive. Goswami falls and does the fielding off her own bowling. Takes enough off the ball to make sure there's no run. She'd probably say 4 actually, that was coming straight back down the ground. 2 deliveries remaining in the 30th over, 132 for 3.
Bit of a buzz around the ground, isn't there? It's a lovely sound, lovely feel. This game quite well poised as well. I think that's part of it. Sense of jeopardy. England trying to prove the kind of totals that they can set. Stalled at the moment. Batters being dismissed at irritating junctures.
Field changes. Mid-on goes back to long on. Deep square comes into the circle. Sciver this time punches down towards that long on fielder. Single taken. 132 for 3. You get that was the sort of change of India just getting out of the over. Goswami hadn't conceded a boundary, 4 deliveries in. They wanted to keep it that way. They'll feel like they've got a certain amount of control, India, but they'll also know, well, they would have learned the other night certainly, that England bat plenty deep. Amy Jones got a really low crouch in her stance. Goswami bowls to her. Goswami bowling to her field with one on the hip that Jones is able to turn away to deep backward square leg for a single. So that's the end of the 30th over. England are 134 for 3. Having been asked to bat, Nat Sciver has 37 from 39 balls. Amy Jones has 10 from 15. Phil Long is poised before I ask Isabel Westbury a very searching question.
Okay, before the searching question, just before you two came on, we were talking about Jhulan Goswami. We might be seeing her final overs bowling here in England. Just a reminder of her career. She's actually played, this is her 55th game against England. Only one player has played more games against England. That's Mithali Raj, and she has 73 wickets versus England. Only Catherine Fitzpatrick versus New Zealand has more wickets against one particular side.
Poonam Yadav with her leg breaks are starting to move. That's so much air on it. It's almost sent it into orbit there, Poonam. 34 miles an hour. It was Jones who was coming down the track, stretching to reach the ball. Almost never made it to her. Single taken up to long on, 135 for 3. Poonam has figures of no wicket for 21. She's into her 7th over now. She walks, then scurries to Sciver. This one's quicker and flatter, but that's not saying a great deal. Misfield at mid-wicket allows Sciver through for a single. 136 for 3. It's not so much a question I've got for you, Isabel. It's more just something that interested me while we were sitting at the back of the box there. We've got the commentary box. The commentary position here at the front is the greenhouse, we like to call it. Then at the back we've got a place where we can sit when we're not on the air. Poonam to Jones, down the track. Again is Jones. Well, she wasn't moving so much, but her weight going into the ball to force the ball up towards long on off the front foot. 137 for 3 with the single. And you turned to me and said, I haven't dunked a biscuit in tea for such a long time. So satisfying.
Well, it was. It really, really was.
Poonam to Sciver, down the track, that long on fielder. Shafali Verma up there in front of the Basil D'Oliveira stand. She's getting so much action. Dizziest player on the park at the moment. 138 for 3. It's like a real revelation you just had, Isabel.
I'm trying to work out why I haven't dunked a biscuit in tea for so long. And I reckon it's...
Poonam bowls to Jones, who's on the back foot, turning the ball out towards deep mid-wicket. England will just trot a single and move on to 139 for 3.
I reckon it's not Poonam bowling. But I think it's something to do with lockdown and not being on the road. And I don't tend to leave biscuits around the house because it's dangerous in our flat.
Sciver waits with a bat raised over wicketkeeper Taniya Bhatia down the track. Forced up towards long on, it's Shafali Verma again. Verma just underarms the ball. Just to say, do I have to keep doing all the fielding? End of the 31st over, England 140 for 3. Sciver 40, Jones 13. Poonam Yadav's a bowler who's caused England all sorts of problems in the past. But they played her with relative ease there. Drinks are just coming onto the field. Sciver has 40, Jones has 13. Beaumont for a duck, Winfield Hill 36, Knight 46, the wickets to fall. Phil Long.
6 singles off that over from Poonam Yadav. They are playing her very easily. A question for Izzy, what's your biscuit of choice when it comes to dunking?
I really like those ginger ones. Ginger nut biscuits, is that the right way of describing them?
This conversation brings me on to something that I did last night, which is a bit of a revelation actually.
Right.
So, when we were driving down to Taunton a couple of days ago, Amy Lofthouse supplied the snacks. We were both coming from the Manchester area. And she bought a packet of chocolate buttons, which stayed in the car all day. And it was a warm day at Taunton.
Dear. Rookie error.
Yeah, so when I drove back home, I found in the glove box a slightly, and without opening the packet, I knew that the chocolate had gone slightly squidgy. I knew something good had not happened, something bad had happened. So, quick thinking, chocolate buttons in the fridge. I thought, let's see how this turns out. Last night, I was watching the Belgium-Italy game. I thought, right, let's have
good game that.
Yeah, it was a good game. I thought, right, let's have a look and see how this has turned out. Open the packet, and I've basically just left with one block of chocolates.
Yeah, it's a fun result, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with myself.
And it always tastes a bit better, doesn't it? For some weird psychological reason, I feel. block of melted buttons. But no, tea, biscuit dunked in tea. I'm going to do it just right. You need to just get it at the right point. It's not too soggy that's going to fall off. And
it's like playing chicken, isn't it? How long can you dunk it until your biscuit falls apart?
Yeah, because the rich tea is literally seconds.
Yeah.
The digestive is a bit more.
Yeah.
And yeah, the ginger nut tends to. But
a bit more texture in it, isn't it? It holds together a bit more, doesn't it?
But the ginger nut is the smallest, but most flavour maybe. So
yeah, no, I'm a real fan of that. And I think it is to do with lockdown. I think it's the kind. So I don't tend to have many biscuits in the flat because once you open a packet, you know what happens next, right? And then I think because of COVID, the cricket matches that I've tended to cover in the past few months or so, there hasn't really been sort of snacks lying around. It's all very regimented, isn't it? Whereas it's one of the first occasions where we've got biscuits. They're all individually wrapped, of course, and COVID secure and whatever. But it's been a while, and it's nice when you're covering sport, watching people exert themselves outside, and you can just sit there scribbling away, dunking biscuits.
If you've been watching the highlights, you'll know that the Test match special commentary is used over the pictures. I don't think our chat about biscuits and chocolate will make tonight's edit, which you can see on the red button from 9 o'clock tonight. If you're a little bit busy at 9 o'clock, that'll be around about half time in the Ukraine-England game, which you'll be able to hear live on BBC Radio 5 Live. The highlights will be available on the iPlayer. You can see clips, in-play highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. Right now on the live text page, authored by Callum Matthews. He's just mentioned your comment. I haven't dunked a biscuit in my tea for such a long time. That's in the live text, Isabel.
Well, I mean, the last time we had a drinks break, we went on to pubs. That's one kind of drinking. And this drinks break, appropriately, I feel we've got on to tea. I think this is about right.
We'll be getting texts and tweets about biscuits now. Hashtag BBC Cricket. People will be telling us their biscuit to dunk.
I mean, these are the real issues of the day. It's not about how do you get Nat Sciver out, or how does England post a total of 250 odd. It's about which biscuit is perfect for tea dunking.
Felt like a long drinks break. Maybe it did to the listener as well.
Okay, I know what you think of my chat. That's fine. That's fine. You were the one that asked me about my
That's
biscuits.
true. What caught my eye is there's a lady just down to our left who I've got a lot of admiration for, who's drinking what I think might be something sparkling from a sort of a white plastic flute, which I'm a big fan of. Behind her are two girls waving an England flag. Play going to get back underway. Nat Sciver on strike on 40. Jones has 13. Deepti Sharma back into the attack. What's Deepti's figures so far, please, Phil?
He's bowled 4 overs, gone for 15 runs.
Number 6 on her back. She scurries in the off spinner. Sciver plays back towards Deepti, and there's no run. As they did the other night, India relying heavily on spin, so 3/5 of their overs will come from spinners. They've got... Will there be a situation where 2 bowlers can bowl 10 and 3 can bowl 9? Phil's nodding his head at me. Deepti's behind sunglasses, short hair, past umpire Russell Warren, and bowls to Sciver, who's got quick feet as she forces the ball up towards long on for a single. 141 for 3. We did expect rain showers around about this time, but the sky looks clear. It's cloudy, but the clouds are white. There's plenty of blue behind, sort of a bit thicker than cotton wool cloud. It's a nice blanket. Sciver to Jones, back on her stumps, turn the ball out towards the leg side sweeper at deep mid-wicket for a single. 142 for 3. They're moving right to left, or sort of from long leg to long off, over the cathedral, which is right opposite the commentary position. That's got a cross of St George flying from the roof. Sciver down the track and defending. 142 for 3. Do the cathedrals have roofs? What's the top of a cathedral called, Isabel?
It looks like a pretty conventional roof to me, but I don't know if there's
probably a technical term for it, isn't there?
Cloisters?
Tower,
yeah, I like that. Deepti to Sciver. Fielder, the bowler does the fielding off her own bowling.
If you want to stay positive, don't do what Izzy Westbury's done. Look at the weather incoming. I think that's the...
Just background information, really.
One delivery, the 32nd over remaining. Sciver down the track. Can't get the ball past a diving Poonam Yadav at mid-wicket. Felt like a tight over, that, Phil? With 2 singles from it.
Just the 2.
England 142 for 3. Sciver 41, Jones 14. 15 overs remaining. They've got to be bowled by 29 minutes past 3. The time now is 16 minutes to 3. There's going to be a little of a squeeze to get them in.
We had that conversation, didn't we? Just as we were about to come on air, we're trying to work out whether India can get through these overs. I mean, I tend to think it's about 16, 17 and over in women's cricket, but then when you've got 2 spinners on, a bit faster. We saw Goswami with her long run up. It'll be tight.
Well, we're also wondering what would happen if they don't get them in, and we suspect nothing.
Yeah. So it's one of those that hasn't really been a point of contention in women's cricket. But in the test match, we saw each day, really, none of the allotted overs weren't bowled.
Back comes Shikha Pandey, already got 1 wicket to her name. Bowl into Jones, who defends to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
But it is an interesting one, because in the men's game, of course, there are, fines and portions of match fees that can be taken off. And I guess that in the women's game, where they're paid so much less and need it so much more, arguably, is that justifiable?
Pandey's got a bustling approach. Bhatia, the keeper, up to the stumps. Jones forces off the back foot up towards the offside sweeper. 1 taken. 143 for 3. It's a bit of a phony war at the moment. Singles are plenty. Boundaries at a premium. Feels like both sides are happy to sit in, just shadow box for a little while before it's almost like the game continues but the contest is on hold. Pandey to Sciver, lovely straight batted drive up towards a long on for another single. 144 for 3.
Yeah, the last 19 runs have all come in singles.
I also feel like this crowd has the highest proportion of scorers I think I've ever seen. We've talked about the 2 chaps in front of the commentary position. There's another chap in a green cap away to our left as Pandey bowls to Jones, who looks for a hint of aggression. She's mistimed a pull stroke that goes up towards long on. Again, it's our friend Shafali Verma doing all the work out there in front of the Dollavera stand. 145 for 3. As I walked around the ground earlier in my pilgrimage for a chicken tikka pasty, there's plenty of scorers in front of the big scoreboard away to our left in front of the cathedral. Pandey to Sciver. Again plays another one of those textbook straight drives. This time it's up towards long off. 146 for 3. Sciver on to 43 from 49. Just helping herself here, Nat Sciver.
It's one of those run rates and rotations of strike that, on the evidence of the previous matches, is enough for England.
Pandey's hair bobs behind her as she bowls to Jones, drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. Nigel Long holds out his palms to signify that's the end of the 33rd over. England are 146 for 3, Sciver 43, Jones 16. But is this the Lisa Kitely way, Isabel?
No, well, this is it. While it might be enough from a sort of numbers perspective, statistically speaking, etc., I don't think that this is something that England will settle for, and I think that we'll see them accelerate very shortly. I think the only thing perhaps at the moment holding them back is the fact that both Heather Knight's wicket and Lauren Winfield Hill's wickets fell when they had got in at the same stage really that Sciver is at the moment. So you just think maybe she wants to push on a little bit more and then accelerate. But remember, they've got some real striking to come. When you think about Brunt and Dunkley, they were very restrained in their innings. They had to be in the last match. But boy, can they hit the ball. I think England need to get a move on.
Deepti Sharma, Sciver down the track. She's sort of miscued that slightly, but there still might be 2 on. Yeah, breaks the run of singles for the first time in living memory. Out towards deep mid-wicket. They come back for a couple. Sciver on to 45, 148 for 3. It's interesting the different approaches of the 2 different off-spinners. So Deepti has the leg side packed, more heavily populating what Sneh Rana did. Sciver again down the track, lofted out towards deep mid-wicket. There's shouts of catch, but it's 1 bounce to Smriti Mandhana. In club cricket, sometimes they call them a refusal, but that definitely wasn't the case with Mandhana. There was no chance of the catch. 1 taken, Sciver on to 46, 149 for 3. You saw Sneh Rana operate with sometimes only 3 fielders on the leg side, but that was when she was probably giving the ball more air than Deepti, and bowling a lot wider off stump, whereas Deepti fires the ball in at the stumps, 5 on the onside. This time Jones can't get the ball past Poonam Yadav at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Just see her surveying the field, trying to work it into those gaps.
Deepti waits, navy kit of India, bowls to Jones down the track, powerfully punched up towards Sneh Rana at long on. It's one of those that, if it had been well directed at the non-striker, Sciver would have had to have taken evasive action. And in comes the England 150 for 3 with 2 deliveries of the 34th over remaining. You can say we talked about that buzz around the ground, just feel that warm applause for the landmark. Sciver using her feet to turn out towards mid-wicket. Poonam Yadav belly flops along the ground to do the fielding. 151 for 3 with that single. Sciver 47 from 52. Singing musical instruments. Lovely feeling. New Road on a Saturday afternoon. This is down the ground. Now, is this going to be taken by long on? It is! Amy Jones goes. She used her feet to loft Deepti Sharma towards the straight boundary, but it didn't have the legs to carry over the fielder and over the rope, and Sneh Rana was able to run in 10 yards or so and pouch a comfortable catch. It's a lovely celebration. High fives and a little dance. So with Harmanpreet caught, but Amy Jones is on her way back for 17, and England lose their 4th wicket with the score on 151.
A slight point of difference to the previous 2 wickets to fall, and that Jones was not sweeping across the line. This one landing in the hands of long on rather than mid-wicket, but it's the same kind of dismissal. It's that frustrated dismissal, the one where England is still reaching, this time reaching forward, not getting to the pitch of the ball. The other 2 that we saw of Knight, of Winfield Hill, reaching too far outside off stump, and meaning that their sweeps, which had tried to go along the ground, were up in the air. And this one, again, England just not really having that patience against the spinners. We saw spinners get all the wickets in the middle order in the last ODI. Well, Sophia Dunkley, her partnership along with Brunt was integral to saving the game really for England last time. And Stefan makes way for Henry Moran.
That was the end of the over. You've basically done everything I was going to say, Isabel. Sophia Dunkley's in, I'm out, Henry Moran is taking my place.
34 overs, 151 for 4. We heard the applause as England passed the 150 mark. But Amy Jones falls for 17, and Dunkley played so maturely, so well, guiding Katherine Brunt at the other end. Now comes into Natalie Sciver on 47, who's going well, but England will want to accelerate. Whether they need to is another question, but they'll want to, and to be able to set a statement score, Henry.
Yes, and that's one of those frustrating innings where you use up a lot of balls, and just as you're trying to accelerate, get out, and that's the sort of knock that really can hold a side back. And Dunkley and Sciver have got a bit of a job to do now, as first delivery is in the air on the bounce back to Shikha Pandey. And though the crowd are excited, no problems for Sophia Dunkley. And in some ways, you can see exactly why Jones was looking for that shot, looking for that boundary, but just didn't quite execute it. And it's a decent catch in the end from the substitute fielder Rana, as we see at the end of a mark, Shikha Pandey running into bowl from the Diglis end. Dunkley on strike, pushing the ball into the ground as far as Deepti Sharma at backward point. I have a statistical question for you, Phil. And I know that you always like these. And the question is, in the last game, Amy Jones was caught by a substitute fielder. In this game, she was caught by a substitute fielder. Is this the first time in consecutive matches in women's ODI cricket somebody has been caught by a substitute fielder?
How do you begin to search for that kind of thing?
Not my job, Isabel. In comes Shikha Pandey to bowl to Dunkley, who smashes the ball across the line, out towards deep mid-wicket. Nice timing, but it won't bring 4. There's protection in the deep, so Dunkley will get a couple to get up and running. And England will move to 153 for 4. He's not even going to respond to me, I don't think.
Yeah, well, rightly so. I think that's a horrendous question.
It is horrendous, isn't it? I was just trying to think if there is anyway. I'm not sure there is. Let me give you another stat instead, just to divert that.
Yeah, that's sort of how politicians ask questions, Phil. Here comes Shikha Pandey bowling to Dunkley. Drives back with a straight bat. Well stopped and a follow through by the bowler.
After that England opening partnership, there's only one run. The partnerships since have been 67, 42 and 41. They've all got in and then all got out.
And that'll frustrate the coaches. You were talking about a weather forecast worrying you, Izzy?
Oh, just a little glance at the thunder and lightning across my screen.
Oh, don't worry about that. In comes Shikha Pandey to bowl to Dunkley. One into the leg side. Pushing hard. Might get that second. Turns, wants it. Sciver sets off, and there wasn't a second run there. Good job they didn't go. One more. 154 for 4. I've had a little look on the radar.
Do we want to know?
I feel I see myself as the heir apparent to Thomas Schaffernacker in the commentary box, and I can tell you that there is a little sort of cluster of showers coming up to arrive around about just after 5 o'clock. So the hope is that they dodge us, but I think until then we're okay. Shikha Pandey to bowl to Natalie Sciver. In the air, put down. I think that was a chance for the bowler. And the way that Pandey hauls herself up, I think that she maybe feels that was an opportunity as well. End of the over, 154 for 4.
It was a sharp one though, wasn't it? Just coming through in her follow through. I'm going to see a replay now. Driven hard by Sciver. I don't even know if that was a catch. Getting down to her left-hand side, arm outstretched. Well, it may be just a chance, but you do have to have been pretty acrobatic to have held on to that one.
It was, without question, the sort of at the half chance end of the scale, wasn't it? It was not one of those you're thinking, that's an opportunity missed. Right then, Deepti Sharma got the wicket of Amy Jones in her last over. Will be bowling to the right-handed Sophia Dunkley. 73 not out. The first ODI innings that she played in the last match.
Hasn't even got an average yet.
No. There's Deepti Sharma again. Starts a new over. Driven down the ground. Dunkley very confident and comfortable with that shot as Harmanpreet Kaur, who's back on the field, picks up and throws.
It's actually something that Dunkley's really good at, is that we saw those 2 wickets of Knight and Laura and Winfield Hill sweeping across the line and stretching and reaching, and therefore the angle of their bat meant that it went up when they wanted to probably sweep it along the ground.
Deepti Sharma bowling to Sciver, clips the ball into the leg side, wants a second, it won't be there. Smriti Mandhana with 18 on her back, right in front of us, picks up.
Whereas with Dunkley, you rarely see it in the air unless she really wants it there, because she rolls her wrists over the top of the bat and really sort of like pummels it into the ground, even when she's reaching. It's a real asset to have, especially at this stage when you do want, you might be reaching for a few of the spinners. You're trying to get that strike rate rotated, sweeping across the line, but you don't want to just feed it into the fielders in the deep.
Dunkley crouching and waiting. Full delivery is defended into the offside. Phil, were you poised with your microphone?
Was, yeah. A lot's been said about how good and Sophia Dunkley's innings was as a first ODI innings for England, but batting at number 6 for England, it's actually the second highest score in women's ODI history for England.
Deepti Sharma bowling to Sophia Dunkley. Lovely paddle down towards the fine leg boundaries. Work to do for Sneh. Rana, who'll sprint round to pick up in the sunshine. And a couple more runs for Dunkley, who's showing really good intent early in the innings. 156 for 4.
Yeah, batting at number 6 or lower. Only Fran Wilson with 85 not out against Pakistan in Kuala Lumpur back in 2019 has scored more at, as I say, 6 or lower in an England ODI order.
A mark of how good that innings was. 158 for 4, I should say, as Dunkley comes down the pitch. We'll get one more. And England 159 for 4. How excited should we be about what we've seen of Sophia Dunkley this summer?
Excited but tempered, because she's young and very early in her career, and almost to the point where you don't want to start putting that expectation and pressure on her, because she could definitely form a role for a very long time for England.
Sharma bowling to Sciver, driving back towards the bowler, who then throws in quickly towards Taniya Bhatia behind the stumps. But no harm done, 159 for 4.
And you could argue that that's what she suffered from sort of earlier in her career, was this kind of, oh, look at Dunkley, she's amazing, she hits the ball so hard, she's such a powerful cricketer, and she almost had to try and fulfil that role.
Yeah.
Whereas actually she's more talented than that, in that she's a measured player, she thinks about it, she pervades the field, she's somebody that you want to handle right, and then I think we should be excited, but not in the, oh my goodness, the sort of, this is actually something that's really valuable.
But let it grow.
Absolutely.
Let it take its time.
Absolutely.
Izzy is departing for the time being. Thank you very much, Isabel Westbury, former Middlesex skipper and cricket writer. And she'll be replaced by the sunglass-wearing Alex Hartley. India, US basketball top. It's a jumper, it's not like a vest. Here comes Shikha Pandey bowling to Dunkley, clipped into the leg side, but no run.
I'm very much when you're commentating at 4, but going to Ibiza at 5 today.
Yeah, but you're not, though. You're with us all afternoon.
Lucky me.
Yeah, well, lucky us, actually, Alex. Nikki Clark, presumably not the hairdresser, gets in touch and says, Alex, I've got a man next to me with your name on his top. Pandey bowling to Dunkley, driven down the ground for 1 more. 160 for 4 as Dunkley moves to 8.
It must be Tom Hartley who plays for Lancashire.
Do you think? No. Come on. If you want to get in touch with us, at BBC TMS, and you can email tms@bbc.co.uk. The live text page is up and running with the in-play highlights. Callum Matthews looking after things as Shikha Pandey bowls to Sciver on the cusp of another half-century. Driven into the ground, but there won't be a run. England 160 for 4 is a platform, Alex, but it's not electric, is it?
No, going into the last 10 as well. And they've built the platform, but they do really need to accelerate here.
They've got in Sciver some that can do that, no doubt about it. She waits for a ball that's full and driven down the ground. 1 more taken. Sciver moves to 49, England 161 for 4.
It might be one of those as well. We see Sophia Dunkley in all of her glory as well, going into the last 5.
Yeah.
Playing all of her shots.
Poonam Yadav runs down towards us at deep third. Fielders in the deep. Well, there's Poonam. There's deep mid-wicket. Deep cover. There's Dunkley on strike. Hits the ball across the line without much timing, and it's stopped by the bowler.
No, I went over to see Kate Cross because she's up on the balcony, and I went over to say hello, and all she did for 10 minutes was abuse me. When did you last wash your hair? Those sunglasses are awful. You got your dad's trousers on. Oh, nice to see you as well, mate. Well bowled the other day.
That's it, all of a sudden. Shikha Pandey bowling to Dunkley. Hit down the ground for 1 run. And it's 162 for 4. The problem is, you've got the right of reply on the radio, whereas...
Well, when there's no podcast episode this week, everyone will know why.
Yes. We thought it was just that argument with the mug on No Balls the Cricket podcast. New episode out next week. I think with Tammy Beaumont, is that right?
That's right. We're recording first thing Monday morning.
Yes, BBC Sound is the place. You'll be able to hear it on the Test Match Special stream. Also, I should tell you that more coming from Test Match Special tomorrow. It's the next ODI in the series between England and Sri Lanka, with England very much on top in that. And tomorrow, Test Match Special on air, 10:45 on the county ground in Bristol for England against Sri Lanka. There's also a round of county championship matches starting tomorrow. 7 of them. You'll be able to hear every ball of every game on the BBC Sport website app and across local radio. England 162 for 4. Phil.
Yeah, and just 22 runs off the 6 overs since we had drinks.
Deepti Sharma bowling to Dunkley. Again, the paddle down towards fine leg, looking for the second run, but it won't be there. 162 for 4 becomes 163 for 4. It's all just sort of gentle, creeping steps. There's no big strides forward.
Yeah, the wicket looks like quite tough to bat on, very two-paced, but taking nothing away from India, their spinners have bowled absolutely brilliantly.
Sciver is on 49. Deepti Sharma looks around, sees fielders in the deep, long on and long off. Singles there for Sciver. She defends. Content with waiting for the right ball to ensure she gets to that milestone. Some laughter out there in the middle. I think India felt like a different unit today in the field, Alex.
Yeah, they've been up for the battle.
Deepti Sharma bowling to Sciver, who goes in the air, down the ground. Could be a chance of a catch. Brilliant catch. What a fabulous piece of work that is. Right in front of her. Smriti Mandhana diving to her left. Sciver looks to the heavens. Cannot believe what she's done. But I think the disbelief should more be for Smriti Mandhana, who now gets the acclaim of her team, who run to congratulate the most sensational diving catch.
What a catch that was. I don't think we've seen better the whole series. Diving away to her left-hand side, full-length dive. And a mate who came round to meet her, Harmanpreet Kaur, gives her a big hug. And a well-deserved one, a fabulous catch. And just at a crucial time where England really needed to kick on, they've taken the key wicket of Nat Sciver.
Sciver goes for 49 from 59, and England are 163 for 5. That will be available, the in-pay clips, on the BBC Sport website shortly, and I suggest having a look at that, because that is a stunning catch from Smriti Mandhana.
That's the sort of catch that you take in training and you wish that everybody had seen it, but she's done it here in Worcester, in front of a big crowd as well, right in front of us. I thought the ball was going to go for 4, thought it was guaranteed 4, and Smriti Mandhana with the brilliant catch, and their teammates are still getting around her, and rightly so.
Sort of catch that can lift a team, and we said they were looking energetic, India, but it could just give them the confidence to think maybe catches like that are sticking, maybe this is our day.
Yeah, that is exactly, a catch like that gives your team a bit of a buzz, bit of confidence, and they're into the lower end of this England batting lineup, and another couple of wickets here in India could see England bowled out before 200.
163 for 5. Brunt comes to the middle to join Dunkley. It was these two that got England over the line in Taunton a few days ago. Brunt made 33 not out, played a really careful, cautious innings. How does she play it here, though? Because England need runs.
They do. I think she's got to try and build a partnership with Katherine Brunt, but they do need to accelerate.
Sharma bowling to Dunkley, a quick ball, which is just dug out by the England right-hander.
There's that fine line now, because you know that Sophia Dunkley is the in-form batter. You need her to be there at the end, but you also can't be too slow. You need to accelerate that run rate.
Dunkley waits for Deepti. Down the ground it goes. 1 run to Harmanpreet at long on. In the sunshine. The sun's shining brightly now. There's a big patch of blue sky overhead. And we've got the cathedral bathed in sunshine. That's St George flag flying high above it. And it looks an absolute picture at the moment, Worcestershire. There's a good crowd in there, enjoying a good contest too. Deepti Sharma bowling to Brunt, who's immediately down the pitch, looking for a single. It won't be there as Poonam scuttles to her left to pick up.
That cathedral in the background.
Yes.
It looks closer than it is.
It is. You're right.
Here.
38 overs gone. 9 left in the innings, and England 164 for 5.
We played here a few weeks ago, and I told my teammates that Chris Gale hit that cathedral once, and I had them going for about 40 overs.
I mean, that is an unbelievable claim. How far is it? That's got to be at half a mile.
Yeah, it's a long way away. I was like, yeah, everyone knows how far that bloke can hit the ball. He hit the spire of the cathedral.
Well, that would be some achievement. But also, I think you'd be having a look at his bat, possibly.
Yeah, well, there's regulations now, isn't there, on the size of your bat?
And no bamboo bats as well, because there's talk of that.
Didn't even know they were a thing.
Yeah. In comes Poonam Yadav, start a new over. Dunkley tries to tickle it around the corner, and Bhatia's not far away from getting something on that.
I've always wanted like a barn door as a bat.
Or just rest up.
Rest it up, shovel it, get myself off strike.
I'm not sure as a spectacle. I mean, as a spectacle initially it'd be really entertaining. But in the long term, for the enjoyment of the contest, as Poonam bowls to Dunkley, hitting the ball firmly down the ground for 1. 165 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, no one's ever going to get out if you bat with a barn door, are you?
You'd have a lot of close infielders ready for a deflection. I think you're taking the stumps out of play.
I did, yeah. What if you just stood there and held your cricket bat still? How many balls it would take a bowler to get past your bat?
Yeah, as next delivery is clipped into the leg side. Bit of work to do for Harmanpreet, who can't pick up, and England will get through for 1. Fielder running round from deep mid-wicket, and England won 6 for 5. Phil.
69 balls since the last England boundary. Poonam Yadav yet to concede a 4. Deepti Sharma just conceded the 1 boundary so far.
It's been really good work, actually, from these containing bowlers.
They have, and we spoke about how they've come back and learnt from the previous game. England play over mid-on and mid-off really well, so they've stuck them out straight away today.
Mid-off is up at the moment, as Dunkley happy to get the single down the ground. And England won 6 for 5. What would be the message, do you think, to those two? What will Brunt have taken out to say to Sophia Dunkley?
It's always one of those. You just have to play the situation of the game, and you have to build a partnership before you can accelerate. You have to get yourself in.
Tossed up and defended. Brunt just watching the ball onto the bat.
But Dunkley has to be there at the end. She has to bat for the next 9 overs, and Brunt get herself in, and then she can be the aggressor.
Here comes Poonam Yadav again in this sunshine. They're being treated to as Brunt sweeps hard out towards deep backward square for 1. She'll keep the strike at the start of the 40th over of the innings. This game, a reminder, reduced to 47 overs aside because of the rain we had earlier on. And at the moment, we plough on with no imminent threat of any more weather interruptions. We'll hope that stays the case. 168 for 5. Alex, some more from you, and then it'll be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, the weather looks all right, doesn't it? The current run rate will get England to 202, which you would say is probably not enough. They went at 6 and over, 216. So they have got some work to do, these two. England batters out in the middle. We've got Katherine Brunt and Sophia Dunkley. They're just having a little chat and no doubt talking about where their boundary's going to come from, because like Phil just said, it had been 69 deliveries, so it's probably going to be about 70 odd.
72.
There we go.
So 8 overs left. Oh. England have been a bit claggy today, but India's bowling has been good. It's restricted them well, and every time it looks like they're just about to explode into a riot of boundaries, someone's got out, including Nat Sciver to a splendid catch down here in front of us by Smriti Mandhana. Now then, it's going to be Rana who's going to start her 6th over, the 40th of the innings. Brunt on strike, bat raised, looking to do some, well, I think she probably has some murderous intent in mind here. It's my feeling. So Rana waits, as she's prone to do, and eventually will come into bowl. Brunt goes back into crease, works the ball into the onside. They'll go through for 1, probably just remain the 1 as Poonam Yadav moves to a right to field, 168 for 5.
Thought they could have just squeezed the 2 there, but no risks, extra risks to be taken at this stage. They do right.
There's still a bit of batting to come, but it's getting harder and harder for England out there. The pitch seems to be getting a bit slower. The ball's getting even softer, of course. Here comes Rana. And she pulls a flatter delivery, which has been driven nicely by Dunkley. It's going out towards the boundary. It will be cut off. And still only get through for the 1 run as Harmanpreet moves well to her left to field. Slightly hurt her knee in so doing. She's standing up, she's okay, but she just banged the knee on the ground there. 170 for 5.
Old age, that.
Oh.
She's all right.
Ow.
When you get a bit older, it's a bit harder to get off the floor.
Tell me about it. As Rana is in, driven again, straight to this time. Well, I say straight to, closer to the long off. And so it's just going to be the 1 once more. 171 for 5.
Harmanpreet Kaur's actually just waved the physio over, so she might be going off the field.
She might. It was a hard tumble into the ground. I don't think she's twisted it or anything. It's been bruising, I would imagine. So Rana bowls another full delivery, which, well, it's been driven back to her, and then she throws at the stumps, but Dunkley's home. back at the striker's end. Dunkley on 14.
There's no urgency from the physio whatsoever. She's casually strolling over to Harmanpreet Kaur, who's asked for some assistance.
Yeah, she's taking her time.
She might go back and make a cup of tea at this rate.
Everybody's sort of taking their time today. It's been a sort of taking your time kind of a day. So Rana trots in. That's flighted. It's driven nicely by Dunkley, but straight to short extra. There's no run. The cut-off point for today, for the innings, was 3:29. Now, it's not a cut-off point because it's not as if anything gets cut off at that point. We just keep on going. But it gives you an idea, with 7 overs remaining in the innings and 15 minutes until that cut-off point, just how far behind time we are. Tossed up again, driven again, up to long off again for one more. For Sophia Dunkley, 172 for 5.
And the rules are, as soon as you go over that cut-off time, you can only have 3 fielders outside of the ring.
That is something I rather like, you know. I think that's quite an interesting way of trying to deal with these kind of transgressions.
Yeah, there has to be something done, doesn't there? And quite often we see teams being really slow and
they've tried penalty runs.
Yeah, they've tried penalty runs.
The idea of penalty runs per over is one that I quite like. The idea.
5 runs per over. Harmanpreet Kaur has actually gone off the field. She looks all right. She's having a stroll.
She's fine. Yep.
Told you, it's just old age.
Have you told her that?
Oh, Shikha Pandey's now come off the field as well. So we've got 2 substitute fielders for India.
Well, that's going to stretch me. Marvellous.
Didn't notice anything overly wrong with Pandey.
Well, it's been a long time out there.
It has.
I mean, I know I get very fractious if I have to field for this long. What time do they start? 12:30, so it's, 2 3/4 hours they've been out there. Poonam Yadav is waiting. This time for Dunkley. She's going to come round the wicket to the right-hander. Dunkley just tucks this into the onside. They'll probably just get the one. They've run the first quickly, but she didn't quite get the distance on that. And it is just one more to the total. Dunkley to 16. Try and give you the field from this vantage point. It's not as easy as it might otherwise be. We have a mid-off, a cover, and a cover point. A wide mid-on, and a woman on the 45. Deep backward square. Long on. In comes Yadav, and that's been hit high in the air by Brunt, but it will land safely in front of long on for a single. Verma does the fielding, 174 for 5.
Katherine Brunt just trying to go over mid-off, because they're up inside the ring and just dragged it a little bit. The right option for Katherine Brunt, she needs to be the aggressive one in this partnership if England are going to accelerate.
Here comes Poonam Yadav again, and down the wicket again comes Dunkley, but all she can do is drive it along the ground, up to long on, just dealing in singles. How many boundaries? Sorry, Phil, you're about to say something completely different.
Well, no, it was along the same lines. England's last 50 runs have come from 44 singles and 3 twos.
Really? So when was the last boundary?
It was in the 27th over, the final ball.
That's quite a long time ago, isn't it? Poonam in, that's cut by Brunt, with no timing into the offside. She will get a single, those. Natalie Raj moves to her left to field. Indicates, doesn't it, that the pitch is really slow and difficult.
Yeah, the pitch is slow and difficult, but credit to the Indian bowlers. They've bowled fantastically. They've just bowled full and straight and attacked the stumps at every opportunity. And as simple cricket is the more you hit the stumps, the better you bowl.
Dunkley on strike. She comes down the wicket and hits this firmly, but along the ground again, up to Verma at long on. One more to the total.
I went to see Kate Cross earlier and she was laughing because Poonam Yadav bowled a delivery at 32 miles per hour.
She got to 32, did she? I saw 34.
Yeah, 32.
The speed gun. That is hard to do, actually. And make it straight. Here's another one. Oh, it's going to be stumped. Katherine Brunt just has run past another painfully slow delivery from Poonam Yadav. And India have got another breakthrough. It's a dangerous one as well. It's the one of Katherine Brunt, who would have hoped to capitalise in these last 5 or 6 overs, but it's just very, very difficult timing out there. Brunt looking to get on with it, came charging down the wicket, trying to impart some power onto the ball, and it's turned in between inside edge. But Taniya Bhatia had the simplest of stumpings. England 177 for 6 at the end of the 41st over. Brunt goes for 6.
Yep, Katherine Brunt just going down the wrong line of the ball there. A leg spinner from Poonam Yadav, a little tiny bit flatter than the previous few balls she had bowled towards Brunt and Dunkley. Therefore, Brunt thought the ball was going to be up. Those little loopy full tosses that we'd seen and it wasn't. It was just back of her length. She's completely missed it. And a simple stumping from the very talented Taniya Bhatia.
Well, it was, wasn't it? But it speaks to the day, really. The day has been all about trying but failing to get momentum into the batting, and that is in part very good Indian bowling, and in part awkward conditions, I think. And I wonder if India might have a better balanced attack for this pitch than England have.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, England have got a very strong bowling attack, haven't they? You know, they're one of the best bowling attacks in the world. Sophie Eccleston, the best bowler in the world. Kate Cross, 5 for in the last game, and then you can't look past Katherine Brunt and Anya Shrubsole, yin and yang. They've bowled together for years and years for England and work very well together.
I just wonder what they'll get out of this pitch. You know, I think it's for Eccleston, yes, but you almost feel like it's a pitch where you just want to keep on taking the pace off until there's almost no pace on, which is certainly something that Poonam Yadav is very comfortable with. Oh, hang on, now that I've just seen something there which I think is a little bit, I'm not sure if the umpire's checked. It's too late now, but I'll come back to it. Did the keeper take that ball in front of the stumps? I know, shock horror. Sneh Rana starts the over. First ball's driven up to long on by Dunkley. He's going quite fluently out there. She moves to 19. Yes, waiting so long for the ball to come was Taniya Bhatia. I think her fingertips were in front of the stumps when the ball went into her hands.
Well, I didn't see it.
No.
Because you have an eagle eye.
Yes, I wonder if they'll replay it. You'll see what I mean when you do. It's touch and go, but I'm not sure it was looked at, because obviously the square leg umpire didn't check, because Brunt was way out of her crease, so there was no need to go to the third umpire. Here comes Rana, ready finally to bowl the second ball of the over. That's just played into the ground, out into the offside, off a thick under edge by Eccleston. There's no run.
Yeah, Eccleston coming in at 8 here for England. We've seen her bat almost lower down the order at 10 and 11 for a few years, but very talented batter, and she can clear the rope, so I presume she's been sent in to play her shots. Come in
ahead of Shrubsole, hasn't she? Which you might have thought after what she did in the test matches. Eccleston drives firmly up to long off. She's off the mark with that single. Still no boundaries, 179 for 6. Dunkley back on strike now. Only 5 overs left in the innings after this. It's been pretty painful progress. What were they at the halfway stage, please, Phil? After 23.3 overs. It's been tossed up, driven nicely, firmly up to long off again for another single. Dunkley just dealing almost exclusively in singles at the moment. 180 for 6.
105 for 2 after 23.5.
Thank you. It's much the same sort of scoring rate, isn't it? In once more is Rana, driven again by Eccleston. Very attractive shot, but it'll only bring her 1 as it goes up to long off. 181 for 6.
Yeah, it's been a very samey batting innings, really, hasn't it? Run rate just ticking along at falls.
Well, every time they've tried to impart something, they've lost a wicket, which tells you something about how difficult the conditions are.
Yeah, it's been tough. They've tried to find the boundary and failed on a number of occasions.
Here comes Rana from the pavilion end. Flatter, shorter, worked into the onside. They may look for 2 here. Dunkley may well, but she won't get it, as it's picked up just outside the circle by Verma. 1 more for the total, 182 for 6. End of the over. 42 gone, 5 remain.
Yeah, samey, says Alex. Since drinks, the over scores have gone 2, 4, 5, 3, 5, 3, 2, 4, 4, 5, 5.
Samey.
Isn't it?
Samey. England here need to accelerate. Only 5 overs left if I'm any good at maths. Yes, 5 overs left. I've just counted it up on my fingers. 42 to 47 is 5. So they need to accelerate. They need to find the boundary. As I said, it's samey, and it's all quite boring at the minute.
Well, in 6 minutes' time, one of the fielders will have to come in off the boundary. Is that the way it works? Does it literally happen mid-over? So if you get to 3:29, do you have to go right? In comes the long off.
Well, I presume so, but I don't know. If I was England now, you'd just take a little bit of extra time between balls.
Well, I think they're being assisted by India as well, actually, who are doing that. Poonam Yadav in, start another over. Down the wicket comes Dunkley, driving up to long on for a single. This will be Poonam Yadav's final over, her 10th. 3 bowlers can bowl. 3 bowlers? Two bowlers can bowl 10 overs. 3 can bowl 9. Just smelt lunch.
Smells all right, doesn't it?
Oh, it really does. Oh, I wonder what it is.
I'll let you know I'm off in a minute.
Oh, lucky you. Poonam's in once more. That's hit high in the air. Going out to long on. Lands just in front of Verma. And I don't think they're very happy with her for that, to be brutally honest with you, because she had a bit of ground to make, but not that much. And then she stood stock still and the ball landed about 2 metres in front of her.
That was bang average fielding from Shafali Verma. Absolutely bang average. You can see everyone's put their arms in the air. She actually took a step back. And she's been moved now, and rightly so.
Yep, she's been moved to mid-off. Might come up inside the circle, yes, and long on has been changed. It's always a bit humiliating when that happens to you.
Oh, I mean, that was poor.
You'd be annoyed, wouldn't you, if you were Poonam Yadav here. Here she is once more, tossed up, driven on the full by Dunkley. It's going up to the new long on. The new look long on. Get another single, that's all. It's Smriti Mandhana who's gone out there now. Dunkley moves to 23. 185 for 6. Eccleston back on strike, shorter, and that's whacked in the air, but straight to Verma, who, when it comes straight to her on the bounce, can field it perfectly comfortably. Prevents the run. Eccleston will be really annoyed there. She can just got that up and over the infield. There was 4 for the taking.
Yep, she tried to give herself room, step into the leg side to go over mid-off.
Over the wicket comes Poonam, and that's swept nicely, firmly out towards deep mid-wicket. This could be the first boundary. It is. First boundary since the 27th over. And it's Eccleston who's got it with great power, hoiking across the line, but she timed that beautifully. Got it to the right of the short mid-wicket, to the left of the deep mid-wicket.
Sorry, Alex, very quickly. Yeah, from a penultimate ball, it's the first 4 she's conceded.
Oh, that's frustrating, isn't it, as a bowler? You better give us figures after this ball. She comes in to bowl her final delivery of her 10th and final over. Eccleston sweeps out to deep square leg. She'll get a single and no more. End of the over. England 190 for 6. Eccleston has 8. Dunkley has 23. And Poonam Yadav has finished.
10 overs, 1 for 43.
1 for 43 with 1 boundary in it.
Very well bowled, and very much the run rate of the whole day.
Yes.
Very much. And I always think that when I've bowled, I say, all right, okay, I've bowled 10 overs for 30. The run rate's 3s. I'm happy with that.
So you sort of like, if you're in the middle, that's fine.
Yeah.
If you're sort of what it was, then you weren't expensive for your team.
Yeah. And then if a team's got 200 and you've bowled 10 overs for 70, you're probably quite an expensive bowler. But if someone scored 300 and you've gone for 70, you know what? That's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be very pleased to know that Amber has found somewhere for you all to go and watch a game later tonight. Isn't that marvellous?
Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to go. COVID and cricket, I have to watch it from my hotel room.
Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, well, it's found them for them.
Well, I'm glad they can have a nice time.
Yeah, me too. I'll be on a train at the time. 190 for 6. 4 overs remain in the England innings. An innings that has yet to catch fire. Jhulan Goswami coming in for what could be her last spell in one-day international cricket in England. Her first ball goes straight through Eccleston as she looks to pull it out through deep mid-wicket. Taniya Bhatia standing up, whips the bails off.
A big heave from Eccleston, trying to up that run rate, trying to find the boundary again. One of the hardest hitters of the cricket ball that England have is Sophia Eccleston.
You're still on a campaign to make that 4 or 6, aren't you?
Yes, I am, because it was a 6. I forgot about that, actually.
Sorry. Goswami into Eccleston, who drives firmly but can't beat mid-off. There's no run. Just so our listeners understand, describe the circumstances.
Playing in a test match in 2017 at the North Sydney Oval. Sophie Eccleston goes in. She's bounced by Elise Perry, and Eccleston hooks the ball to Megan shoot at cow corner, who drops it for 6. So therefore her first ball in international cricket, test match cricket, has been hit for 6. The only person ever to do so.
Here comes Goswami again. Full, pushed out to the offside. They scamper through for a quick single as it's picked up in the covers. And that's all they'll get, just a single, 191 for 6.
Only for the scorer to put it down as a 4.
Oh, and it stayed like that in perpetuity.
And that's it. That's a 4 forever. And she had a world record. I mean, she'll set many more world records.
Cruelly snatched from her.
And it gets me. You know,
I can tell.
Gets me in the feels because what a hero Sophia Eccleston is. Made her England debut 5 years ago today.
Yes. Now let me have a look around this field here, because we were questioning how many would have to be inside the circle at what point. As Goswami is in, down the wicket comes Dunkley, driving firmly to mid-off stumps. Direct hit, great bit of work. Now was Dunkley home? My instinct, if you like, was that she was just home, but it's a lovely bit of work at mid-off. Where are you on this?
It was, but my view's shadowed by a
big
pole. So all I saw was
we don't
run
mean
past
Lake
the
Valence. Sorry.
But she's home. She is home.
Is she?
A good bit of fielding, but she is home.
Right, 192 for 6. Alex Hartley's off, because the time has just ticked round to 1/2 past. Let's take a look at this field and see who is in and who's outside the circle, where there's 2 in the ring on the onside and there are 3 on the offside. So there hasn't been a requirement to remove a fielder mid-over. We are now past the cut-off time of 15:29, 3:29, at which point India sacrifice a boundary rider as Goswami is in. That's big appeal for LBW given. Finger goes up, Eccleston's got to go. It was full, it looked pretty straight from where we are, which is the best vantage point. Where she's gonna, I think, refer this, is she? She hasn't quite made the sign for me yet.
I think she wants to refer it, and it sounds like...
Well, I think she must have done. Yes, decision, is being reviewed.
What have you just done?
I've smashed my knee on the table.
Oh dear. Well, I'll carry on talking then while Daniel Norcross recovers to my right. But Sophie Eccleston has decided to review that LBW decision, and from our vantage point of mid-wicket, it looked pretty full and pretty straight, and the angle of the bat suggested that it would be going on to hitting. We're seeing the replays now.
That's as out as it gets.
And I think that looks pretty out to me. I don't think there's bat involved. We're going to go and see Snicko in a minute just to make sure. And I think it's hit the back leg, in fact. And I think that Sophie Eccleston review was very much a, I may as well review, rather than a, I don't think it's out review. We're seeing original decision out, pitching in line, impact in line. And the wicket, in fact, is umpire's call. So sliding down a bit more than I would have thought. I would have said that was hitting middle and leg. So I think maybe the umpire might have thought the same. But it remains out because the original on-field decision is out, and therefore umpire's call remains. Sophie Eccleston departs, 9 from 11 balls faced, and England retain the review.
192 for 7. England, as you say. Eccleston gone for 9 more from you, Isabel Westby, then to take you through to the end of the innings. It's going to be Stefan Schemmelt while I go and rub my knee vigorously.
I hope that a bit of physio on the side. Daniel Norcross will return to the commentary box, his knees intact. It's England's innings. Whether that's intact is another question. 192 for 7. We're into the final ball of the 44th over. Remember, we're playing 47 overs, so there's only 4 remaining. So it's quite tricky, really, to work out what's required of England here, considering that in 50 overs, we've seen the first innings from India posted 201 in the first match and 221 in the second. So you'd imagine that in 47 overs, something around 200 might be enough. But having said that, we haven't seen the dynamic duo of Shafali, Verma, Smriti, Mandhana, of Harmanpreet, Kaur. They haven't really taken off yet this series. And if they do, then a target of 200 is there for the taking.
I think unless England do something truly spectacular in the next 3 overs and 1 ball, we're going to be in the fun zone for this chase.
Yes.
We're for a good game.
Good.
Sarah Glenn is the new arrival. Jhulan Goswami's last ball, the 44th over. It's a low full toss. but Glenn only bunts it out up towards mid-off, where the floppy-hatted Mithali Raj does the fielding. End of the 44th. England 192 for 7. Sophia Dunkley at it again. 24 off 32 deliveries. Sarah Glenn has just arrived.
Well, Sarah Glenn can certainly hold up one end. She's a very capable batter. She scored well and fluently in Rachel Haver Flint Trophy. Lots of 30s, 40s and good strike rates as well. But at this stage of the game, with Dunkley batting the way she is, you want to keep her as much as possible facing.
She played hockey at international level when she was a youngster, Sarah Glenn. I say youngster, she's only 21 now.
When she were a girl. Yeah, 21.
We're very much past our 3:29 cut-off time. So I don't know what that means for India. I've seen no sort of suggestion that they're facing any sort of penalty. Deepti Sharma, 2 for 29 from 8 overs. She's been superb. She always is, really. She very rarely lets India down. Excellent competitor, bat ball in the field. She's bowling to Sophia Dunkley, who's down the track and defending back to the bowler with a straight bat. Defending, pushing the ball back to the bowler, trying to manufacture something. It's not quite there. Deepti held it back intelligently.
Yeah, really irritating for a batter when you're already halfway down the track, but you know that it's too far for you to reach over.
Deepti's got a blue towel in the front of her trousers. Dunkley reverse sweeping with a plum. What a shot that is. There's a chase for the fielder. I don't think she'll get there. She won't. There's a big dive into the swimming pool, into the sponge of the boundary rope. But Dunkley, a big flourish of the bat to get the reverse sweep. Really fine for 4. 196 for 7. Dunkley 28 from 34.
Really intelligent batting as well, because we've seen Deepti really holding it back, bowling it reasonably short, so when you're going down the track it's quite difficult to get on top of, and you're in danger of looping it into the hands of long on or long off. But Dunkley there just patient and then sweeping it with gusto round the corner.
Deepti again, tiptoeing into Dunkley, bowled round her legs. Dunkley punches the air in frustration. Deepti celebrates. She just got too far across, did Dunkley. She was trying to turn it behind square on the onside, but instead her leg stump is lying backwards. Dunkley goes for 28. England lose their 8th wicket, 196 for 8.
Yeah, frustration there for Dunkley, but also from an England perspective, because she was very dynamic all around the field, and there again we were seeing her just try and work it into the angles. She went too far across, didn't get enough on it, and Sharma gets another. It's been spin to win so far today for India. They've really frustrated England's batters out, really.
And England are in danger of being bowled out here now, as Anya Shrubsole makes her way to the crease at number 10. Far from a mug, very, very capable. I mean, she could have come in above Eccleston and above Glenn. It's just the order they happen to pull out of the hat, really, that England lower order. All very, very handy with the bats. But there's still 2 overs and 3 deliveries remaining, and England have only got 2 wickets in hand. 196 for 8. I think India will fancy their chances here. And as we said, Deepti's been excellent. 3rd wicket for her now. Shrubsole's just doing a little bit of gardening in the sky blue of England. Wafts a bat around, a bit like a musketeer. Then she hammers it on the ground as she waits for Deepti, who's in and bowling. Shrubsole sweeping aerially. There's 2 fielders out on the leg side fence. It bounces a couple of times before it reaches deep backward square leg. They take a single. 197 for 8. England were briefly in the situation of having 2 batters yet to get off the mark. Now Shrubsole does have 1 to a name. Seen the replay of that Dunkley dismissal. I think she might have even played on. She played it so fine that she turned it onto her own leg stump. Deepti to Glenn, who's cramped for room. There's a chance for a run out. It's got to be gone. It is! Superb work by Deepti Sharma. Glenn played the ball back to the bowler. Anya Shrubsole was backing up. Deepti Deepti gathered the ball and underarmed it back onto the non-striker stumps. Shrubsole not even in the picture. Umpire Nigel Long was able to give that out without calling for the replay. England 9 down. Shrubsole run out for 197 for 9. Superb work by Deepti Sharma.
The fielding by India in this match has been really good. Both the catches that have been taken, we saw those ones in the deep to get Knight, to get Winfield Hill out, Jones, Sciver as well, and then behind the stumps, of course, Bhatia stumping Katherine Brunt. You can call it a regulation stumping, but she's been neat. She's been standing up to Goswami. She almost had a stumping early on where she took one down the leg side, flicked it back onto the stumps, got it there. But the batter at the time had her foot well in, so that didn't count. But here again, we're seeing some energetic and well-executed fielding from this Indian side.
England have lost 6 for 46. At one point, they were 151 for 3. Kate Cross arrives at number 11 at the non-strikers end. We'll linger on that piece of fielding from Deepti Sharma in a moment because she's bowling to Sarah Glenn, who plays and misses. There's half an appeal. I don't think that was too far away from the under edge or the off stump. End of the 45th over. Deepti Sharma has 3 for 34. She can still bowl one more. She probably will finish off from that digless end. 2 wickets falling in that over. Deepti bowling Dunkley for 28 and then brilliantly running out Anya Shrubsole for 1. Almost a bit of the Roger Harper's, whereas Harper threw the ball back to the wicketkeeper all those years ago. Deepti was able to effect the run out at the non-strikers end. 2 overs remaining. England back in the situation of having 2 batters yet to get off the mark. And it's going to be Jhulan Goswami in what could be her final over as an India player in England.
Oh my goodness, no, say it like that, Stefan.
Could be.
It's a poignant moment.
Here is Goswami, 25 on her back, bowling to Kate Cross, who drives a low full toss up towards mid-off and there's no run. There's noise. There's a pocket of India fans underneath us, away to our left. I can just see a chap waving a flag. There was a whole family decked out in India shirts, including a small baby.
It's good endurance. Good endurance, that flag.
He's done well. Goswami sets off away from us into Cross, who's edging just over point. Could have been taken. It was a thick outside edge. It would have been an excellent catch. Just dropped over like a goalkeeper being lobbed from the halfway line. 2 added to the score. 199 for 9, 2 for Kate Cross.
Goswami's figures, 1 for 24 into her 9th over.
Hard to fault any part of this India performance actually, with the ball and in the field. Of course, had the advantage of winning the toss, but they really have rammed it home. They've given themselves a chance of winning this game, getting back into the multi-format series. Goswami stretches out to bowl to Cross. That's down the leg side. I think it's come off the bat. There's work rather for the long leg fielder to do. Single taken. The score goes on to 200 for 9, and that's what the applause around New Road is for. 9 deliveries of the England innings remaining. And Jhulan Goswami will have Sarah Glenn in her sights. Remember, this game's 47 over the side because of the rain and the wet outfield from earlier on. Goswami striding towards Glenn and bowls. Did a lot of bottom hand straight to mid-wicket where Poonam Yadav rifles the ball back at Taniya Bhatia, around Taniya Bhatia's ankles, which I'm sure she'll be delighted about as a wicketkeeper.
There you go, there's the point of default in the India's fielding. That was a filthy throw.
Let them off. And as always, Bhatia still made it look tidy. Goswami turns. She's away to our left from our wide mid-on position. She's in past umpire Russell Warren and bowls to Glenn. This is down the ground aerially. Mithali Raj is running backwards from mid-off. It plugs behind her. Glenn comes back for 2. England on to 202 for 9. There's 1 delivery of the penultimate over remaining.
That's the kind of thing that Glenn is certainly capable of. Don't underestimate her going over the top. And actually we're seeing mid-on be pushed back down to long on.
Is that Rada Yadav? It's Sneh Rana actually has come down to long on. The change in the field means that the offside sweeper has to come up into the ring, so there's the inside out option for Glenn here. She looks at her bat as she lifts it and waits for Goswami. She has gone inside out over extra cover. What a shot that is. Couple of bounces for 4. That's clever cricket from Sarah Glenn. She played down the ground, so the long on had gone back, necessitating the cover comes up, which was a bit of a free hit really for Glenn over the cover ring. She picks up a boundary from the final delivery of the 46th over. 206 for 9 England.
It's the kind of innings that we saw Glenn play in that T20 West Indies series in Derby over in October. It was a quick fire 26 she got in the second T20, won her player of the match because she also picked up 3 wickets as well.
Jhulan Goswami finishes 9 overs, 1 for 31. She now has 236 ODI wickets. 74 of them have come against England. No bowler has taken more against England.
Do you expect both Goswami and Mithali Raj to make it to the World Cup? Is that their farewell?
Yes, I do expect them. Whether that's the right decision or not is another question.
So Deepti Sharma then to bowl the final over, 3 for 34, the off-spinner. She's been magnificent. Bowling to Kate Cross, who's down the track, inside edge. I think that's into her own pad, which means the ball goes absolutely nowhere other than the mid-wicket fielder, and there's no run. 5 deliveries of the innings remaining. Lots of chatter from the India fielders. We've said it all along. Their energy, their purpose has been excellent all day. Deepti bowls, cross down the track again, flat batted straight back at Deepti Sharma. That's an ankle breaker. Deepti.
I hope she's wearing some solid shoes.
She's just stuck her right foot out. It's the sort of thing you don't really want to do. It's just instinct to save the run. Either way, it's a dot ball. Score remains 206 for 9. Deepti and again to Cross, who once again is down the track, hammering high and hard, straight for 4. Lovely shot from Kate Cross, perfectly bisecting the 2 straight fielders. She's got to be up there as one of the best number 11s in world cricket. 210 for 9 England. Cross has 7 from 6.
That's certainly what England have in their favour, is that all these batters right down to 11 extremely capable, not just in technique, but they can hit the ball as well, hard.
3 balls remaining. Deepti in, Cross down the track. This is aerial towards long off. Should be taking 6. It was Shafali Verma out there who came in a few yards from the boundary sponge. I think if she'd stayed on the rope, she might have taken the catch. In fact, she's kicking the boundary sponge in frustration. Maximum for Kate Cross, 10 runs from 2 deliveries, 216 for 9. I think the ball's going to have to be sanitised. Shafali Verma doesn't want to pick it up because it's been returned from the crowd.
The first 6 of the innings, and Kate Cross has gone to her highest ODI score.
Completely misjudged there, really, from Verma. As you say, a few yards she walked in. If she stayed in the boundary, it would have been about, I don't know, head height, chest height.
In the end, she was jumping, thrusting up her right hand. She got absolutely nowhere near it. Deepti again. Is Cross going to run down it? She is. Deepti holds this one back cleverly. It means Cross is sort of fetching into the onside. There's a misfield. They're coming back for 2. Sarah Glenn's going to get a move on. The bails are off. I think Sarah Glenn's home. She did look for a little moment like she was running in Trico, like she was maybe just doing a little bit of ball watching. But the fumble out there on the deep square leg boundary allowed England back for a couple. They're 218 for 9. Deepti Sharma bowled 2 dot balls at the beginning of the last over, but it's now gone 4-6-2. Kate Cross has been down the track for the last 3 balls. Here's the final ball of the innings. Here comes Cross, hammering up towards long on. She's giving that some welly. The long on fielder comes in. They're coming back for 2. Must be a run out. There is. Sarah Glenn run out by about at least half the pitch. But England going for the second because they knew they had nothing to lose from the final ball of the innings. They end 219 all out with the last wicket falling from the final ball of the innings. India will need 220 to win this 3rd one-day international.
Evasive action from Glenn to avoid that shot. Cross bullet down the ground. She's batted well and they had to come back for 2. Last ball of the over. It's almost criminal not to. And I guess 219 then, 47 overs, so it's a reduced innings as a result of the rain. 3 overs lobbed off from the normal 50. Now, bearing in mind that India in their 2 matches so far, have posted 201 and 221 from 50 overs. So on that basis, you feel that England go into it, the likelier of the two, to come home at the end, the winners. That said, there's a lot of ifs and buts around, because we haven't really seen some of the more explosive Indian batters really get off the mark, or not the mark, but get off to a flyer and see them fulfill that potential. And you feel that if one of them does, Shafali, Verma, Harmanpreet Kaur, she's got a lot to prove in this ODI series, then that's a perilous total. And England, I think, will be feeling a little bit uneasy, more so from the fact that they know that for them as a batting unit, that's under par.
India won the toss after the start of this game was delayed by 90 minutes by rain and a wet outfield. They asked England to bat. Tammy Beaumont was the first wicket to fall. She was LBW to Shikha Pandey for a duck. Lauren Winfield Hill made 36 before falling into Sneh Rana's trap and sweeping to the deep mid-wicket fielder to be caught on the boundary. Heather Knight fell in almost exactly the same fashion with Harmanpreet Kaur, the bowler. The England captain made 46. Amy Jones made 17 before she was caught at long on off the bowling of Deepti Sharma, the first of 3 wickets for Deepti. At that point, England had been 151 for 3. That made it 151 for 4. And then the slow clatter of wickets. Nat Sciver, brilliantly caught by Smriti Mandhana on the deep mid-wicket fence. Diving Mandhana, wonderful catch off Deepti Sharma for 49. Katherine Brunt was stumped by Taniya Bhatia off the bowling of Poonam Yadav for 6. Sophie Eccleston LBW to Jhulan Goswami for 9. Sophia Dunkley again showed a flash of her potential, continuing her excellent form. She made 28 before she was bowled round her legs by Deepti. The 9th wicket to fall was Anya Shrubsole, brilliantly run out by Deepti Sharma, gathering the ball and throwing the ball at the non-striker's stumps. Shrubsole run out in a follow-through for 1, and then Sarah Glenn from the very last ball of the innings was run out coming back for a second. England 219 all out. The bowling figures: Jhulan Goswami, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Will that be the last time we see the leading wicket taker in women's one-day internationals bowl in an ODI in England? Shikha Pandey, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Deepti Sharma, the standout, 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 47. Poonam Yadav, the leg spinner, 1 for 43 from her 10. Sneh Rana took 1 for 31 from 7, and Harmanpreet Kaur, 3 overs, 1 for 24. She spent quite a long time off the field, Harmanpreet, so we'll wait to see if that has any effect on the second innings. It's the interval at New Road. England have been bowled out for 219 from their 47 overs. India will need 220 to win to close the gap in this multi-format series to 6-4. Here's Henry Moran.
Thank you very much indeed, Stefan. Yeah, sun shining here at New Road. We're hoping, against hope, that we will see the entirety of the 47 overs and that we won't get interrupted by rain. We will have to wait and see. Play gets underway again just before 4:20. In the meantime, though, this is a good opportunity to have a listen to the World Services Stumped Cricket podcast. Alison Mitchell hosts the discussion, all sorts of things this week, talking about Pakistan's hopes for co-hosting the Cricket World Cup at some point in the next decade. And we're going to hear from Australian all-rounder Ash Gardner, who's looking forward to this one-off test match against India that's going to be taking place in Perth later on this year. Ali Mitchell is with Jim Maxwell and Charu Sharma.
First ball.
Tremendous catch, tumbling forward.
And he's bowled.
From the BBC World Service, in association with ABC and All India Radio, this is Stumped.
Hello and welcome to Stumped, your intercontinental hit of news, features and debate from the quirky world of cricket. I'm Alison Mitchell, this week in a very special place and a little unusual for Stumped. I'm in the centre court commentary box at Wimbledon. So calling tennis for the host broadcast this week, which is being beamed around the world. The setup's a little bit different to cricket. So I'm in a very low-ceilinged room, a door which you feel like you almost have to shrink to get through it, and then almost a pillar box, like a letterbox view out to centre court. Can't have any open windows in a tennis commentary box because we are so close to the action. I think if Roger Federer was to walk out of the locker room door just to my right-hand side, you feel like you could almost reach out and touch him. It's very intimate and very special. So swapping a bit of cricket for a bit of tennis this week.
It's Jim Maxwell for the ABC in Sydney. And Alison, you were heard all over Australia the other night when Jordan Thompson managed to win that 5-setter against Rud, the Norwegian. So I don't know whether you knew you were actually on in Australia as the host broadcaster, but there you were, showing your versatility. It's all quiet in Australia other than the fact everyone's looking to get jabbed. A bit of an exercise as we try to wiggle our way out of lockdown and get back to normal. Hopefully that'll happen before the Ashes start, but at this stage, a few of us are hibernating at home.
Alison, if I were you, even if the room was half its current size, I'd be happy to be at Wimbledon, especially Federer's walking around, and I hope he is till late the second week. For All India Radio, I'm Charu Sharma. For today, speaking from the Echo Surf Hotel in Bentota on the southern tip of Sri Lanka. They've got a wonderful pool about 5 steps outside my room and a wonderful beach just 40 yards away. But I cannot access anything, can't step out of the room because I'm in hard quarantine waiting for the Indian white ball tour to Sri Lanka to start in a few days from now. Yeah, but, I'll take it. Good to be back in some cricketing action soon. Not just yet, though.
Yeah, let's hope you get out of quarantine very soon, Cherry, then. Stick with it. We're going to start this week by zooming across to Pakistan. Well, not to Pakistan specifically, but we'll talk about Pakistan and the Pakistan Super League, because after an interruption due to COVID-19, the Multan Sultans are now champions for the very first time after they had a 47-run victory over Peshawar Zalmi in the eventual final. The Pakistan Cricket Board moved the last 20 games of the PSL to Abu Dhabi after COVID brought a halt to the tournament back in March. Very special guest with us on Stumped this week. We have the Chief Executive of the Pakistan Cricket Board, Wasim Khan. Wasim, welcome to Stumped.
Thank you very much, Ali. Great to be here.
Now, you're not in Pakistan, are you? Because you, like Charu, are also in quarantine. Describe your whereabouts.
I'm at the Sofitel at Heathrow Airport at the moment. Day 9 of my 10 days, so not long to go.
Nearly at Freedom Day. Doesn't sound quite as glamorous as Charu's with a beach within touching distance. The Thames is somewhere in the distance, don't worry.
Yeah, exactly.
Just explain to us then, in what challenges did you face, first of all, Wasim, with having to switch the PSL to Abu Dhabi to make sure it was completed?
Yeah, look, I think with a lot of these things, when you switch, you're pretty much picking something up, a whole operation, and taking it to another country. So it was a major challenge for us because we found a lot of hurdles and a lot of obstacles getting in our way in terms of trying to get clearances from the Abu Dhabi government to hold the competition there. Pakistan was on the on the red list with Abu Dhabi, so we had to get special permission through their government to get the people in, and then we had production crews flying in from all over the world. Were coming from other red list countries, coming in on chartered flights. So there was a lot of things that kept going wrong up until the point that it actually happened. But we stayed pretty resilient, and thankfully we got it done in the end.
Yeah, and a successful tournament ultimately, and Multan, a young team.
Yeah, absolutely, and a couple of youngsters sort of emerging, and like happens a lot of times with these sort of competitions, you get a team that kind of goes on a bit of a run, and the momentum keeps taking them. So Multan had kind of stuttered quite a lot. But then they got to the Abu Dhabi leg and they kind of hit a bit of a rhythm, got into momentum, and then that just took them all the way forward. But they were outstanding throughout that whole leg.
Wasim, we know that the England men's team are due to visit Pakistan later this year. It'll be ahead of the T20 World Cup. It'll be their first tour since 2005. I travelled with them on that particular trip. But the England women's team are also touring Pakistan for the first time ever. I mean, in the past, the issue has always been, with security. Now you've got COVID to contend with as well. Can you see any issues or bumps in the road, or are both of those tours still very much on course to happen? And what specific preparations are already in place?
Yeah, look, Ali, I think there was a huge amount of learnings for us when we had to postpone the PSL back in March. And so we engaged with a company called Restrata, who are pretty well known, who've worked on the Abu Dhabi T10, who worked with England quite a lot, and also with the IPL when it was held in the UAE. So we've engaged them, and we'll have them involved in all our bilateral cricket moving forward as well.
So that's for security, is it?
No, that's more sort of on the bio side, right, the bio management. So they're a company and they help manage the whole situation for you. But the security now, we've been incident free now for a number of years. And I think it's nice having conversations where people don't ask us about security, but ask us about the bio arrangements that we're going to have in place. So that's quite a different narrative and a good narrative for us to have. But we've got a big sort of 6-8 months coming up. We've got New Zealand, England, West Indies and Australia all coming in the space of about 6 or 8 months. So it's a big summer for us, the 21-22 season.
And just sort of following on from that, you've stated, I know, an intention to bid for ICC global events to bring them to Pakistan as well. Where are you sort of with that intention, and would that include women's events as well? Because that would be huge. I know there's some steps being taken with the recent awarding of women's contracts. They've advanced somewhat as well.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things for us, Ali, one of my goals was when I first came in was to really raise the level of credibility and the value of women's cricket in Pakistan, which hasn't always been there. So, the central contracts, we've also got a parental leave policy now in place for players who want to sort of start families, etc. But no, look, we're fully ready for what's ahead. We think that that women's cricket is moving in the right direction, and we're certainly going to be applying for Women's World Cups. At the moment, the way the process is working with the ICC is because they're short on time, they're focusing on the men's events, and then over the next 18 months, you can also apply for the women's events. So we've applied for 6 events. We're going to be teaming up with a bit of a consortium from South Asia as well, with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka on a couple of World Cups, also one with a couple with the UAE, and also the Champions Trophy, where there's 2 events that we are applying as a sole sort of deliverers, if you like.
So which 2 are the sole, the Champions Trophy?
Yeah, the 25 and 29, and the 27 and 31 World Cups, which are the 10 venue events. We're looking to partner with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka with those.
Yeah, well, that's in the future, but you've got your hands full right now. We're seeing so much cricket coming up and so much to do.
Yeah.
And I do hope that all the rest of the authorities are in sync with the PCB, because it's not just you. I know that many other authorities have to also push their weight in. However, let me switch to personnel, because once again, your preparations may just have been hit a bit because of Yunus Khan resigning as the batting coach. Now, it's tough enough getting things going, and now personnel changes as well. How have you taken that?
It was a blow for us that Yunus decided to part ways in terms of where he wanted to go and what he wanted to do. But look, I think with most of these things, Sharu, is that you deal with them as they come. We've been in this role now 2.5 years, and issues and challenges develop all the time, and you've just got to think on your feet and move on very quickly from that and find a solution. So, I think if that happened 2.5 years ago when I first started the job, it probably would have hit me like a thunderbolt. But having been a bit more of a veteran in this role now, I kind of take it with a bit more of my stride and then just deal with what we've got to deal with.
On a positive note, let's talk about Babar Azam, batting star of the PSL, 501 and 71.57. How encouraging is that as you move into the Tour of England?
Yeah, Jim, hugely positive for us. And also, I think our big thing was getting support for him as well. And with the likes of Rizwan now performing, we're starting to have a bit more consistency with our guys. But Babar's really moved up another notch across all 3 formats, and he's developed. He's pretty single-minded when he walks out there. We were worried, can he handle the captaincy across the 3 formats and continue to perform? But he's taken it in his stride. He's a pretty relaxed character, and he's a pretty focused character, and hopefully, greater things for him ahead as well. And I think he's starting to convert a lot of his scores into hundreds now, from 60s and 70s. So I think that's hugely encouraging for us.
And he's taken an effort, hasn't he, to connect with fans here in the UK in particular ahead of the England tour? Because, of course, when Pakistan last came here, it was all behind closed doors. And the One-Day International at Lords, we now know, is a government event that's going to be allowed a full capacity. But, yeah, quite almost an emotional sort of letter of outreach from Babar Azam.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that he's interesting. He's always been very fan conscious. He's very much aware of the diaspora around the world and the fans that we have and connecting with them. And, we speak a lot about, what more can we do to bring the players closer to the fans. And he's, playing in front of supporters. We know what it's going to be like at Edgbaston, come the 13th of July. They've got 80% capacity there. Lords is going to be a full house. So, we fully expect a lot of green and white amongst all the fans across the venues.
And whilst fans are allowed in bigger numbers, the players are still going to be under some tight restrictions themselves. A few of the Sri Lanka team obviously got sent back home for breaching the we're not allowed to say biobubble. I can't remember what the phrase is. Minimised risk environment. That might be what they're using for the tennis. But have you had to sort of remind the players of their responsibilities? What measures are in place to almost support them and try and ensure that, you know, that biobubble, whatever it might be, is secure?
Yeah, look, I think it's great when we work with ECB on this, because they provide all these games rooms, and, you know, they try and provide this sort of home away from home cinema rooms and all sorts of different things to try and help the players. And I think that, look, it's not easy. You know, I'm doing day 8 of day 9 of 10 days, and it's tough. And you imagine these guys are going from one bubble to the other, and it is tough mentally. So we try and ease off as much as possible. We don't put as much pressure on the players if they don't want to tour, because they just can't even think about another bubble. Then there's certainly no pressure, and it's certainly not held against them. But all we can try and do is try and make the environment as comfortable as possible. They're currently training in Derby. They're staying on the ground there. They've got a hotel there. So within their quarantine, they're allowed to practice for a couple of hours, 2-3 hours a day, which allows them to get out into the fresh air and practice as well, which is really, really important.
Well, I know you'll be looking forward to getting out of your hotel room, Wasim, but good luck for the tour. Good luck for the rest of quarantine. Thanks so much for joining us on Stump. Great to see you.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
Wasim Khan, Chief Executive of the Pakistan Cricket Board, completing his quarantine. And after, of course, hearing that the Pakistan Super League was completed in the UAE, we now know, Jim, that the Men's T20 World Cup is also going to be staged in the UAE later this year. That's all because of the wave of coronavirus in India, where it was meant to be held. So it'll be played in October, November. It's just a few days after the IPL will finish also in the UAE. It's becoming a hotbed of cricket, isn't it? But, you know, was that really the only alternative? The right decision had to be taken now?
Well, just as a sidebar on that, the Australian T20 and one-day sides in the Caribbean preparing to play some matches there. And, of course, it's already become a probable point of controversy that with 7 players withdrawing from the team, either because they're bubbled out or, in Steve Smith's case, they got an elbow injury. When it comes to going back to the IPL, and they're not in the West Indies, how's that going to affect their opportunity to play in the tournament you're talking about? So there are a few people concerned about the players' priorities. And when you look at the amount of money that the contracted players are getting, and they're not playing any cricket, let's face it, Australia hardly ever plays a game against anyone at the moment. It's got a bit of bad odour about it. You know, next year we're going to have the T20 event in Australia. I would have thought that the way the protocols and restrictions are going in this country, that it would be very hard to bubble down all those players if they were to move here rather than be somewhere else, like Dubai. And I wouldn't have thought Cricket Australia would be countenancing Australia as an alternative venue for that tournament.
Intriguing also to realise we haven't had a T20 World Cup since 2016. I mean, they were coming thick and fast, weren't they, at one point? And now it's been, I know there's been COVID, but all the same, it's a long time since, you know, the name Carlos Brathwaite sort of entered the realms of cricket fandom when he smashed Ben Stokes for those sixes to win for the West Indies. So do you think very much like the appetite is there for a T20 World Cup now?
For Australia, there's a big appetite. And Aaron Finch has been making some noises about it today, as he's likely to be the captain when we get to that point, because it's the bit of silverware that Australia's never won.
Yeah.
So that's an incentive, apart from the fact you just want to do well in any tournament you take part in. So I think from the Australian perspective, the tournament on its own is significant and important. And for a number of the players, of course, it's a lead-in to the Ashes series next summer. And they should be hungry, as I said. I mean, Australia's hardly played any international cricket for some time. They cancelled the tour to South Africa. They've only played one away test series in the last 2 years, and that was the Ashes. So they should be lean and mean and hungry and everything else.
Well, from the Indian perspective, you know, they would be quite desperate to get some silverware finally, Alison, after not winning the World Test Championships, which they may be co-favourites to win. That didn't go down too well. Now, of course, they would be pretty desperate to get the T20 title in India, perhaps because of the IPL. I mean, they started late, but haven't they taken to T20? and there are an enormous number of fans. I'm sure the media will play it up hugely. It's going to be a shame that it's not going to be held in India, so it'll take a bit of the sheen away. But I think there will be a lot of attention and therefore pressure on the players. And the T20 performances leading up to the World Cup are going to be very interesting, because obviously all teams want to get it absolutely right, if you can get selection absolutely right. So there's going to be some challenges there as well in terms of getting the combination right, and ultimately to get the trophy home. There's going to be plenty of pressure and attention.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that the last T20 World Cup was the women's one, that was so famously filling out the MCG for the final, it just sort of whets the appetite, doesn't it, for a World Cup in T20 cricket in the men's, and we've been without one for so long. Well, why not download and subscribe to the latest Stumped podcast? It's available via the BBC Sounds app or from your usual podcast provider, and you can keep in touch with the show throughout the week. Tweet us at BBCWS Sports and use the hashtag BBC Stumped. On last week's show, we heard from Sri Lankan legend Kumar Sangakkara, who believes the current national side has been held back, and he's calling for the cricketing authorities to take action to improve Sri Lanka's prospects on the world stage.
Everyone is extremely resistant to change, and we see as a result the negative effect it's had on our players and their development. And if we truly love Sri Lanka, it's now time to really draw a line and say it's enough. We have to change.
From the BBC World Service, this is Stumped on ABC and All India Radio.
Next on Stumped, as we know, the global pandemic has prevented so much women's cricket taking place over the last year. But for the Australian team, it's an exciting time coming up. Australia will play against India and England before competing at next year's ICC Women's World Cup. And they'll be looking to win back the trophy they lost to England in 2017. Ashley Gardner was part of the Australia team that won the T20 World Cup last year. She's one of just 3 Indigenous Australians to have played Test cricket. And Jim, you've been catching up with her this week.
Yes, she's very impressive. She's 24 and she's been out there as an all-rounder, proving herself since she was a teenager. And she's done it in bursts. You'd have to say in the WBBL that 114 off 52 balls was something sensational. She's played a few cameos in important innings as well as taking wickets with her spin that illustrates she's a very gifted player. And a very powerful one, too, in the women's game. She's a very eloquent speaker. I started talking about a number of things, including playing the one-off test against India at the WACA. But first, she explained why she withdrew from the 100 with the Birmingham Phoenix.
It was a tough decision to pull out of that competition. I was really excited for it. Obviously, it was supposed to start last year, but because of COVID, it couldn't go ahead, and the other Australian players have pulled out as well. But because of how much cricket we've got coming up as the Australian team and my state sides as well, I think the best was to try and focus on the Australian summer. As much as I would have wanted to have played in that competition, I think it's a fantastic initiative. 100 balls will go very quick in comparison to a T20, I'm thinking, but it would have been a really cool thing to be involved in, and I'm sure the competition is going to be fantastic.
Do you want to play more Test cricket? Because it seems only England, India and Australia are really playing it. New Zealand not bothering with it anymore at this point at any rate. So do you think it's important to play more women's Test cricket?
Yeah, I think so. It's obviously like no other. I think the female game at the moment is so, I guess, focused on the short format, and that's what draws crowds in and stuff like that. So I guess as an Australian team, we have got that backing now from our supporters. So I think they will come to Test matches, which is really exciting. Yeah, I would love to play more Test cricket. I've only ever played one game, and it's something that when you're a little kid, you want to play because that's what's on TV. So yeah, I would love to be able to play 3 or 4 Test matches a year, and then plenty of other ODIs and T20s as well. So the more cricket we can play, the better, I think.
4 or 5 days for a Test match?
It's hard to get a result in 4 days, so I'm saying 5 days. You look at the Test match that just got played between England and India, there definitely would have been a result with that 5th day. I think the Indians did very well to keep it at a draw, but to have that extra day would have given them the chance to, I guess, go a little harder, or England to really go on the attack. So I think 5 days would be great, but whether that happens or not is another thing.
You're playing this one-off test at the WACA. Is that penciled in?
Yeah, it is, and it's really exciting. I think it's going to be a pretty good contest. You obviously watch the men's test matches there. It's generally not too one-sided. I think the first couple of days is probably quite batter-friendly, and then as the days go on, the cracks appear and the bowlers come into the game. So being a spinner, I think it's really exciting to be able to potentially use those footholes or foot marks. I think the beauty about Test cricket is it's so tactical, and you really have to almost outsmart the other team in the way that you play your cricket, and probably more from a bowling perspective as well, and just trying to figure out other ways to take wickets rather than just the norm way, which is really exciting.
And what about the pink ball? The test against India, there's a challenge with a pink ball. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I played a warm-up game in 2017 or 2018 Ashes that was played here in Australia with a pink ball, and it was tricky in the night sky trying to see the ball, just because it's a bit harder to judge. But it's something different. It's something that we don't get to play with normally, so I think different's good, and we just have to adapt to it.
That was Australia all-rounder Ashley Gardner with Jim, and you can hear more from Ash next week, because we'll play the second half of that interview where she discusses her Indigenous roots and why she's taken the lead to educate her teammates about Indigenous culture, with little help from her Aunt Doris as well. Now, Jim, it was really interesting to hear some of the things that Ash had to say there, and one thing which struck me was she was talking about Test cricket, and we've spoken a lot about 4 days or 5 days on the back of the England-India Test match. When she said, Test cricket is what you want to play, it's on TV, I think that for me is very particular to Australia, because Test cricket is free to air on terrestrial television in Australia. In England, what's going to be on terrestrial television, well, already is live international T20 cricket on the BBC and live games of the 100. And I just wonder whether over time, the next generation of female cricketers, the first thing they're going to be introduced to when switching the telly on is going to be the 100 and T20, because there is still no live terrestrial cricket on live Test cricket on terrestrial free-to-air television. Of course, the BBC has the highlights. It's not quite the same, but Australia does still have that sense of you switch on, you've got the traditions, the Boxing Day, you grow up with watching and appreciating Test cricket.
I think Test cricket more generally is seeped into the Australian landscape, perhaps more than in England, simply because you're overwhelmed by football being kicked around most of the time on your televisions, on the back of your newspapers. Cricket's still generally regarded as the national game. It's important that it's been preserved on free-to-air television through legislation for many years now. And I think that's where England have missed out badly since 2005 by allowing the game to be put behind a paywall. That hasn't done cricket any good at all in England.
Jim Maxwell speaking to Alison Mitchell and Charu Sharma on the World Services Stumped podcast. You can hear the entirety of that using BBC Sounds. Just search for Stumped there and you will find that entire episode. Really interesting stuff about the hopes and the expectations in Pakistan for hosting an ICC event, and the future of women's Test match cricket as well, with Ash Gardner speaking there. Our attention here on 5 Live Sports Extra is very much on the second innings of this game at Worcester between England and India, with England running onto the field, having a total I think they will feel isn't quite as many as they should have got to defend. 220 is the target for India. Alex Hartley, World Cup winner in 2017. England had moments in that innings. People got in, people got out. Do you think that 220 is enough?
Do you know what? India will back themselves to chase this. They've low total. Yes, they've got an average of 207, but if they get off to a good start and they really take advantage of the power play, it's pretty evenly poised at the halfway stage, I would say.
Yeah, and you look at that England innings. Frustration, I think, will be the name of the game. You look at Winfield Hill, 36, Heather Knight, 46, Nat Sciver, 49, Sophia Dunkley, 28. So lots of starts, but no one could go on and get that 80, 90, 100 even.
Yeah, I think that says a lot about the pitch and the wicket and the way India bowled. The pitch seems very two-paced, quite slow as well at times. But India bowled fantastically. Their spinners were brilliant. Everybody went at 4s, which is, you know, what the run rate was, and I always think that's a pretty decent job, and you can tell how people have bowled from obviously their economy rates.
Yeah, there was no one on that list that, you know, really let anyone down or was more expensive and dramatically so to release a little bit of the pressure on England. The weather is the other thing that we're keeping an eye on. At the moment, there is a fair amount of cloud moving fast overhead from the southwest, but there's also quite a lot of blue sky. At the moment, the players are in sunshine, and we're hoping it's going to stay that way.
It doesn't look like it's going to rain at the minute, does it? But we have seen that there's a bit of rain on the radar.
There is a little bit. Right then, here comes Katherine Brunt, blonde hair, running into bowl to the right-handed Shafali Verma. And Verma punching into the offside. No run as Dunkley picks up and throws. And Verma, this 17-year-old prodigy, if she gets going...
Be done in 10 minutes.
It could be done quickly. This is a big chance for India, though, isn't it?
Big chance for India. A big chance for these two to really prove themselves at the top of the order. I don't think they've necessarily batted all that long together throughout this competition.
In comes Brunt. To bowl to Verma. Again defended very solidly into the offside. And there is no run.
Now, we saw in the second ODI that England's plan was to bounce Verma out and just bowl short at her, but Katherine Brunt has gone full these first 2 deliveries, and I think that says quite a lot about the pitch. The pitch is quite slow, it's quite two-paced, therefore you want Verma on the front foot, you want her driving and you want her to make those mistakes.
Brunt with the ball in hand, and England's fielders in the deep. A deep third and a deep mid-wicket as Brunt sprints into bowl to Verma, beaten outside the off stump. Good ball from Brunt, that was quick, a little bit of away movement, and Verma was just groping forward without an awful lot of conviction, it's got to be said.
Yeah, she's just on the front foot, and it's very rare we see a player miss. She leaves the ball well, she strikes the ball well, but she's just trying to angle that one down to third man and missed it. Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, I had to move my sunglasses in the way that my dad wears his reading glasses. As Brunt comes in to bowl to Verma, again beaten, and again there's a nervous look behind, as if she might have got a little tickle on it, but no damage done. Yeah, because it's so bright outside, there's got to be a sort of two versions of my sight here. The sunglasses for watching what's going on outside, the non-sunglasses for the replay and for talking to you.
Therefore, I thought, you looked at me like that, I thought I'd done something wrong, I thought I was in trouble.
No, not this time.
Not yet.
Not yet. We sit nervously waiting for that moment. In comes Brunt to bowl to Verma. That's a more solid looking shot. Could be a single there as a misfield from Tammy Beaumont at backward point, but they won't manage to scramble through for one. One ball left of the over. India still yet to get up and running.
What a lovely stat I saw at half-time, that Kate Cross has now scored as many sixes as Laura Marsh in international cricket.
She scored more than Charlotte Edwards in one-day internationals.
No. Oh, I need to write that down in the podcast notes.
Brunt running in to bowl to Verma. End of the first over. Verma outside edge will flash down towards deep third. You'll see Verma picking up a single and keeping the strike as well at the start of the second over. So India won without loss. It is worth pointing out that their target of 220 has to come inside of 47 overs because we had a lot of rain in Worcester this morning. And though it is sunny now, it was not the case first thing. And so we do have a little bit of that caveat to focus on as well. Phil Long, our scorer, what have you got?
Well, I was just going to give you a quick bit of maths. 220 divided by 47. It's quite a tough one. It's 4.68 and over was the Indian run rate at the start.
Did you do that with a calculator?
No, I was thinking of it and then it flashed up on the scoreboard and I thought, I'll make a note of that quickly.
Okay. Because we had this the other day, Alex, with you, with a really quite complicated stat that you just chucked out there, and I glanced down to see the calculator app.
It was 139 doubled.
No, it was more complicated than that.
It wasn't. It really wasn't.
Oh no. Here comes Anja Shrubsole then. From the Diglis end, bowling to Verma, playing with a little bit of an angled bat into the onside, twirls it in her hand and prepares to face Shrubsole once again. Mandhana has been waiting at the non-striker's end for 7 deliveries and yet to get her opportunity. In front of us, Katherine Brunt is having a chat with Freya Davies, one of the England substitute fielders, getting a little drink down at deep third as Shrubsole moves in once more. Sun goes behind a cloud. Shrubsole bowling. Verma pushing into the offside. And there's no run.
Just shows the difference between the two pitches as well, from where we were at Taunton the other day and we're here in Worcester. So they were trying to go back of a length to Shafali Verma and get her on the back foot because it was an absolute belting wicket. The ball was carrying through, it was going through fast. Got a slower wicket here, so they're having to bowl fuller because the ball would just sit up nicely if they went short.
Shrubsole into bowl to Verma, hits the ball in the air, it's clearing Tammy Beaumont at backward point, and Brunt will run round from deep third to pick up. It was loose, it was just a little bit risky from Shafali Verma, who perhaps is feeling a bit bogged down, and India are 2 without loss.
Feeling bogged down, we've had 2 overs.
All things are relative, and when Verma has blocked 3 or 4, she gets frustrated. We've seen this.
You know there's a big shot coming.
There's a young fan in front of us who, I imagine in 60 years' time, he'll be watching cricket in exactly the same way. He can't be more than 4 or 5. Shoes off, socks resting on the seat in front, watching the action, looking happy as can be.
In his England football shirt.
Yeah, he's got his England flag. Maybe when Mum or Dad said, "Do you want to watch the England game today?" Here comes Shrubsole bowling to Mandhana into the leg side, and there is no run. Nice defensive push. But we could have a serious game here. I think if we see India get up and running quickly, there might just be that pressure on England. It'd be really interesting to see how England react.
Yeah, it's game on. These 2 are key though for India.
Shrubsole again. Running into bowl to Mandhana, who's playing with a straight bat down the ground. Could be a little bit of a risk. No, the throw from Eccleston is not forthcoming, and Mandhana is up. And her score is moving. 3 without loss. India chasing 220 for victory from 47 overs. We're into the second over, 1 ball left of it.
It's been a very similar start to England. Just very chilled. Shafali Verma going for the big shot and just going over Tammy Beaumont's head.
Shrubsole sprinting in fast to bowl to Verma, who goes hard over the offside, and that'll be the first boundary of the India innings. It was aggressive and just over pitch from Shrubsole, punished by Verma.
Yep, Shafali Verma shuffling down the wicket there, going towards the leg side, giving herself the space to go over mid-off, and has done exactly that. Just bats turned in her hand at the last minute. She ended up going over extra cover, but she's given herself enough room to play that shot with freedom.
And it's the power play overs, 9 of them in this slightly rain-reduced match, that could be also important for an India side that are sort of top-heavy in terms of the speed of their run scoring.
Yeah, very top-heavy, and these 2 haven't, they've not had the best start. We talk about how talented they are and how good they are with the bat at the top of the order, but they haven't done it together yet, so you sense today's the day.
Well, I think if you love the sort of stroke play they play, it's good conditions for it, as Mandhana is driving, lovely timing as far as Shrubsole at mid-off. And they've not yet, apart from the test match, in the ODI series and the white ball stuff, they've not really fired as an opening unit.
No, they haven't, and they're both aggressive players, and you're going to fail. Cricket's one of those games where you do fail more times than you succeed, so we're being critical and we're being harsh because they've got India off to decent starts, but they haven't done it together yet.
Brunt then running in 15 or so paces to bowl to Mandhana, who's defending into the onside. I'm very happy to watch that ball onto the middle of her bat, with the score remaining 7 without loss.
I'm not happy,
Why?
I've got some brand new trousers on, very expensive. I just plucked them under the desk.
What do you mean?
There must be a splinter.
Oh.
Fuming.
Yeah, I was wondering where you'd got those from. They're extraordinary. In comes Brunt to bowl to Mandhana, whipped away down towards long leg for 1, and India 8 without loss.
Are you not a fan, or are you a fan of the flared trouser?
I think that sort of Noddy Holder and Dave Hill of Slade really made it sing in about 1973, but for me now, I don't think it's quite my sort of vibe. No.
Do you think they look all right on me today? Or Crossy wasn't a fan when I went to see her. She said, "Have you got your dad's trousers on, or David Bowie's trousers?" I think she said. Yeah. But then that girl would take the mick out of me, even if I did look perfect. So.
You'd be worried if she didn't. Brunt into Bolt to Verma, deep in the crease and defending.
Kate Cross, who hit her first 6 in ODIs earlier today. Just to let you know, Nat Sciver has the most 6s for England in ODIs, 19, so she's catching up with her. And she's got a long way to go to catch up with Deandra Dottin, who's top of the international list with 74 ODI 6s.
Wow.
73 to go then, Crossy.
Brunt Bolt to Verma, forward in immaculate defence. There's almost an air with Verma that when she decides she's going to play a defensive stroke, it's almost sort of premeditated, and it's, I'm going to play this absolutely perfectly.
I think the way she goes about her cricket is really intriguing, and it's so good to watch, and we're watching and we're learning about her as a player, but she's very much, I'm going to defend this, I'm going to look solid, and then I'm just going to swing.
Yeah. And you just wait for that moment to happen. Brunt to Bolt to Verma, again defended. Off the back foot, Brunt in this intriguing battle between the two of them that's been going through the test match and all these ODIs. At the end of the over, Brunt having conceded just 2 from her couple of overs so far. And India 8 without loss after 3. The target is 219. So Crossy wasn't a fan.
No, she wasn't. She wasn't a fan of the flared trousers. If anyone wants to see them, I'm sure we can stick a picture up.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the fact that you've damaged them. They were very expensive.
I know, but you know what?
Because I was going to suggest taking them back.
I'm leaving. I'm packing my bags and I'm leaving.
Where to? 1973. Shrubsole to Bolt to Mandhana. There's a sniff in place now as the left-handed India opener drives towards Winfield at mid-on. It remains 8 without loss.
Speaking of 1973, was that the sort of time of where it came home? Because it is coming home.
It was actually 7 years before that.
Well,
66. Yeah. Well, big game tonight.
Big game tonight. Can't go anywhere to watch it though. I've got to watch it from my hotel room.
I heard that, yeah.
But that's all right.
Here comes Shrubsole. Mandhana waiting, chopping down on the ball, running it towards Sarah Glenn at deep third, running in front of that hotel and picking up in the sunshine, 9 without loss.
Rory Burns' favourite building, that hotel.
Yes, as we discovered earlier.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's almost like the balconies of it have fallen off over the years as well.
A few windows have the balconies, a few don't. I mean, I don't think anyone who sort of looked at it would think it was a real masterpiece of architecture. The cathedral, on the other hand, is looking spectacular as the sun shines brightly. Shrubsole bowling to Verma, with all the time in the world, runs the ball down to Brunt, who picks up and throws from deep third right in front of us. 10 without loss, India, midway through the 4th over.
You sort of sense these two aren't playing as many shots as they were in the first 2 ODIs, whether or not they've been told that this partnership is key. If India are going to win this game, this is key. They need to bat for longer. Just take their time, get themselves in. You always fear when you tell a player like Verma to rein it in a bit, she'll go the opposite way and lose all the firepower and the talent that got her there.
That's teenagers for you, though, isn't it? In comes Shrubsole bowling to Mandhana, down the leg side, signalled wide, 1 on to the total, 11 without loss. You know, a bit like telling a teenager to clean their room.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
No. Yeah, if you look at the scoring rate so far, both going at 50, so it's not been expressed so far. There's a little conversation between umpire Long and Anya Shrubsole about the condition of the ball. England perhaps expecting it to do a little bit more, and so far absolutely nothing. I mean, the decision was made by India to have a bowl first. They wanted to get the most of those damp, dank conditions early on, and Shrubsole and Brunt have yet to really get the ball moving. Shrubsole is in, down the leg side once more. It was quick, but it was errant in its line, and India will get 1 more run, 12 without loss.
Shrubsole not happy with that one, throwing her head in the air and shouting Words we cannot describe.
No, and we won't.
I don't think I would have a job for much longer if I did.
Shrubsole at the end of her mark, looking to try and get that line sorted. The left-handed Mandhana is waiting with slip crouching. It's a fuller ball driven down the ground. Work for Winfield to do, who does well at mid-on, tumbling to her right and preventing the single. 12 without loss. We're almost waiting for these two to decide that they're in enough to start swinging.
Yeah, when do they say, right, that's enough now, let's go back to the way we play?
Yeah. Shrubsole. Long strides into bowl, and Mandhana plays that with immaculate timing, but once again Winfield can pick up, and there is no run. The cathedral is just every so often it is illuminated by a gap in the clouds and looks spectacular, and then we get these clouds drifting over, and one moment it feels really hot in here, the next temperature drops right down. We've just got to hope that those clouds rolling in don't bring any rain. Shrubsole bowling to Mandhana once more, as far as Lauren Winfield, only 3 in the game at the moment.
Yeah, I get a sense now that it doesn't look like it's going to rain. It looks nice, and then you look over there and it's very dark.
It is a little bit, and we'll have a little check of the radar. End of the over, I should say. 4 gone, 12 without loss.
Well, you check the radar. Yeah, the opening partnership between these two, Verma and Mandhana, in this series so far. In the test match, they added 167 in that first innings, and following on they added 29, and in the ODIs so far they've added for the first wicket 23, 56, and they're 12 without loss today.
I can tell you on the radar, it looks as though in about half an hour Cheltenham's going to get quite a lot of rain. Driving is Verma, half stopped in the covers by Dunkley, but they will get through for 1. 13 without loss, Verma on to 8. And we're sort of in a little bit of a gap between a few things here in Worcester, and we could get lucky. It's going to get darker and murkier, I think, but we may avoid some of the rain.
Oh, well, fingers crossed we get a full game in because, well, the 47 overs.
Yes.
Because cricket's rubbish when it rains. It just spoils it.
It doesn't work quite as well, certainly.
No, it doesn't. You know, fair weather, sports people only, cricketers.
In comes Brunt. Mandhana on strike. Swivelling, pulling the ball away, and what a good shot that is. 4 runs round the corner. Picked up perfectly for a first boundary for Smriti Mandhana. India 17 without loss.
Yep, Katherine Brunt just going back of a length to Smriti Mandhana there, and as we feared, the ball just sits up really nicely off this surface. It's quite slow. The ball getting up to around knee roll height, and Mandhana shoveling it into the leg side 4.
So Mandhana just showing the sort of class that hasn't really been on display in this series so far. That's a nice looking drive into the offside. Cross crouches in the covers, prevents the run. And these two, they get going, it could be really spectacular.
We've had a delivery.
Yes, and bottles of water have arrived.
Oh.
You were hoping for cakes, weren't you?
Cakes, fizzy drinks, the lot.
In comes Brunt. To bowl to Mandhana. Again driving, this time no chance for Kate Cross. And it's 4 glorious runs. Through the covers, like a tracer bullet across the outfield. That is such a good shot. 21 without loss.
A beautiful shot that from Mandhana. Katherine Brunt falling over as she bowled that delivery, swinging away from the right-hander, and kind of going with the angle, just outside the off stump, and going to the right of Kate Cross at the covers. I mean, to the pull shot the ball before and then to that. That's the Smriti Mandhana that we all know and love, because she's so elegant with the bat.
She's got 11 from 13, with India 21 without loss in the 5th over. Brunt sprinting in, right arm over once again, and almost in defiance, Mandhana defends very comfortably back towards mid-on.
When she's at her best, she's so good to watch.
Yeah.
She plays so elegantly.
There was a few innings in the Kia Super League, particularly at Taunton, that were extraordinary. 100s, 90s, 80s, that seemed to just be 6, 4s. You know, remarkable, different league kind of innings. Brunt bowling to Mandhana, outside edge, flies through backward point, and it's going to bring more runs. A roar of frustration from Brunt. And another boundary to Smriti Mandhana. 25 without loss.
Katherine Brunt getting frustrated. There's nothing you can do about that, though. You've got your slip, your gully, your short third inside the ring, your backward point, and she just edges it past everyone. That's just one of those things at cricket, and we all know Katherine Brunt, when she gets frustrated, when she gets angry, she doesn't necessarily play as well, so she needs to just stay level-headed. And we don't want to be seeing that steam coming out of her ears like we did in a test match.
Yeah, all the other night. When things weren't quite going the way of the England all-rounder, who's now just fielding in front of us, so don't say anything too loudly, Alex. 25 without loss after 5 overs. Verma is on 8, waiting for Shrubsole, and she's defending into the leg side. Wants a single, and that's a good run. It's a confident single from this pair.
And one that we've not seen. They've just... Verma running singles. I thought she only dealt with boundaries.
Yeah, this is all round today. India have seemed to have slightly more verve. And just in the field, with the ball, this partnership already, it just seems to be a little bit more energy.
It's such an important game for India. If they lose this, they can't win the series. So they know they have to be up and about. They have to play their best to keep the series alive.
Shrubsole to Mandhana, again deep in the crease, happy to defend. And so much rests on these two. 26 without loss.
I was just doing the maths that they can't win the series.
They can't win the series. So the multi-format series, 4 points available for the test match. That was drawn, so that was 2 each, and then 2 points each for the white ball game. So England, having won a couple of them, currently lead by 6 points to 2. If England were to win this game, then the best India could do from the 3 T20s would be to draw. Mandhana dropping the ball into the offside, where Beaumont will field at backward point. And we're midway through the 6th over, 26 without loss.
Our mate's not getting bored of holding his sign up in front of us either, shouting, "Come on, England."
Yeah, he's got a good England flag there.
Homemade, that one, as well.
It looks it, certainly.
Oh, he's even folded it and put it in his pocket.
I think certainly a big football fan, certainly a big cricket fan. He enjoyed the England innings, some of the big hitting at the end. Here comes Shrubsole, bowling to Mandhana, who's driving down the ground, work for Eccleston to do. She's half stopped it and done enough to prevent anything more than a single. Pretty well there, Sophia Eccleston. 27 without loss.
Yep, just diving to her left-hand side, sort of a flop rather than a dive from Sophia Eccleston.
Yeah, it was not exactly, sort of leaping with complete freedom and verve, perhaps. Here comes Shrubsole bowling to Verma. 27 without loss. Shrubsole in, chipped in the air, just over the hands of Shrubsole. That might have been a chance, you know.
Shrubsole didn't get off the floor there, did she? She just sort of stuck her hand out half-heartedly, but I think that was a chance for Anya Shrubsole.
So we see the replay now. It was full, kind of nothing shot. It was just out of the reach of Shrubsole's left hand. One of those that could have gone anywhere. In the end, it evades the England fast bowler.
Would have been a specky catch.
That, to translate, that means a very good catch. Yeah?
Yeah, in cricket terms.
Okay.
We play a game as the helmet's just being run on for Amy Jones. She's going to stand up to the stumps. We play a game, the Lancashire Thunder, where we have a bit of a laugh. We take speckies only. So if you have a catch, you have to just throw a little dive in to make it look better. To which I did very well the other night when we played against Ireland at Old Trafford. And everyone just laughed at me and said, "You are a disgrace."
You're the captain. You should be leading by example. Shrubsole bowling to Verma, running the ball off the toe end of the bat down towards deep third, where Brunt will throw. And that is the end of the over. 6 gone, 28 without loss. And India have got up and running with a very solid start here. Verma has 10, Mandhana at 16. And a few more thoughts from you as our England fan in front of us starts a little dance with his flag, and then it'll be Daniel Norcross.
What a belter! I love his flag. I'm gonna go and see if he's had a nice day after when I finish my little stint on the commentary. He'll probably tell me to go away, no doubt. But yeah, a decent start from both teams. England at this point were 21 for 1, India 28 for none. Just seem to be a little bit more reserved and playing the ball on its merit and not forcing the boundaries. India.
They are, aren't they? Which is a disappointment for England fans, but splendid for the Indian contingent here as Brunt comes in from the pavilion end, and Verma just again guides this ball down to deep third for a single. I've only really seen her batting this summer. She's only 17, I suppose. Saw a little bit of her in the World T20, but what I've noticed is that we're now into the fourth game. This is the fifth time we've seen her bat, and she's just a lot more measured today, I think, than she has been in previous innings, and she's been getting gradually more measured. It's an ominous sight.
She learns quickly, doesn't she? She
does.
And it's fantastic to see because she's so young, but as I said, she just learns on the job and learns very quickly.
She's leaning on her bat at the non-striker's end now as Mandhana pulls vigorously out to deep backward square. Good diving stop. Does prevent the boundary. Out there at deep backward square by Sophia Dunkley. 2 more to the total. 30 without loss. Mandhana. So 1 more to the total. Was that it? 1.
A brilliant bit of fielding that from Sophia Dunkley, pulled into the leg side from Smriti Mandhana, a full-length diving stop, and you know you've done well when you even get the clap of approval from Katherine Brunt herself.
Yeah, she wasn't saying, how come they got a single? I mean, actually, they should have got 2 there, because Mandhana just looked at the shot and believed it was going for 4, didn't she, I think? And ambled through as Brunt's in again, and Verma gets up on her toes and works a slightly shorter ball to short mid-wicket when Nat Sciver runs in to do the fielding. Has Phil, have you identified a meteorological disturbance?
It looks darker, doesn't it? And it's coming this way.
I've still got the sunglasses on. I have full faith.
You do, yeah. Are those ones you bought in the shop?
These are the ones I'm going to Magaluf after in these.
Brunt in, short bouncer, which doesn't actually miss the stumps by an enormous amount. She had to get right down, did Verma, to avoid that. And it wasn't taken cleanly by Jones, but well enough, because she would have been unsighted as Verma ducked the last minute.
Yep, the slow pitch, that ball just not getting up. Oh, it was...
Could have hit the bat that was sticking like above her head, like a periscope there.
Wasn't far away from the stumps at all, probably chest height for Amy Jones.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Here comes Brunt again. Verma just gives herself a bit of room and then guides this ball back with a square on the offside, but can't beat the field. And there's no run again. You can see how slow the pitch is from that, isn't it? I mean, when we think how many bouncers we've seen Katherine Brunt bowling in the tests and the 2 ODIs, and they've all of them gone shoulder height or above, haven't they? Amy Jones has always been taking them around about her head.
Yep.
It just died in the pitch. I wonder. Brunt in. Last ball, the overhit, high in the air, over the top of mid-off. It's going to skip away for 4. An ambitious shot on the up. It was not a long half volley. She's just taken a step back into her crease and then transferred her weight and whacked it over mid-off up to the boundary for 4. And Brunt will not enjoy that one bit. 34 without loss after 7, India.
That's the Shafali Verma we know. She was just prodding at the ball in the previous deliveries, a bit pokey. Pokey's banned, Verma. You've got to play it like that. You've got to keep playing over the top, hitting those glorious shots.
Don't be pokey, is that the advice?
No pokey.
Well, she always plays it like a straight pull, doesn't she? There's a lot of bottom hand in that. She goes, and it wasn't that short, and it certainly wasn't that full. Brunt probably, if she could have gone to the pitch and put the ball where she wanted to put it, it would have been pretty much where it landed. Right. Shobsole is going to continue from the Diglis end, whence these dark, angry, demented clouds are arriving, and Mandhana drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. That's the difference between these two. One bludgeons you over the top, and Mandhana elegantly, gracefully, like David Gower or Kumara Sangakkara, just strokes the ball to the boundary for 4.
Another fantastic cover drive from Mandhana. The ball just outside the off stump. Placed that in such a beautiful position, so well balanced, and just threading the ball through the offside.
Shobsole will be annoyed with herself there. It's a long half volley, but beautifully executed from Mandhana. The next delivery is also full, not quite as full, and Mandhana can only push this to short extra. There's no run. 38 without loss.
A better line, that ball as well from Shobsole, much straighter.
I mean, she is in theory going to be taking the ball away from the left-hander. It's got no slip in. Knight, interestingly, has positioned herself at short, fine leg. Normally you'd see her in the ring, wouldn't you? And Shobsol's into Mandhana, who cuts but can't beat backward point. There's no run. Tammy Beaumont does the fielding.
She was at slip, and just for ease of the game and to get through the overs, I think she's just decided to put herself a short fine.
No point moving.
I think that's the beauty of what position this England team are in as well now. Heather Knight, famously known for being at extra cover, Nat Sciver at mid-wicket, but this England team have worked so hard on their fielding. They're all capable of fielding anywhere. They're all unbelievable fielders.
Shobsol in. Mandhana drives up to mid-off. Where Eccleston fields, there's no run along the ground. It's a beautiful sight, this opening pairing. Is this your favourite opening pairing at the moment? Mandhana and Verma?
I think, yeah.
The contrasts.
Yeah, they are, definitely. And the way they go about their cricket, they're both aggressive, but one's more aggressive than the other. One plays in the air, one plays along the ground.
Must be difficult to bowl to, I would have thought. It's that short, and that dabbed away nicely through backward point, running away to the boundary, and it will be 4. All about the placement there. There was a deep backward point, almost a wide, deep third, but she managed to cut that to the right of Tammy Beaumont behind square at point inside the ring, to the left of the fielder out there on the boundary. That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. This is what I mean, you know, that ball, Verma's doing something very different with. It's got like chopping action, whereas Mandhana's just gliding it. Field settings have got to be different. Lines and lengths have got to be different. 42 without loss, India. They're getting off to a great start here in the 8th over. Shobsol moves in to complete the over, and it's driven again by Mandhana, but she can't beat the diving Dunkley. And there's no run. End of the 8th over, 42 without loss. Verma has 15. Mandhana has 25. You've picked up your glasses in a way that suggests you're... Don't think, are you?
Well, no, I'm not going anywhere, but I was just thinking, actually, I picked them up because now it's going to rain all day. Do you think the club shop will accept a return?
You want a refund because of the weather? I think in COVID times, I suppose if you took some of these antibacterial cleansing surface wipes, actually, if you signed them, you could probably sell them to someone for more than you bought them.
Sell them for a £5.
Or give them that lad down there, he'd love them.
He would. England's #1 fan right in front of us.
Change of bowler. And it's straight off the back of her 5 wickets, and, well, even more, straight off the back of her first ODI 6. It's Kate Cross. I'm impressed with the bat earlier today. She runs in from the pavilion end. Her first delivery to Verma is short, punched off the back foot. Can't beat Dunkley again, who's in the ring on the offside. There's no run. Have you seen her bat like that before?
Yeah, she's a good batter, is Kate Cross. Yeah, I think we were saying about her 6, but Shafali Verma was just totally in the wrong place. She was about 5-10 yards in off the boundary. And had Shafali Verma been on the ring, on the boundary rope, sorry, it would have been a very simple catch.
Don't say that to her, though. Ball, push the defence up to mid-off, there's no run. Genuinely, do you think, in my experience, bowlers remember their 6s better than their wickets? So I do as you know, I do a little show with Stephen Finn, and he remembers with great clarity the 6 he hit at Brisbane, various other 6s, but he can't quite recall his wickets quite the same clarity, you know. Cross in, oh, that's played and missed that. Verma looking for that angled dab down to deep third, and it's Amy Jones standing up the stumps, whips off the bails. She's home.
So if Kate Cross gets wickets today, do you think she'll remember her 6 and not how she got Shafali Verma out?
What will she be most happy with, do you think? Because
secretly her 6.
It's a 6, isn't it? I think it's a 6. She runs in once more. Verma comes forward in perfect defence. She can play a perfect forward defensive push, which she has done on this occasion. Plays into the offside. Fielded by Knight, and there's no run.
Verma just taking a big deep breath there. She's trying not to get frustrated, but she's 15 off 27, which is unheard of.
She's just done the thing that I comment on. She's just made the little brush with the bottom of her bat. I think she's going to go after this ball. Let's see. Cross in, and Verma goes after this ball, clatters it over. Cover for 4. 46 without loss.
Dan, I am giving you a round of applause because you think she sweeps the floor before she's going to play a big shot.
I do.
You have asked statisticians to
I asked Sky to take a look, didn't I?
Yeah, and they said you're not right. They said you were wrong.
Well, what they said was that they have found her doing it and score it and hitting and going after it, and then they found times when she hasn't done it. So you can't be certain. But I don't know, there's something about that little tick. She's gone after it again. To the high in the air, she could be caught, and is. Heather Knight takes the catch. Verma has got to go. She went after the previous ball, clattered it to the boundary, then her eyes lit up. A full delivery from Kate Cross. She thought she could get it over the infield. Instead, she spooned a catch off the toe end up to Knight, and Verma has got to go.
And she threw it back to the ground as it was caught.
Well, she must get frustrated with herself because she knows what she can do. India 46 for 1, and a much-needed breakthrough for England and for Kate Cross.
Yeah, Shafali Verma, she'd gone about her batting in so calculated today. She hadn't played all these expansive shots. 19 from 29 delivery. It's unheard of for Shafali Verma, the youngster. Normally a strike rate of 100 plus. She's just got one too many. She'd gone after the previous ball and hit it for 4. That ball just wasn't quite there for her.
Do you know when a batter is really annoyed with themselves, they walk off holding the toe of the bat, so they've got the bat upside down, and she was very much angrily gripping the toe of her bat like she hated this thing.
Well, she actually threw it on the floor first, so she's not happy with it. I think that one's going in the bin. It doesn't work.
Goodbye, Hartley. We'll be back in half an hour. Oh yes, sorry, we have to wipe everything. I can't open that bag, so I'm leaving it to you. 46 for 1. What's the tale of Verma's innings there, Phil?
19 from 29, 3 fours. They added 46 for that first wicket. Well, just looking also in T20 internationals, they've batted together 20 times, 200 partnerships and 350 partnerships. So you'd imagine lots to come from those two in the future.
Well, you certainly would. It was very entertaining while it happened. This is not an easy pitch by any means to advance the score if you're the sort of person who wants to go after the ball. Verma is very much a kind of come at the ball type batter. Mandhana is very much a wait for the ball type batter. And England, I think, have bowled a bit poorly to Mandhana, but they bowled pretty well to Verma, I thought, Isabel Westbury.
Yes, indeed, and I think England's batters are more come-at-em batters as well, and I don't think any of them left the field satisfied today. Lots of disgruntled batters walking back to the pavilion.
It's frustrating, isn't it? If you get a slow pitch and it's not really happening, and Sophie Eccleston starts her first over, first delivery is full and driven to mid-on by Mandhana. There's no run. You just sort of, if exactly as you say, if you're a sort of come-at-them batter, then you get very frustrated if the ball sticks in the pitch. Eccleston, key phase of the game for England here, is into the left-handed marker, goes back into a crease and works the ball back to the bowler. Slow run.
He had a very teenage tantrum, petulant walk-off from Verma there. She flung her back to the ground. It's the kind of thing that I'd do as a teenager, slamming my bedroom door.
I played with a man in his 50s who did that. Still well into his 50s. Next delivery, pushed it to the onside. There's no run. He was a lovely fellow, but when he got his 6th or 7th successive duck, yes, a lot of the kit got thrown all over the place before he'd actually got off the ground. Full and driven, straight to short extra, and there's no runs. Knight does the fielding.
Just looking over at the England dugout, wondering what's going through Lisa Kitely's mind, England head coach at the moment.
Eccleston from the Diglis end bowls a flatter, shorter ball, which Mandhana goes back into a crease, pushes back at the wicket. There's no run.
Frustrated but optimistic, would you feel?
Well, I think optimistic, yes. I think once the ball gets a bit softer, it's very hard to force the pace as this full delivery is driven square. The wicket can't beat the field. End of the over. Was that a maiden?
It was. Dan, it was the first maiden of the day.
Oh, I say.
Yeah, that was
a
wonderful statistic from Phil. It's 46 for 1 after 10 overs. And in England's innings, they didn't have any maidens, but they also had 94 dot balls in succession. No, 94 balls without boundary.
94 balls
without a boundary.
Yeah, singles weren't too problematic to come by, but boundaries really, really were, weren't they? Mm-hmm. And it was right at a crucial part of the innings, from the 27th over through to the 43rd, 42nd, 43rd. It was that sort of period obviously when England are looking to accelerate, and they just couldn't. Kate Cross, who picked up 5 wickets in the last match. She's got the breakthrough today. She's fast becoming the most important seamer in this team, and she runs away from us full. Forward in defence comes Jemimah Rodrigues to her first ball, pushes it to the offside. There's no run.
I think I want to categorise batters from here on in as come at me or wait and see.
Oh yeah, do you like that?
Just those, no left hand, right hand, or attacking or
so wait and
defensive.
See a Gower. Come at me would be like Robin Smith.
Yeah.
I think Sciver's a come at me.
I think so.
Cross in, that's short, played off the back foot. Rodrigues plays back to the square on the offside as they run. Rodrigues to me feels like a wait and see.
Well, I think we've got 2 quite similar style batters here, a right hand, left hand combination, very elegant batters in Mandhana and Rodrigues.
Deepti Sharma's a come at me.
Yep, Verma is a come at me.
Come at me very much.
I think most of England's women's team is a come at me's actually.
Yeah, Beaumont is. Cross in, and play from the back foot to a full delivery, but she finds the middle of the bat, pushes into the offside, no run.
Whereas I think with this kind of chase, a wait and see is quite useful. And I think Mithali Raj probably wait and see as well.
Yeah. You think these 3 here,
the key wait and sees.
Kaur, where's Harmanpreet?
I think she's a bit of a come at me.
Yeah.
I
think I agree. Cross in again, just back of her length. Very good bowling from Cross. She's giving nothing away at all. It's defended back up the wicket to mid-on. There's no run. This is I like this. It's a good way of looking at it, I think.
Especially in a run chase that is a neither here nor there run chase. It's it's not
4 and a bit.
Yeah, 4 and a bit. We're looking at the current run rate's 4.3. The required now 4.8. It's it's always within grasp, and I feel like it will be the whole way through this innings.
You would imagine as Cross into Rodrigues down the leg side. A wide is signal, brilliantly, expertly taken by Amy Jones again. Standing up. Amy Jones probably spends, I don't suppose you keep a note of this, Phil, but probably about 3 overs out of every 50 standing back. And the rest of the time, she's standing up. Here comes Cross once more. The cathedral looking over. That's full, defended perfectly with a high elbow. Sort of the perfect textbook forward defence into the offside. No run once more.
And Rodrigues has got something to say as well, or want to. She got 8 from 15 in her last innings. Remember, she was one of the 3 changes in the Indian lineup from the first ODI.
Left out of the test. Crosses into her. That's wide outside the off stump. Left alone. Through to Jones. End of the over. Just the wide from it. India 47 for 1. 11 overs have gone. That wicket of Verma just making things a little different here. More thoughts from Isabel Westbury that take you through the next 20 minutes. It is the returning Stefan Schemmelt.
Some more really disciplined bowling from Kate Cross. We saw her in the first ODI just get 1 wicket, but good run rate, hovering around 3, the most economical bowler for England. But if that was she wasn't fully rewarded for it. Last match she was a 5 for. She's got the big wicket here as Sophie Eccleston is going to come and bowl from the Douglas end, Stefan.
Here is Eccleston over the wicket. There's a powerful strike down the ground, just out of the reach of the mid-off fielder is Mandhana, who's going aerial. And Anya Shrubsole just moving to her left, sort of waved the ball on its way. India move on to 51 for 1, Mandhana 29. Could Anya Shrubsole have made a better fist of getting towards this, Isabel?
You feel as though she withdrew her hand quite early on, as sort of that's not going to be anywhere near. Quite late to move to it as well. Tricky opportunity if it was one.
Eccleston behind the sunglasses. Mandhana drives up towards cover. Or the deep cover fielder out on the offside fence. 52 for 1. It was a bit like, if you try to wave to someone and they haven't seen you, then you pretend, oh no, I wasn't waving anyway.
You just withdraw it. Yeah, no, I can see that. But I am sceptical as to whether it was actually a chance. But it's one of those you think, risky to have withdrawn.
Eccleston, the left arm spinner, is going to bowl round the wicket to the right-handed Rodrigues. It's in now as Eccleston. Rodrigues looks for a late cut, but England have got a fielder in position for that stroke. Sophia Dunkley, short third man, pretty much on the line of slip. I'm peering over Dunkley's right shoulder. That's the view we've got. Behind square on the offside. Eccleston waits, walks, then skips into her action. Rodrigues drives up towards mid-off. She's faced 8 deliveries now, Rodrigues, yet to get off the mark. We saw this at Taunton. Eventually she did with a pretty wild hack. She didn't hang around for too much longer. She only made 8 before she was dismissed by Kate Cross. Eccleston to an out, shorter, flatter, quicker. She wants a single. Yeah, Rodrigues does get it as Tammy Beaumont slides across the ground at point. So Rodrigues away from her 9th ball. India move on to 53 for 1. Their target is 220 to beat England in this 3rd one-day international and claw 2 points back in the multi-format series.
Very fidgety player, isn't she, Rodrigues?
Mandhana, orange number 18 on her back. Eccleston bowls, that's full. Mandhana digs it out towards short third. End of the 12th over. India are 53 for 1. Mandhana has 30, Rodrigues has 1. Target is 220. Remember, this game's 47 overs aside after rain and a wet outfield caused play to be delayed by an hour and a half this morning. Got a bit of a confession to make, Izzy.
Oh.
I feel a bit full.
Now, why does that surprise me, Stefan? I think you should explain to all our listeners why you might feel a little bit full.
Well, lunch arrived. It's a late lunch for all the media.
This is after you've had your chicken tikka pasty at 11's is, right?
That was a brunch.
Right.
Kate Cross tries to start a new over, but it's aborted as Rodrigues steps away. So then lunch came at the change of innings, and that was a late lunch because that was easily 4 o'clock, wasn't it? Later than that. 3:30? Was it 3:30? Thanks, Phil. So I ate mine. Chicken, potatoes, greens in a spicy sauce. Spectacular. Really enjoyed it. You might have been in trouble if you didn't like spicy food. I loved it. Cross, number 16, bowls to Rodrigues. Pushes with a straight back to mid-off and there's no run. And then, just as I was, sniffing around the press box.
As you do, Stefan. Hovering, I remember, with intent, I think.
Yeah, I saw that.
Loitering with intent, You know that in some places that's illegal.
Amber was outside making a social media video and had left a good 3/4 of her lunch.
She was just pacing herself like any sensible person might.
So I just left her a little note. Cross bowls again to Rodrigues. Is it an appeal for LBW? Given! Kate Cross strikes again. You can't keep her out of the wickets at the moment. Rodrigues and Mandhana have a conversation. Rodrigues reviews. Now, I do think there might have been a hint of an inside edge, but the fact that Rodrigues needed to chat to Mandhana to confirm the intent to review suggests not. It might have been both pads. If this decision is upheld, India will be 53 for 2 and Rodrigues will be on her way for 1. Isabel Westbury.
I'm feeling more confident in an England shirt as far as this review is concerned. Now, has she got an inside edge on this? We're going to have a look. Now, she might well have done, Here
it comes.
She might well have done. I reckon we might have a little spike on Snicko as we're just seeing the replay. And it does look as though she's got a tickle of an inside edge.
Umpire Russell Warren, the Nigel Long was at square leg. Russell Warren gave it out. Now Nigel Long's walking back to his position at square leg, straight towards the screen, getting a great look at the replay. The thing is, the bat and the pad are quite close together. It's bat, ball and pad all there as one, so it's just deciphering what's been hit first. But it looks like we're about to get the decision overturned.
So a good review then from India, once this is confirmed.
So Rodrigues survives on 1, having been given out LBW to Kate Cross. And India remain 53 for 1. And Kate Cross, who took 5 wickets at Taunton, has already taken the first wicket to fall today. Will have to wait for another. Was a pretty, in the end, reasonably clear inside edge, but it also hit both pads. So you can see why Russell Warren gave it out. If there hadn't been an inside edge, stone dead. Cross again to Rodrigues. Classical cover drive straight to Heather Knight, who I think creeps closer at extra cover with every passing game I see her play.
Just looming there, isn't she? A bit like you're looming over Amber's lunch.
Well, yeah, and so Amber was outside making a video for social media, so I just
doing her job, yeah.
Just doing her job, yeah. And so I just wrote on the cardboard box, "Are you going to eat this?" Cross has got brown hair. She bowls to Rodrigues, who's trying to square drive off the front foot, straight to point, and there's no run. Rodrigues has 1 from 13 balls, and that includes overturning an LBW decision. And so Amber came back and very generously said, well, she said, I've eaten a lot of snacks today. I was just pacing myself with this. I'm probably not going to eat it all.
It's peer pressure, that.
I know it wasn't. I just asked an innocent question.
Did you?
Anyway, she did volunteer, I reckon, more than half of her lunch. So I've eaten 1.5 lunches, followed it up with a cup of tea and 3 biscuits. Feel a bit full. Cross to Rodrigues, turns it on to the onside. Sciver with a throw. They're going to have to be quick. Mandhana's home, even though Jones has got the bails off. Nigel Long, the square leg umpire, is interested in having another look. Score moves on to 54 for 1.
It's basically one of those in-between innings lunches where you don't want to be opening the bowling.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Well, I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to be opening the bowling at
what I was getting
at any point. But my concern is always, where does my next meal come from? And so, after this, I've got a long drive home. Wanted to make sure that I'd be okay. So maybe my eyes were bigger than my belly. Cross to Mandhana to complete the over, outside half of the bat, guided down towards third. If you're being cruel, you'd say it was an edge, but I think that's very deliberate from Mandhana. End of the 13th over, an eventful one which saw Jemimah Rodrigues' overturn being given out LBW. India 55 for 1, Mandhana 31, Rodrigues has 2.
There is some sort of cacophony of metallic musical instrument beneath us, a bit like I'm thinking of sort of horses' hooves and...
Or have you ever seen one of those toys that you wind up and they bash together the cymbals?
Yes.
Like that. Hear it now.
I'm thinking of sort of Monty Python and coconuts.
Yeah. Two chaps scoring in front of us are still going. One's covered up his maroon t-shirt with a black jacket. Sophie Eccleston begins a new over at the far end of the left arm spin. Mandhana slides the bat across her front pad to take a single out towards deep mid-wicket. 56 for 1 India. Remember, you're able to see highlights of this game on the red button from 9 o'clock tonight. Of course, that is peak football time. Ukraine versus England in the quarterfinals of Euro 2020 will be live on BBC Radio 5 Live, so you can catch up with the highlights on the iPlayer. As Eccleston bowls to Rodrigues, just can't get going. Forces the ball back to the bowler and there's no run. If you can't wait for the highlights, you can see all the clips now on the BBC Sport website and app. Tomorrow, the third one-day international between England's men and Sri Lanka from Bristol on Test Match Special, play beginning at 11 o'clock. Eccleston again to Rodrigues, inside half of the bat. Just nothing looks comfortable for Jemimah Rodrigues at the moment. This time she does get a single as the ball scoots towards the vacant square leg region, but there was no conviction about the stroke. It was inside half of the blade. She's on 3 from 16. India women 57 for 1. All the momentum sucked from them after that wicket of Shafali Verma. Required rate is touching 5 and over. Eccleston to Mandhana, defends with a straight bat. And there's no run. England's change bowling doing the job. Katherine Brunt and Anya Shrubsole both going at more than 5 and over. Kate Cross has 1 for 7 from 3. Eccleston no wicket for 8 in her third over. Mandhana drives just wide of mid-off. That'll be 4 runs. Anya Shrubsole again not having the best time in the field. She sort of escorted that one past her. Maybe it was worth a dive. But Mandhana gets 4 from a classical drive. And the score moves on to 61 for 1.
Just seeing a bit of frustration there from Eccleston. I think she doesn't feel as though Shrubsole was in the right position at mid-off.
2 straight?
Yeah. Although you tend to have them straight.
1 delivery, the 14th remaining. Mandhana clips this up towards long on for a single. So what would have been a good over from Eccleston actually turned out to go for 6, is that right, Phil? 7.
I think that's quite harsh on your fielder. I think that was more an outlet of frustration from Eccleston than it was the fault of Shrubsole there in mid-off. Because as a spin bowler, you tend to have your mid-off and mid-on quite straight. And especially someone like Eccleston, who tends to bowl it quite full.
62 for 1 is the score after 14. Can I throw a theory at you in this over, Isabel? I'll let you ruminate over it. We should have time as Kate Cross gets into her 4th over. Amy Jones up to the stumps, crouches behind Smriti Mandhana, who defends with a straight bat. Now, earlier on, when it was raining before the start of this game, Henry Moran asked the question to Alex Hartley and I, should England be looking to experiment in this series? Is particularly in this game, with 2 one-dayers won, was this a chance to look at some other options? And I said, well, they've only got 5 one-day internationals against New Zealand after this, before the Ashes and the World Cup. Is this the time to experiment? I thought not really. Kate Cross bowls to Mandhana. Nat Sciver at cover, hurls at the non-striker stumps and misses. I think Rodrigues was home anyway. But I did get a message from someone saying to me this was actually the ideal time to experiment, to bring in someone like an Emily Arlott, who was released from the squad, or an Izzy Wong, who wasn't even in the squad, to blood a young bowler. Cross with a white towel poking out the back of her trousers, bowls to Mandhana. They want a single. Tammy Beaumont at point can't prevent the run. The score moves on to 63 for 1, halfway through the 15th over. And what England could have done is rotated a Brunt and a Shrubsole. Where does that sit with you?
I think it's a really interesting suggestion, but I think that we're almost trying to approach it in the same way that we'd approach men's cricket in their build-up to World Cups or an Ashes series, for example.
Cross stomps into Rodrigues. That's full. Rodrigues plays about the stroke of most conviction she has done so far. It's only for a single. Down towards long leg. 64 for 1.
But I would land on the fact that England women and any other international women's team don't play enough international cricket, competitive cricket, to be resting and rotating your key players.
An Arlott or a Wong would be a point of difference, though, wouldn't they, in the attack? Cross leans back as she bowls to Mandhana, who, with all the class that she possesses, turns off her pads out towards deep square leg, down towards the cathedral for another single. 65 for 1.
But we know that Lisa Kiteley, head coach, is very efficient, sort of no nonsense. I'm going to pick my best 11. And so she's going to pick her best 11 leading up. If you've only got a handful of matches, which is what we have, before an Ashes, before a World Cup, you're picking your best 11.
Cross to complete the 15th over, bowls to Rodrigues, who with a lovely high front elbow drives up to Heather Knight at extra cover. There's no run. 15 gone. India is 65 for 1. Mandhana has 39. Rodrigues has 4. The target is 220 from 47 overs. At this point, England was 61 for 1. So India are 4 runs ahead. England sort of decelerated towards the end. The clatter of wickets.
Yeah. That's a really interesting comparison, that. But no, I think that if this was England's men with multi-formats having to, almost an overkill of multi-formats, lots of cricket to be played, then you do bring in rest and rotation. But I just think all of these players need as much match practice as they possibly can.
Eccleston starts a new over at the far end. Mandhana plays the ball back to her.
I don't know if you would agree with this, Izzy, but I think there's every chance this could be England's 11 in that opening, maybe ODI of the Ashes series.
No, I think that's probably pretty fair, to be honest.
Eccleston again over the wicket to Mandhana. Forced up towards mid-on. They'll take a single and move on to 66 for 1.
Anya Shrubsole gave the press conference yesterday, the pre-match press conference, and she was really interesting. She gave a little bit of an insight into how much she struggled, really, during the pandemic and during the Derby bubbles, and she was just not match fit. She hadn't played any international cricket.
Eccleston round the wicket to Rodrigues, down the track, basically kicking the ball away, using the pad as a second line of defence.
And she had a pretty poor, by her standard, series in Derby against the West Indies in a series where England absolutely trampled all over the opposition. For her, it certainly weren't the returns you'd expect.
Eccleston again as Nedges are taken behind. Jones juggles it. It's not out, says Nigel Long. Now I think England might fancy a review here. Jones is showing the ball to Heather Knight. Yeah, straight away Heather Knight makes a T sign, and I'll be honest, I think Rodrigues has edged this. Isabel Westbury's got her finger up as well. Rodrigues on 4. Don't forget she's already overturned, being given out LBW to Kate Cross on 1. Saved by an edge. Is an edge now going to see her on her way? England are pretty convinced.
Neat bit of symmetry that there, Stefan.
It's not just thrown together, you know, Isabel.
I know.
So all eyes on the big screen, which is away to our right. It's over deep extra cover as you look. In fact, so the ball might have just gone between inside edge and pad. Now I'm certain this appeal was for a catch behind.
Yeah, same. Because Heather Knight went to Amy Jones.
But I think this has hit the top of Rodrigues' front pad, which may bring LBW into play. What do we think, Isabel? It's almost like the ball may be jammed in between the inside edge and the pad. There's definite spike on ultra edge. It's hit something.
That would be such an awful way to go.
I think this has hit the pad, and I think they're going to take a look at the LBW. I think she could be in trouble. We've seen another angle.
It's quite a big stride forward.
I don't think that has hit the bat. I think that's hit the pad. What do you think?
I think you're right. I think it's missed the bat, hit the pad, and the only thing that will save her here is height.
And I don't think I've ever seen this before, where a team has effectively appealed for one thing and may gain success with something else. We've seen a lot of replays of the ultra edge, just so the third umpire, who's Graham Lloyd, can ascertain where there was inside edge or not. No inside edge. Here comes the ball tracker. Pitching in line, hitting and going over the top. Umpire's call for height. So Rodrigues survives twice. First for the court behind, not given, and then the LBW not given either. Nigel Long swings his hands in front of him. That was absolutely extraordinary. 66 for 1, Rodrigues has 4.
I don't think he thought that they would be going to a ball tracking LBW review, but there we are. That would have been quite extraordinary.
That what would have been even more interesting. Long gives it out. Caught behind. Rodrigues reviews. There's no edge.
Yes.
Is that out LBW? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think
because it would have been umpire's call. Should have been on away. Anyway, 2 deliveries remaining in the over. Eccleston, Boulder! She's chopped on. After all that, after surviving 2 reviews, Jemimah Rodrigues chops onto her leg stump, and England are absolutely cock-a-hoop. Twice they thought they had her. Third time was the charm. Rodrigues goes for 4. India is 66 for 1.
Well, that was just a whole waste of time, really, wasn't it? We were just sat here going back and forth with Snicko and whether it was pitching in line. And all we really needed to do was tell Sophie Eccleston to get back to her mark and bowl a beach of a delivery.
It was actually pretty torturous stuff from Rodrigues. She scratched around. 4 singles in 21 deliveries. She had to overturn 1 decision. She survived a review from another. And then inexplicably, she's tried to late cut what was pretty much a half volley and only got a bottom edge onto her leg stump. After a few more thoughts from Isabel Westbury, it'll be Henry Moran.
Yeah, it took her about, 8-9 balls, I think, Phil can correct me if I'm wrong, to get off the mark, and you could feel from the moment she entered the crease just getting really frustrated, knowing that there was pressure on her as an individual to perform, pressure from a team perspective as well, to try and chase down, which is, for England, certainly a below par total. So frustration all round, but it does mean that we see enter the crease the woman that has scored 2 consecutive 50s in the last 2 ODIs.
12 runs in this innings, and she becomes a leading run scorer across formats in women's cricket, passing Charlotte Edwards. I'm going to ask you a question just before you depart.
Oh, that seems cruel.
Yeah, no. You have your chance to answer.
Okay.
Is Jemimah Rodrigues as good as everyone says she is?
I think she's a really good cricketer. I think she's very busy. I think she's got really good technique. I also think that she is very young in her career and has just been usurped by a once-in-a-generation cricketer in Shafali Verma, and that's a really awkward place to be in for an international batter.
20 innings, average of 20, only 3 50s.
I think she'll get there. I think she needs time and support, and it might not be yet, but I think she's a class batter, yeah.
Okie doke. Right, that was a fulsome answer. Thank you very much indeed. Isabel Westbury, former Middlesex captain, with us on commentary Izzy departs to be replaced by Alex Hartley, with Raj looking for those 12 runs, Alex.
Yeah, those 12 runs that she needs. Now, I've just asked Phil to check something out.
Go on.
I'll just wait for Soph to bowl this ball.
Okay. India 66 for 2. They're chasing a further 154. Raj is forward, punching the ball back towards Eccleston in rather languid fashion, and the over comes to an end, 66 for 2.
Now, India seems to have a problem, so they've got a firepower at the top of the order. They're really struggling with that 3-4 sort of. They've got Raj at 4, Poonam Rout was there at 3 and got given the boot because she was slow. They've brought in Jemimah Rodrigues, and in her last few games, she's scored in her last 5 games.
Yeah, last 5 innings. Since the kind of the break for the pandemic, as it were, she's made 1, 9, 0, 8 and 4.
So they've chopped and changed. They've not necessarily replaced Rout with anyone that's better.
Kate Cross sprinting away and bowling to Mandhana, who's playing with a slightly crossed bat, but effectively enough as far as mid-off. And there is no run.
Yeah, 22 runs in those last 5 innings for Jemimah Rodrigues.
So I think this is where India's problem lies, because there's so much pressure on certain batters in this team because everyone else around them seems to just be failing.
Cross to Mandhana, whipped into the leg side, lovely timing, but Dunkley will be able to pick up, running in front of the Cathedral, deep backward square leg, 67 for 2, and she is only 20 years old, Rodrigues, and yeah, that is very early in her career, and I suppose she's a victim of the expectation as much as anything.
Yeah, because she came onto the scene and did quite well first up. But yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where obviously you've got Mandhana and Verma at the top of the order, and you just expect everyone else to be as good as them two, and they haven't quite found someone that is going to fill Mithali, Raj, Harmanpreet Kaur's boots, and there's so much pressure on Verma and Mandhana at the top of the order.
Raj on strike, right-hander, keeper standing up, cross bowls, lovely timing from Raj as far as Shrubsole at mid-on.
When you say Rodrigues is only 20, she's played a lot of cricket for a 20-year-old.
She has. What's that?
So very straight down the effects, Mike.
It is, yeah.
Is it a bin?
No, it's a chef with a trolley.
Ice cream? Excuse me.
99 flake. Oh, I haven't found our ice cream today.
I know,
it's frustrating. Here comes Cross then to bowl to Mithali Raj, forward in solid defence into the offside. It's like the trolleys, always those trolleys that carry things make an unbelievable noise. You know, they don't, the smoothness of your supermarket trolley, you know, which is much quieter.
Yeah, there's nothing worse as well. I live in a flat, and when they do the trolleys to take stuff to the supermarket at the bottom, just wakes me up. Why are you doing that at 5 a.m?
Here comes Cross, bowling to Raj, who's got one of those runs at least. I think it'll be 4, tickled down to the fine leg boundary, and it gets there. So Mithali Raj is up and running in the innings. She moves to 4, and now 8 away from a hugely significant landmark of being the leading run scorer in women's international cricket.
Do you think Charlotte Edwards is sat at home going, I hope she doesn't get these 12? Or do you think she's going, you know what, she's still playing, unbelievable player, she's going to be the leading run scorer?
Well,
I wouldn't want her to get them if it was me.
No, I don't think I would either. But then maybe we're not as nice as she is. Here comes Cross again, sprinting in, right arm over, and that's a beauty that beats the outside edge of Mithali Raj's bat. And the end of the over, 17 gone, 71 for 2. The target is 220 from 47 overs. They're in a good position here, India, but they'll be wary of losing a couple more wickets, because that could just see the pressure building a little bit. Mandhana's got 41 from 47. The clouds are just bubbling up a little bit.
They are. It looks very dark, although they do look like they're going behind the cricket ground, sort of in front of us.
47 overs. They're in a good position here, India, but they'll be wary of losing a couple more wickets, because that could just see the pressure building a little bit. Mandhana's got 41 from 47. The clouds are just bubbling up a little bit.
They are. It looks very dark, although they do look like they're going behind the cricket ground, sort of in front of us. And it's blue sky. You know what? We might get away with it.
We might get away. We got away with it big time last weekend at Bristol.
Did we?
Yeah.
I never knew it was meant to rain.
Yeah.
I don't check the weather forecast. I think it's always wrong.
Well, it's useful to know, though. Prepare, though, isn't it? Eccleston bowling to Mandhana, dropped into the offside, no chance of a run.
No, I did the classic look out the window.
Yeah, the clouds are building up. It's getting very dark over there. The Duckworth-Lewis score at the end of this over, I'm sure you were just looking, Henry, is 71 if India remain 2 wickets down.
Eccleston bowling to Mandhana, clipped down the ground for a single, so they move ahead of that DLS pass score for the end of this over. This is not by any stretch of the imagination absolutely exact, but it is a really useful guide as to where they are in this run chase. At the moment, they're on course.
Yeah, we always look at Duckworth-Lewis just to see if you're on course. Don't let Duckworth-Lewis get too far ahead of you.
Eccleston going to bowl round the wicket to Mandhana. He's forward in defence, very correctly, punching into the offside where Heather Knight will pick up. There's a few more thicker jackets that have been put on in the last hour or so. Our friend Jack, who's scoring the game down below us, he's put on a slightly fleecier number. It's not quite as sunny as it was. Eccleston with a quicker, flatter ball, which is defended into the offside.
Daddy's still in his England shirt.
He is.
Still 50 not out.
Yes. Well, it might be his birthday.
Well, happy birthday,
And
Daddy.
actually, that's an old England shirt, so he might be significantly older.
52 not out now.
Cross it out. In comes Eccleston, defended away. There's been a lovely atmosphere here today. Had a little lap of the ground when we went to find your sunglasses.
It's a lovely ground, isn't it? So I thought Eccleston was bowling quick. She bowled that one at 55 miles per hour. Just a 20 miles an hour faster than Poonam.
Here comes Eccleston. Full flat. Dug out by Mithali Raj up to Lauren Winfield Hill at mid-off. Eccleston pulls herself up from the ground, and India are 72 for 2 after 18 overs. There's certainly sort of, not quite a phony war, that's not quite the right phrase, but just a little bit of a sense that this game is in a bit of a sparring stage before the real tension ratchets up when India know that they've got to start putting their foot down a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those. England know they need wickets to get that Duckworth-Lewis score out of reach for India.
Some lovely symmetry to the bowling figures so far. Brunt and Shrubsole both 4 overs, 0 for 21. Cross and Eccleston both 1 for 51 1 for 15 from their 5.
Crosses in to bowl to Mandhana, happy to push the ball up to mid-on where there's no run.
1 for 51 after 3. I think get off.
Cheers, Crossy.
Get her out at both ends.
Well, there is the one. Fran Wilson's on the field. I'm trying to see who's off.
First one to spot wins.
Wins what?
Just the game.
Okay, here comes Cross again. Fast umpire Warren. Lovely timing. It beats the fielder at mid-wicket, and it could run away to the boundary. Wilson's in pursuit. Should be full of energy and does pretty well in the end. Almost staggers over the rope, but does enough to prevent the boundary, and Mandhana will get back for just a couple. It's good timing. But Fran Wilson, who's not done an awful lot this summer so far. In fact, that might be even her first action of the entire summer. There's an important save of 4 runs.
I missed her stopping 4 runs because I was trying to figure out who's off the field and I can't.
Cross moving into bowl to Mandhana. This time looks to the offside, but Shrubsole will collect.
Doesn't help not knowing the starting 11 off the top of your head.
Okay, well, I think it's Sarah Glenn.
Oh, see, I think Sarah Glenn's down the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
So you're wrong.
So I lose. The England flag above the cathedral is just perhaps blowing a little bit more vigorously. Cross moving to bowl, and Mandhana whips that away. Lovely shot through mid-wicket for 4.
Beautiful shot that from Mandhana. Just whipping the ball off her legs past the diving Heather Knight at mid-wicket. And brilliantly timed, straight out the middle of the bat. 4 runs. And it's Lauren Winfield that's not on the field.
Very good.
Lauren Winfield.
Just a little short-arm jab from Mandhana there. Bottom hand, whipping it away. Moves to 48. 78 for 2. India's target is 220 with the 19th over of 47. Cross is into Mandhana, down the leg side, wide signal. Jones moves to her right to pick up. This is quite a significant innings for Mandhana because she's not been in perfect form in the last couple of matches. She'll want to get in good touch ahead of the white ball T20 leg, and then going into to the 100 as well. 79 for 2. Cross running in, trees behind her. As a full delivery is driven. Great timing from Smriti Mandhana, but it's well stopped by Anja Shrubsole, who's been busy at mid-off in the last couple of overs. 1 ball left of this, the 19th.
If India win this, it makes the T20s all to play for. It makes it all more exciting, doesn't it? So if India lose today, they can't win this multi-format series. They can only draw if they win all 3 T20s.
Cross, running into bowl to Mandhana on 48. Played back past Cross, but not beyond Shrubsole. The over ends with a couple of dot balls, and it is 79 for 2 after 19. This game reduced to 47 overs aside, Alex, and the target for victory, a further 141 runs from the remaining. Ooh, how many overs? 28 overs. There we go. Just for a moment. The panic.
Do the maths.
Yeah.
It's on the scoreboard, just over there, on the right-hand side.
Oh, yeah, but I didn't want to. I wanted to.
You wanted to work it out?
Yeah,
I get that. So the DLS score now is 76. So India are ahead. Does look like there's a bit of rain in the distance.
Yeah, could be. But actually, it's suddenly got a bit brighter over the ground. New road. Raj driving. Full delivery as far as Knight at extra cover. Eccleston bowling her 6th over. Taken 1 for 15 so far. In sunglasses, running past the umpire, round the wicket to Raj, back to the bowler. Throws in vigorously. Bless you.
Thank you.
How is Sophia Eccleston out there? You know her well. Body language.
Yeah, she. I think her first over she was quite frustrated.
She's in now to bowl to Raj, who's defending into the offside.
First couple of overs, I mean, she bowled all right, but her run rate was 4, so she'll have been annoyed with that off her first 2. But yeah, no, she looks all right. She's calmed down a little bit. She just needs to smile. She's better when she's smiling.
Eccleston to Raj, defending again into the offside. Happy just to block it. She's also wearing a pair of what look like sort of ski sunglasses.
Bright pink.
Her
favourite colour. Everything Sophie Eccleston owns is pink. Golf bag, golf clubs, jumpers, car.
Eccleston in. Bowling to Mithali Raj, looking for 1 down the ground. It's not there. This England field's up with mid-on and mid-off. Up inside the circle. The field is out. They're at deep mid-wicket and deep cover.
I must point out she actually hasn't got a pink car, but she would if she could.
Okay, I was going to say. Eccleston to Raj, again forward in defence. And a rather nondescript over. A maiden.
It was a maiden, and now that's 20 overs gone, so we've got a game.
Oh, we've got a game. There we go. Quite right too, Phil. 20 overs aside required to constitute a match. We've got that now, and so we will get a result one way or the other. And Duckworth-Lewis could well come into play. I'll have another look at that radar, Alex, because that is quite a significant part of all of this. We see that rain that's roaring up from the southwest, the Bristol area, and at the moment we are getting a little bit fortunate. It's slightly to the east of where we are. Cheltenham, Stratford upon Avon are getting a bit of a hammering, but at the moment we are just a little fortunate.
This is the bowler that India will most likely look to target, Sarah Glenn, the leg spin of Sarah Glenn. Went at 5s in the previous game, I think. She wasn't overly expensive, but wasn't really threatening, only bowled the 5 overs.
Glenn's leg spin will come from around the wicket to the left-handed Mandhana, who gets a short, poor delivery first up. It will bring at least a single. In fact, that's really good work from Dunkley at deep backward square, keeping it just down to the 1 run. 80 for 2.
It's always one of those leg spin where you just expect a leggy to get it right straight away, but it's one of the hardest things to bowl in cricket.
It's the bowling equivalent of cooking a souffle. When it works, it's fantastic, but there's quite a lot of room for error, and when it doesn't go right, it's horrific.
I do like a souffle. Might get one later.
Where?
I don't know. Let's go find one.
Eccleston bowling to Raj, who's forward with a big stride, pushing into the offside. sun out here at New Road.
I might be thinking of a panna cotta, actually.
Phil, help me. Comes Glenn, tossing the ball up, and Raj defends.
I also like the idea you might miss the football tonight, searching Worcester for a panna cotta.
Or a souffle.
Or a souffle.
Well, I quite like the idea that you might find a souffle after several hours and say, I didn't think it was like this. I thought it was sort of creamy and like a dessert. Into the offside. Raj wants a single. We'll get there as well. That's good running. Beaumont diving to a right at cover point. 81 for 2. Raj moves to 5.
Do like my desserts. I think I should be 45 stone, really, to be honest with you. Hey ho, we run it off.
In comes Glenn to bowl to Mandhana. LBW appeal is given. Sarah Glenn strikes. Mandhana looks up, looks frustrated, has a little conference with Mithali Raj, who says, no, I'm sorry, from where I'm standing, you're gone. And Mandhana goes for 49. India 81 for 3. Sarah Glenn strikes in her first over.
Yeah, not a good shot that from Smriti Mandhana. She's playing across the line of the ball. Sarah Glenn, no turn. The ball carries on. And it just hits her in front of middle, probably hitting leg stump. Very much out. And as you say, she looks at the captain and the captain says, mate, you got to go. That is so out.
It was very, very out. It was one of those where it kept a little bit low, and as soon as it hit the pads, the umpire's finger, even before the appeal, was, yeah, I'm afraid this one's done.
Yeah, as soon as it struck her on the pad, she knew. She threw her head up and she played the shot again and corrected herself, said, I need to play high up the ground. But too late was the cry.
So to the middle, the out of form Harmanpreet Kaur. And this is going to be an interesting passage of play, Alex, because these two have been going slowly when they've batted together, and with a third wicket having fallen, that changes the Duckworth-Lewis and Stern situation. So we've got this sort of guide that we can keep an eye on, and at the end of this over, the 21st of the innings, at 3 down, India need to be at 92, and that suddenly is 11 further from where they are now. So wickets make all the difference, and these two, if they start slowly together in this partnership, well, it could cause them problems, because you could find suddenly it really just moves away.
Yeah, it might actually help Harmanpreet Kaur playing a natural game and go out and be aggressive.
Glenn in the sunshine to bowl to the right-handed Harmanpreet, who's deep in the crease, punching off the back foot, and there is no run.
Smriti Mandhana, the second player in this game to be out for 49, following Nat Sciver, and that's Sarah Glenn's first wicket of the series.
81 for 3 is the score. 21 overs gone. I always think of those people that make the graphics for social media, for say England or India or whoever, or BBC Sport, who have the graphics ready for when someone reaches a milestone, and they never get used.
Yeah, yes.
You know?
You think, oh, next time.
For goodness sake. It's like I've still got a tweet saved in my drafts congratulating New Zealand for winning the 50-over World Cup.
Oh, have you?
I do, yes.
Oh. You don't want to accidentally tweet that, do you?
No, it might look... Yeah, unless I know something nobody else does. Alex, some more from you, and then Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, we've got change of bowling at the far end. Nat Sciver coming on. England have been in control of this game. Duckworth-Lewis Stern now 94. India are 81 for 3. Sophie Eccleston again very economical with the ball. And picking up wickets as she always does.
81 for 3. And it's Sciver into the attack. This first delivery is pushed back up the wicket to her by the right-handed Raj, and there is no run. It's all changed, and sky's changed as well. It's brooding and dark and unpleasant. It's like a JMW Turner painting out there now, which is a bit smoky. Just a bit smoky. Sciver is in, and Raj drives into the offside. Can't beat the tumbling Knight at extra cover. And there's no run.
It's a weird look out there because it looks dark and gloomy and rainy, but the ground itself is in the sunshine.
Isn't it lovely? Because it's sparkling off the cathedral as well. It's a perfectly weird mix of everything today. Sciver in. Raj again drives again. Can't beat a tumbling Knight at extra cover, and this is where things start to get a little bit awkward for India. That target still some way away. I'll tell you what, I was repressing a tea-induced burp.
Oh.
All right.
You're trying not to let it slip out.
That's exactly what I was trying to do. Sciver in full, driven nicely through the gap. She'll only get a single for it as Brunt comes in off the boundary to field. 82 for 3. Yes, I was once on commentary with somebody who had rather unwisely consumed a tin of a fizzy drink, a very famous and most popular perhaps of the fizzy drinks, and he'd consumed it at great speed.
Rookie error.
A big rookie error, because I turned to him, hadn't realised quite he'd done that, and asked him a question, and as he gave the answer, there was the most enormous belch that came out first.
Oh no.
Which our listeners do not want to hear, I'm sure of that. Sciver into Harmanpreet, who tries to turn this around the corner, gets nothing on it. Well taken by Jones, but wide is signalled. So there, don't forget, if you're listening in and you're thinking, right, we're in the 22nd over, there are 28 left, it's quite a small target, you're thinking, well, it's not quite that. There are 47 overs per side in this game. After this over, in 2 balls time, there'll be 25 overs left. And at the moment, still 137 to win. Sciver in, defending. Harmanpreet. Short mid-wicket, there's no run, which will take the required rate to about 5.5, and I'm going to set Phil a little target here of his own. He's not looking happy about it, but we don't have him for the T20s, so we might as well. I want to know how many 10 over bursts there have been in which they've gone at more than 5.5 and over. Is that doable? Here comes Sciver. Kaur depends at the offside. Wants a single, but is not going to get that. As Knight's quickly onto it. End of the over. It's getting tougher and tougher to score runs. 83 for 3. Mithali Raj has 6 from 22 balls. Harmanpreet is yet to get off the mark. 22 overs gone.
Yep, this is where this game is won or lost for India. This partnership, as you say, Raj 6 off 22. You don't want that DLS score getting too far out of hand. England no wickets are key. They take one more, and this is England's game. The rain is on its way, as we fear.
Well, we think it is, don't we?
We just don't know.
It's so weird. It's kind of swirly. Thing is, if it comes, it'll take overs out of the game, which will then increase the required run rate. And I know they'll have wickets in hand, fewer overs, but that doesn't necessarily make it easier on this pitch as Glenn starts a new over. Full hit gloriously in the air for 4. One bounce over the top of mid-off by Mithali Raj. Where did that come from? She moves to double figures.
I love that from Mithali Raj. She knows the run rate is so important. Sarah Glenn doesn't necessarily spin the ball, so as long as you're going down the right line of the ball and you're using your feet, is a pretty safe shot to be playing.
Well, it's an adventurous one. Mid-on and mid-off up inside the circle. Mid-on's now back. Taniya Shrubsole. Mid-off stays up, though, as Glenn is in. And Raj comes down the wicket, drives, pushes it straight to Heather Knight. Short extra cover. There's no run. She's certainly giving the impression that she wants to get a wriggle on here. But no one's consistently managed it today when they've come at the bowling. Glenn in. That's full, and yet Raj plays it from deep in her crease, pushes into the onside. Sciver fields. So 4 off the first ball. Pressure on the over becomes 4 off 3 balls. Glenn will be thinking another dot ball here, and the pressure just starts to go back a little bit on India. That's floated up and driven up to long on, where Shrubsole coming off the boundary to field, throws in on the bounce. One more to the total, 88 for 3, Raj to 11.
Big passage of play this. Harmanpreet Kaur on strike, not in the greatest of form.
She isn't. I've not seen her in such a poor patch for so long. As Glenn is in to her. And Harmanpreet comes forward and just defends back up the wicket. No run. She's yet to get off the mark. It's only faced 4 balls. But England had just picked up wickets at crucial moments, just as India did when England were batting. It's been that kind of a day. No pairings of batters have been able to get a stranglehold on the game. Glenn in to complete the over, and that's down the leg side. She gets a little bit of pad on that. There's oohs and ahs, questions asked. Umpire's not interested. Heather Knight's not interested. End of the over. 5 from it, which actually is slightly less than was required when it first ball's hit for 4. That's the problem. 88 for 3. 23 overs gone. We're nearly at the halfway stage in this innings.
Yeah, if you're getting a boundary early on in the over, you have to rotate the strike. You have to keep getting the singles, and then your run rate goes up to 8s and 9s. The danger is if you get that boundary early on and then just face more dots like they have done, you just get 5 off the over.
Yes, it's almost like, oh, well, I've got the boundary, that's it. But then the boundary needs to be followed up, doesn't it? That's the issue. As in comes Sciver to start a new over, and Raj comes forward, pushes the first ball rather pokily to short extra, where Knight fields. But the brightness of the sun is now getting stronger, if anything, while the darkness of the clouds is getting gloomier.
Yeah, it's
really odd.
Yeah, it is. The blue sky is so blue.
It is.
The dark clouds are so dark.
Sciver in. That's been hidden high in the air. And it's gone again. Mithali Raj gone over the top and gone straight and got herself a boundary. She just planted her front foot and lifted it. Not many people have managed to play that shot continually during the day. The pitch is so slow, ball tends to sit in it. But here she's got a proper stride in, and she's a good swing of the bat. She cleared the infield, picks up another boundary. 92 for 3. And actually, that means something, and we're going to come to it in a minute. This is a momentous moment. Sciver in, and Raj just tucks this into the onside. There is no run. Go on, Phil, tell us.
Yeah, with that 4, Mithali Raj becomes the highest ever scorer in women's international cricket. She's moved on to 10,277, inching 4 runs ahead of Charlotte Edwards on 10,273. Yeah,
Charlotte's probably the other end of the ground today, is she? I don't know. Sciver is in. This is pushed to backward point where Beaumont does the fielding, and there's no run.
Well, her Vipers are playing today, so I don't think she's
Vipers.
here.
Yes.
Southern Vipers are playing today.
Right, well, she won't be here then to, obviously, to see it and then go and congratulate Mithali, because I'm sure that'll be the first thing on her mind.
I'd be fuming. I would. I'd be, oh, what?
Yes, I know, after all those years. Forward in defence comes Raj. She wants a single. It isn't there as Beaumont's quick to the ball. No run. So we've had just the boundary and no other runs.
Again, getting the 4 early on in the over and not being able to rotate the strike. So just the 4 off the over so far.
It's weird though, isn't it? I mean, is it because she's so orthodox? She just can't find the angles as Sciver is in. And that's an angle that she's found. A gap between point and extra. And plays the ball out to Katherine Brunt on the offside boundary. Gets single. So we've had 5 of the last over, 5 off this over. They'll be happy with that. Duckworth Lewis now at the end of the coming over is 102 required for parity, and India are currently 93 for 3. They're over halfway, 24 overs bowled, 23 remain. Raj 16. Harmanpreet yet to score.
Yep, Raj stealing the strike again.
Yes. Well, I'm intrigued by this. This approach that she's got. It's sort of hit over the top for 4 and then nothing.
It's exciting to see that she's hitting the ball over the top. We just need more of it, Mithali.
Sarah Glenn in off 3 or 4 paces, starts a new over, short, played into the offside, finds the gap, will get a single, but come off strike. Throws the pressure onto Harmanpreet, who's yet to score. 94 for 3.
Yet to score, and we need to remember we're talking about Mithali and how slow she has been with her run rate. Harmanpreet in the previous game was slower than Mithali Raj.
Glenn in. That's tossed up, full delivery, driven straight along the ground at Heather Knight, whose sunglasses fall off in the effort of saving the ball.
The run rate, just climbed above 5.5 here. You asked me about India scoring runs previously in this series.
Glenn in, that's cut away, backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, the only real time when they've gone at much more than that, they hit 67 off the last 10 overs in the first ODI. But other than that, it's been, around 4, 5 and over maximum.
And in this match, I'm not sure England really went at over 5.5 and over for 10 over spell, really. Back into a crease goes Harmanpreet. She's going to get off the mark. She pushes the ball to the offside. An under-arm throw from Heather Knight is somewhat wild. It goes over the top of the keeper Jones, but it's backed up. They pick up 1. Harmanpreet's off the mark, 95 for 3.
You always know a team's in a good place when they laugh at something like that.
Yeah.
You think, oh, whoopsies.
Yeah, you do that when you're under the pump and everyone's annoyed, aren't they?
And everyone's going, what are you doing that for? It's a 7-yard throw.
Here is Glenn. And Mithali Raj comes down the wicket and then just pushes the ball back to Glenn for no run. We've had 2 singles off this over so far. There's 1 ball left in it. Noose is tightening. A little bit of pressure here on Raj. She's got 1 ball left in the over. What's she look to do? Probably nick the strike, I would think. Glenn is in and down the wicket comes Raj. Pushes it straight to the night. Another dot ball. 95 for 3. 25 overs have been bowled. 22 remain. 125 required for victory. It's getting closer and closer to 6 and over. And then things will get a little bit awkward.
Yep, you do not want that run rate getting out of hand. No, we know these two are struggling. Natali's in form. She scored runs throughout this competition. Harmanpreet not so much. But this is probably India's last hope. But you know, if
a bit of long handle from Deepti maybe.
Yeah, but if the run rate's going to get out of hand.
Yeah.
Too much pressure on the tail enders.
Sciver in, start a new over, and that's nicely guided gloriously by Harmanpreet. She'll pick up at least 2 for it as Shobsol runs round to her right, a deep backward point to field. It's nicely placed to the left of Tammy Beaumont. It's often in the ring at point. She's a good diver, isn't she, Tammy Beaumont? She likes to dive around.
She does. She's a good fielder as well. To say she's got small hands.
She's got tiny hands.
It's like they've not grown since she was 7.
That would be weird.
You see,
yeah.
Tell her to put her thumbs up to you. You can't see it.
Sciver in, forward in defence comes Harmanpreet, pushes into the onside. Dunkley runs into field. There's no run. The sun is now starting to disappear behind this bank of cloud above us. We have to keep our eye on Duckworth Lewis stern. What you'll find is that it won't go up at 4 or 5 and over at this stage while 3 wickets are down. It'll only go up by 2 or 3 and over. So India won't be panicking at all yet. Sciver is in, and that's beautifully guided by Harmanpreet down through sort of vacant third slip area. Get an easy single. That's all they need at the moment. 98 for 3.
Yeah, it's wickets with DLS, isn't it? That fire it up, make it have a big jump.
So really, I mean, if they play the canny game, just keep their eye on the weather, they can afford to go at sort of 3s, the occasional 4 for the next 5 overs. Sciver is in, and Raj just pushes the ball into the offside, finds the gap between point and extra cover. Brunt does the fielding. They get a single, 99 for 3.
I suppose the good thing about these two is they've got so much cricket experience, so much middle practice. They've been there, they've done this, they've done it before. They know what they're doing.
Sciver in, and that's nicely worked behind square on the leg side. It was a full ball. They should pick up 2 more as fielders converge. Sarah Glenn's the first to it, throws in 2 more to the total. The 100 is up for India, 101 for 3, getting ever closer to that Duckworth Lewis par. Duckworth Lewis Stern par, I should say.
I'd hate to be Stern. Yeah,
he doesn't come out of it as well.
Who's Stern?
Well, I met Stern, lovely chap.
Well,
he
gets forgotten about. Was Duckworth Lewis 1 bloke or 2 blokes?
No, 2. Frank Duckworth. You often find him at Bristol. Lovely, smiley chap. Very, very smiley fellow. Very clever, frighteningly smart. Sciver in, played off the back foot, pushed up to mid-off. There's no run at the end of the over. 101 for 3, India. Raj 18, Harmanpreet has 6.
Doesn't surprise me that he's really smart, because he's come up with a method that nobody can work out.
Yeah, but it sort of works, I think. Well, certainly better than any of the previous efforts that we tried out in cricket. So 21 overs remain. This game is bubbling up nicely. You may be thinking 21 overs to score 119 with 7 wickets in hand shouldn't be a particularly onerous ask, but I tell you, we've been watching on this pitch, and every time somebody's gone after the bowling, they've come unstuck. Sarah Glenn is now into her 4th over. England using their 5th bowler basically at this stage. Down the wicket comes Raj and drives full ball out to Dunkley on the deep extra cover boundary. 1 more to the total. Welcome back, Isabel.
Hello. This is when we can really put into practice that theory of come at me players versus wait and see.
It's exactly that, isn't it? It's rather fun. Glenn into Harmanpreet this time, who goes back into her crease and finds a gap in the offside. She's just starting to find a bit of fluency here. Harmanpreet picks up 1 more, 102 for 3.
Harmanpreet being more of a come at me player.
Yep.
And Mithali Raj being more of a wait and see.
Sarah Glenn trots in from 4 or 5 paces. But a short ball, which is punched off the back foot out to Dunkley on the deep extra cover boundary. One more to the total. 104 for 3. Duckworth Lewis third par at the end of this over is only 108. They're only 4 behind it with 3 balls left in the over. It shows you just how tight this game is at the moment. Harmanpreet faces up and sweeps. She can't beat short fine leg, which is Sophia Eccleston. Spears the ball back to Amy Jones. No run.
There are shades of the World Cup final in this, when it was a gettable total.
It's very similar, isn't it?
It all capitulated for India.
Harmanpreet just works this full delivery around her front pad, and this time it's square enough of the wicket. Eccleston has to trot to her left and they get a single.
And how many did India make in that World Cup final?
Was it 220?
219.
219. Oh!
Which would be falling short here.
Yes.
Interesting.
By 1 run. Well, it'd be a tie then, would it? Yeah. Glenn in. That's punched off the back foot, but can't beat backward point. End of the over. They're getting through their overs quickly here, England. They're just trying to scurry a few, but I do think that the smart thing here is to try to pick up a wicket. Phil Long.
Yeah, you mentioned about the England innings and the way it developed. There were no maidens in the England innings, but there were only 8 of the 47 overs where more than 6 runs were scored. So it was very consistent scoring throughout. Easy enough to score the singles, less easy to push the run rate forward.
Well, right now the target is 115 from 20 overs, which is really almost a run a ball. It's five balls off runs, and this is something I don't think we see enough of. It's Heather Knight bringing herself onto bowl. She transformed the test match at Bristol by bringing herself on while India was sort of coasting really, and picked up a crucial 2 for 1 in 6 overs towards the back end of the second day.
Well, this is the first time we're seeing her in the ODI series.
Isn't that odd? She's on the brink of 50 wickets as well. She's 49.
I would actually say for the last few years it's almost been the one criticism of Heather Knight's captaincy.
Under-bowls herself.
Yeah.
Well, she's going to bowl now, and on a slow pitch in which spinners have prospered. The sun is now back out. It's now bright and shiny with Harmanpreet on strike. Knight in. Forward in defence comes Harmanpreet. Pushes the ball back to Knight. There's no run. I mean, she can see McKay. Well, I don't know why she doesn't. She went for next to no runs in a test match. Maybe she forgets. You never know. Knight in full. Driven, but she can't beat mid-wicket. Oh, she can beat mid-wicket. A tumbling effort, which I thought was going to be successful. In the end, the ball just rolled under. Nat Sciver at mid-wicket. 1 more to the total. 106 for 3.
I think she's too modest.
Well, she's a modest woman, yes.
I mean, you or I might go out there and tell the world how brilliant we are and just keep bowling.
I'd bowl more than 10 overs.
Okay.
Here comes Knight, driven up to long on by Raj for a single.
I mean, I always thought that was the reward for becoming captain, is you bowled yourself in the nicest possible overs.
You field in the best places.
Yeah.
You bowl when people aren't coming at you. You'd think that'd be the way. It's a clock chime, 6 o'clock. It's a sweep from Harmanpreet. We'll get her a single. I think Sarah Glenn was just not quite as alive to that she might have been. Suddenly realised that she had to go and collect it, and a wide has been signalled. And they've run one as well. You know what that does? Takes the score to 109 for 3, I think. And they're now only 2 runs away from Duckworth Lewis par. In 3 balls time, Raj comes down the wicket, drives up to long on for a single. 110 for 3. We're mentioning this always because we keep on thinking that this rain must surely fall, but I don't know if it will now.
I think we'll be okay. It was one of those when you see patchy bursts of rain on the radar.
It's a mirage. Here comes Knight, drives, and she dives over that ball, does Knight, trying to stop it as it was pushed back towards her. Harmanpreet picks up another single. 111 for 3 if you're a superstitious Indian fan right now. Taking your feet off the ground. Daddy 50 over here in front of us is taking his feet off the ground. Don't know if he's an Indian fan, mind you. It's Raj face up. The last ball of Knight's over. It's driven through extra cover Brunt will field. End of the over, 112 for 3. If the game were to stop right now, India would win, having gone 1 run above Duckworth-Lewis stern par. That is how tight this game is. 19 overs remain, 108 required for victory. Raj 23, Harmanpreet, that's 10. More from Isabel Westbury, and then it will be the returning Stefan Schemmelt.
So what Daniel Norcross is really saying is, if you're an Indian fan now, put your feet back on the ground and get rain dancing. Because at the moment, India are ahead. I rather feel that if we do go to the full extent of this match, it'll be these two that a lot rests on.
Sarah Glenn with her leg breaks, bowling to Mithali Raj. An appeal for LBW. Russell Warren doesn't fancy it. Amy Jones comes from behind the stumps and hurls the ball at the non-striker's end. But India are through for a leg bye, 113 for 3. Yeah, as it stands, we're in for a cracking finish. Stick 2 wickets on that.
Yes.
And England would be bang on top. Harmanpreet, 10 from 19, faces up to Sarah Glenn. Very careful defensive stroke into the offside. That's where you just feel like England have that element of control for now. But give this another 6 overs without breaking this partnership. Glenn again. Up towards Kate Cross at mid-off, and there's no run. I say element of control, I don't think that's the right thing to say. I don't think they'll be panicking.
No.
Glenn, long blonde hair, 3 on her back. To Harmanpreet, goes back, forces it up to the offside sweeper. Single taken, score moves on to 114 for 3. Mithali Raj, the leading run scorer in women's international cricket history. Number 3 to number 3. Glenn to Raj. Quite mechanical action from Glenn. Hits the pad, that goes fine. Oof. There's a chase for Sophie Eccleston. There'll be 2 leg byes at least. Eccleston just picks the ball up from the boundary sponge. Harmanpreet may have run 3 there. Mithali Raj not interested, just trotting through for the second. 2 leg byes, 116 for 3. And the thing I said before, that England won't be panicking, but the element of concern will be that runs are coming relatively easily, more than a trickle. Here comes Glenn, that's short. Mithali Raj onto the back foot, punching, was Tendulkar-esque through the covers for a single. 117 for 3. Is there one deal at note? That's the 29th over complete. A lot of sky blue shirts go scurrying to all parts of New Road. I think that's Freya Davis in a substitute fielder's bib, who's just run on as well to take a cap off Heather Knight. 117 for 3 India after 29. The target is 220 from 47.
What might be on England's mind at this stage as well is this partnership now is up at 36. So you've got 2 very accomplished, capable batters. Do you bring on your strike bowlers in Cross and Eccleston now?
Well, that's the thing, because the strike bowlers are Cross and Eccleston, aren't they? As Raj comes down the pitch to Heather Knight, turning the ball through the vacant square leg region. 118 for 3. Because Brunt and Shrubsole have been expensive, it's Cross and Eccleston that have done the business both today and in the second one-day international at Taunton. And England can have 3 bowlers who bowl 10 overs. You expect that to be Cross and Eccleston. Knight bowls to Harmanpreet, down the leg side. Good take from Amy Jones who has the bails off, but it'll be rightly called wide by Nigel Long. 119 for 3. Beautiful scene at New Road now. The rain that has threatened us all day since we started latest at 12:30, I think that chance has gone now. Just watery sunshine. Knight bowls to Harmanpreet down the track, drives up to Anya Shrubsole at extra cover, and there's no run. There's that buzz around the ground that we've spoken about all day. Just a little bit earlier on, you could hear warring chants of come on England and come on India from just 2 pockets of opposite fans. Knight to Harmanpreet. Again, Anya Shrubsole's in the game at extra cover, and there's no run. Not many people have moved. We did have 2 young lads in front of us before eating their lunch. Well, they've long since departed, replaced by 2 ladies who've got just an early evening snack. Knight to Harmanpreet with a drive up to mid-wicket. Nat Sciver on her knees does the fielding. Most of the ground still bathed in sunshine. There's just a shadow creeping from behind us that'll lengthen straight across the ground as the evening wears on. Knight picks up her knees and bowls to Harmanpreet. Late cut to Tammy Beaumont at backward point. It's a dot ball.
Lovely cricket playing weather, isn't it? Not too warm. Nice glow.
119 for 3. Cathedral directly opposite our position, watching over the action. Knight completes the over to Harmanpreet. Tammy Beaumont again in the action, but she can't prevent the single, and it's Katherine Brunt who comes scurrying off the boundary as a single is taken. 120 for 3 India after 30 overs. Their target is 220. Mithali Raj 25, Harmanpreet Kaur 12. Again, the substitute fielders all over the ground. One in an orange bib of India. 2 England subs are on there in their yellow bibs. Sophie Eccleston takes a good drink from Freya Davis, and I think Eccleston's going to come into the attack now, as you asked for, Isabel Westbury, the strike bowler.
I think that's about right, though. She's got 1 wicket today, 3 for in both of her bowling efforts in the last 2 ODIs. 3 for without even really thinking about it.
England have got to bowl 17 more overs. I suspect that's 4 each for Eccleston and Cross.
You'd think so. They're both, Eccleston's 1 for 15 from her 6, Kate Cross 1 for 22.
And they do have plenty of resources left in the shape of Brunt, Shrubsole, Sarah Glenn, Nat Sciver. Can't imagine Heather Knight will bowl too many more.
No.
So 120 for 3. DLS is 122. So India just behind. They need exactly 100 to win from the remaining 17 overs.
They've been overtaking each other, DLS and India. It's been a very tight race so far.
Trees over deep cover are just bending lazily as Eccleston, the left arm spinner, figures of 1 for 15 from 6, is round the wicket to Harmanpreet. That's an inside edge straight to Sarah Glenn at short fine leg, and there's no run. Glenn is the bowler that's been replaced. She's with figures of 1 for 15 from 5 overs. Eccleston behind the sunglasses, long blonde hair tied back, sky blue shirt, navy trousers, bowls to Harmanpreet, again goes back, is hit on the pad, it just trickles to short leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, you can see India playing with much more intent, ambition here, wanting to rotate the strike, knowing exactly what they need to get.
Harmanpreet Kaur raises up, she goes back, forces off the back foot out towards deep extra cover. The sweeper scurries round. Is that Fran Wilson out there?
Wilson.
Sub-fielding. Yeah. 1-2-1 for 3 are India. So who's off then? Dunkley? No, Dunkley's at deep square leg. Lauren Winfield Hill, I think.
I think that's right. It's not a bad substitution for a field.
Fran Wilson was going through some pretty vigorous warm-ups during the interval as well. Mithali Raj down the track, lofted down the ground over Anya Shrubsole. Couple of bounces, chase for Shrubsole, but the ball will win into the boundary sponge. It's Eccleston and Shrubsole again. When you and I were together on commentary before, Sophie Eccleston gave Anya Shrubsole a few filthy looks about her efforts in that mid-on position. There was nothing Shrubsole could have done about this one other than turn around and chase it to the sponge.
No, it's one of those horrid ones as a bowler where you know they've mishit it, you know it's close, but it just sails over the fielder. Nothing, as you say, that Shrubsole could have done for that.
Perhaps needed a Jhulan Goswami at mid-on. 1-2-5 for 3. Again Eccleston to Raj, who defends carefully into the offside. It's been a feature of Raj's play today, how she's used her feet to the spinners, targeted that mid-off area. Eccleston to complete the over, throws out her arms, bowls to Mithali Raj, that's down the leg side. Sophia Dunkley's quickly in from backward square leg to make sure there's no run. But at the end of the 31st over, India 125 for 3. They need another 95 from 16 overs to beat England in this third one-day international. They've lost Verma for 19, Rodrigues for 4, Mandhana for 49. Don't forget you'll be able to see highlights on the red button from 9 o'clock tonight. Heather Knight's going to start a new over from the far end, the Diglis end, into Harmanpreet, who sweeps powerfully. There is a fielder out there at deep backward square leg. One taken. Harmanpreet moves on to 14. India 126 for 3. Mithali Raj, short in stature, raises a bat after a couple of taps. Again, she's down the pitch. Anya Shrubsole, shortish extra cover, tumbling stop to prevent the run. There's a fella in front of us, a cameraman. He's got this equipment on his shoulder, trudging off away to our left. As Knight bowls, Raj is down the track, turning this one through mid-wicket. Just for a single, it's Sophia Dunkley who comes in off the boundary and does the fielding. 127 for 3. 93 from 93 required. Raj has 30 from 51. Knight trots in and bowls to Harmanpreet. Pushes past Nat Sciver. The oof from Isabel Westbury's because Nat Sciver's full-length dive.
How many have we seen of that?
Could not prevent the single. It was like, have you ever seen someone dive down like a wet sheet or something, or down a slope? If you put the hose pipe on the covers at your cricket ground, you go sliding down. Bet you don't do that, do you, Izzy? Heather Knight to Mithali Raj, pushed into the offside, and there's no run.
My quizzical look was only because I didn't think that you said wet sheet. I thought you said something else.
No, Isabel. 128 for 3 is the score. Heather Knight to complete the over. The captain, Raj, late cut towards backward point. There's no run. That's the end of the 32nd over. England getting through them quickly, actually. That's a bit of a tactic, certainly when Knight bowls, because you can complete an over before the batting side knows about it. And that DLS pass score is 130, and at 128 for 3, India are behind it, and Katherine Brunt is getting loose.
And for the first time today, the required run rate has just tipped over onto 6. So that's the first time in this innings, and I think that, as you say, that's a tactic from England, just to really run through these overs, at least, especially as the spinners are on.
Do you think a slight element of risk attached to Katherine Brunt returning to the attack? It seems like run scoring has seemed easier when pace has been on the ball. But still Sophie Eccleston. Harmanpreet defends around the front pad. And that Sciver races in from short mid-wicket to make sure there's no single. It's just the element of tension. That feeling of who's going to blink first. Eccleston bowls to Harmanpreet. Drive up to Anya Shrubsole. Too firm for them to consider a single.
2 dots now. I wonder what will happen now. We're seeing Knight just pushing Shrubsole, who was at mid-on, back to long-on. And tempt Harmanpreet.
This is the ebb and flow of the game, isn't it? We thought runs were coming at a trickle, but a couple of tight overs and the pressure's on India. Shorter, faster from Eccleston. Harmanpreet misses with a cut. It goes through into the gloves of Amy Jones. 3 dot balls to begin the over. England will be thinking, bowl the dots, build the pressure. Pressure will bring wickets. Like we said before, add 2 to this score. England are on top. Eccleston bowls to Harmanpreet, who this time can get the ball away up towards the long-on fielder that's just been pushed back onto the fence. 1 taken, 129 for 3. Isabel Westbury's getting greedy next to me. She wanted the maiden, I think.
No, I was just thinking about Nat Sciver fielding there at mid-wicket, whether she could have been tighter. I think she knew she probably could have, because her reaction to that ball running past her, and how I might react as a bowler as well.
Long on comes into the circle again as Eccleston bowls to Mithali Raj. Mithali just seems a little bit more adept at rotating the strike than Harmanpreet at the moment. This time it's pushed out towards deep cover for a single. 130 for 3. 1 delivery of the 33rd over remaining. 14 left after this for India to chase that target of 220. They're going to be reasonably far behind on DLS at the end of this over as Harmanpreet defends. Into the covers, and there's no run. That's a good over from Sophie Eccleston. Just the 2 singles from it, Phil. India 130 for 3 after 33. The DLS jumps to 135. Raj 31, Harmanpreet 16. Good little spell for England.
Sophie Eccleston's figures 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22.
She's bowled really well throughout this whole series, to be honest. 3 furs in the first 2 ODIs, the economy here, putting that pressure on. You feel as though she's the one that could make the breakthrough.
Heather Knight's going to continue. No wicket for 13 from the skipper. She's bowling to her opposite number, Mithali Raj, who's down the track. She squeezes it out behind square on the offside. There's work for Katherine Brunt to do. Quicker runner than Mithali Raj may have fancied a second, but she's ups against it as Brunt's throw comes in on the bounce. 131 for 3. That's just another element of pressure. India not really pushing the England fielders. Knight trots in. Harmanpreet looks for the reverse sweep. There's appeal for IndW given, and the pressure tells. England had just begun to crank it up, and Harmanpreet Kaur was trying to manufacture something, a pretty ugly attempt at a reverse sweep. And Nigel Long, the umpire, had no hesitancy in sending her on away. Doesn't think about the review. Harmanpreet Kaur goes for 16. India are 131 for 4.
I think she does think about a review, but I'm also pretty sure that Mithali Raj says, don't you dare, because that was pretty plumb. It was one that skidded on through from Heather Knight. Harmanpreet Kaur with the premeditated reverse sweep. She stood right in front of her stumps. It was low. It was always hitting. And Harmanpreet wanted to review, and I think Mithali, rightly, from the other end, went, no, not this time.
And that's what we were talking about, wasn't it, Isabel? That 10 or 15 minutes ago, it felt like this game, it still is to some extent, was really in the balance. But we said England take a wicket or two, they get right on top. At one point, India were trickling the runs along quite nicely, but between them, Eccleston and Knight applied a vice-like grip. They dried the boundaries up. You could arguably say that Harmanpreet Kaur shouldn't have even been on strike for that delivery, that someone else, other than Mithali Raj, would have come back for a second run the previous ball. Either way, Harmanpreet eventually had to try to release the pressure, try to free the shackles. 16 from 38 deliveries, a strike rate down there 42.
Yeah, no 4s and no 6s. The partnership had reached 50 the ball before, and then, yeah, as you say, she was LBW to Heather Knight for 16.
Players are taking a drink at the fall of the wicket. There's one of the England players down there on the floor just doing some loosening up exercises. In fact, there's two of them on the ground. That Amy Jones is the other one, I think.
I think Brunt is the one, isn't she, who you think is going to be getting on pretty soon.
Deepti Sharma is the new arrival, a left-hander, so that's a different sort of challenge posed to England. There's a lot of scurrying on and off from substitute fielders.
I think it would be wrong to call it now, but I reckon if I was in England camp, I would feel as though this is the point where it changes.
And if England can get Mithali Raj, they'll feel very, very comfortable, I would have thought. This gives us time while the players take a drink, just to remind you that as well as the highlights on the red button tonight, you can also see in-play highlights and clips on the BBC Sport website and app. If 9 o'clock's not a great time for you this evening because you might be watching or listening to something else on BBC Radio 5 Live, you can also catch up with the highlights on the iPlayer. I feel like the football tonight, Isabel, is just the meat in a cricket sandwich, because we've got this game here to play to a conclusion, and we'll be going quite deep, quite close, I think, to the 8 o'clock kick-off.
I'm pretty sure that that's what, when the schedulers of the Euro 2020 Men's Football Championships were scheduling it, they decided it had to fall in between.
And then there is the third Men's One Day International tomorrow at Bristol between England and Sri Lanka. However, we've just seen a replay of that Harmanpreet Kaur LBW. We said it was plumb. Mithali Raj sent Harmanpreet on her way without a review, and the impact was outside the line of off stump. If she had reviewed it, it would have been overturned.
I know I've got all the evidence in front of me and I should eat humble pie and just say that that was therefore not out, but I don't trust that. But that's fine, that's interesting, and if I was Harmanpreet, I'd be fuming. I think that's probably fair to say. It is a funny thing, technology, and maybe it's scuppered us all, but in the context of this game, Harmanpreet's on her way, and Deepti, left-handed batter, is at the crease.
It matters not what would have been. Here comes Knight bowling to Deepti. And it's dug out into the offside. With India 1-3-1 for 4.
Did you think that was out there? I thought it was absolutely stone cold.
Yeah,
centre.
I did. But I always find that the impact ones tend to be where you can lose it a little bit, defend it into the offside. So do you know what I mean? Sometimes your eyes can be a bit deceived by
And I
impact.
wonder, because Harmanpreet moves a lot in trying to do that reverse sweep, but that just fooled us all.
Yeah, umpire included.
The umpire.
Yeah, and Mithali Raj. Knight into bowl to Deepti, forward, nudging the ball back to the bowler. How many reviews have India got left, Phil? Knight at the end of her mark. Ready to come in again, round the wicket to the left-handed Sharma. Full toss, whipped away, and that's going to bring runs. Not the 4 it should have been, but just a couple, or in fact just one to Sophia Eccleston at wide, long on.
Yeah, both teams have still got 2 remaining.
So why wouldn't you use it?
Interesting. I just thought that she must have, that Mithali, just as I did, I mean, I know we're in a horrendous position here, just thought there's absolutely no way that's not out.
88 needed from 78 balls. The cut-off, apparently, according to the big screen, is midnight. I'm sure that's not right.
Yes, I've seen that. It's been like that for, I think, since the beginning of this innings, which, well...
Well, you know, I'm not really doing anything. Nothing else on tonight, is there?
Shame there aren't any floodlights around here, though.
No, but that's a good point.
I know summer days are long and all that, but...
They ain't that long. Well, we're on the downhill now.
We're just seeing a rather filthy looking Harmanpreet in the dugout.
Well, there are some rumours of rifts in the India camp, in particular between potential leaders. So captain and vice captain being involved in something where one was not reviewing. No, it's very easy to...
I think you're just poking the fire there, Henry.
I'm just stating...
Spread the rumours, off we go.
I'm stating the facts, Isabel.
Okay.
Katherine Brunt to bowl to the left-handed Deepti Sharma. She's coming round the wicket. And that's nicely defended into the offside, but it doesn't bring the run.
No, India need 88 from 77 now. The big number we've been looking at is this Duckworth-Lewis Stern.
Yeah.
With the loss of that wicket, it's jumped up to 145. India had been keeping roughly along with that score. They're now 13 behind it.
Yeah. So that just starts to see the pressure creep up more. Brunt, a determined approach, running into bowl, defended into the offside again.
The equation that I quite like to look at as you're getting down to the last 10 overs or so is the current run rate versus the run rate required.
Yes.
And with that dot ball, it's literally just ticked over into 7s now. We talked about a couple of overs where it reached 6s per over for the first time. We're now at 7s. Now, for this India side and this tail, that's a big ask.
Brunt to Sharma, again defended, this time into the leg side. Well, what's interesting here is in the first couple of matches, India had the control of the first innings, so they didn't have to accelerate. They didn't have to necessarily push on because it was them setting a total. But here, they have to put their foot down. They've got no choice.
This is almost a sort of make or break innings for Mithali Raj.
In comes Brunt to bowl to Deepti, who swings hard at that and it flies down towards fine leg for a single. Charles Dagnall has just broken our door here. He's popped in for a cup of tea and he's managed to completely dismantle all the hard work of jamming that door open.
I mean, I know things were tense between the radio broadcaster and the other lot on the other side in the TV commentary box, but I didn't know they were that
He's
bad.
marched in, he's ruined our door.
All right.
Daggers.
It's probably stolen a couple of biscuits as well.
What I'd say, Daggers, is the way to do it is there's that crushed up coffee cup. If you wedge that underneath. Thank you. Then comes Katherine Brunt to bowl to Raj. Whip round the corner and there is no... there's a signal, I should say. They've got through for the 1. That was good running. 1-3-3 for 4. Here comes next delivery from Brunt with the score at 134 for 4. Goodbye to you, Charles, as well, as he heads off back round the ground. 86 needed from 73 as Brunt is into bowl to Deepti, nicely driven out towards Dunkley, who runs in from deep cover. Now the over comes to an end. 35 gone, 135 for 4. 85 needed from 72. That run rate required creeps up to 7.1.
I was saying earlier that there are shades of the World Cup final where on paper it looked as though this was a perfectly gettable total for India, but then that lower order rather fell away. At that time it was at the hands of Anya Shrubsole.
Well, it's really interesting speaking to Mark Robinson about that day, and even now it's often used during rainfills across men's and women's cricket, the rerun of that final. And you look at the equations as it gets towards the denouement, and it's almost inconceivable that England will win at so many points from where India were. But Mark Robinson is very interesting. He says, I was never that worried because until it was, as long as it was a runner ball, we were always in with a good chance.
And I think that's kind of indicative of where India were then. I don't think they've moved on all that much since.
Because that is very much of a time, that mentality. Sarah Glenn bowling from the Diglis end. Deepti Sharma will get one into the leg side. Down towards Katherine Brunt at long leg. Slings it in to Amy Jones. 1 for 3, 6 for 4.
Now the likes of Shikha Pandey and Goswami can hit a ball. But haven't really pulled it off chasing that often. At the moment, I'd feel more comfortable wearing an England shirt out there.
Yeah, and it's that thing, isn't it? How easy is it to move through the gears? Raj waits on 33. She comes down the track looking for one through the offside. Will get it. Thinks about the second, but Dunkley's so quick running in from deep cover that it won't be there. The shadows just beginning to creep across the face of that cathedral over to our left. It's not quite as bright as it was, but there's plenty of blue sky where the weather's coming from. So we may have just got away with this in terms of these afternoon showers that we talked about earlier. Glenn bowling to Deepti, clipping the ball down the ground for 1. They're rotating the strike here, India, to move to 138 for 4, without necessarily putting the foot down and really threatening England.
Well, this is where England are comfortable because they're perfectly happy with them scoring 6 singles now every over, because that's not what's required.
Yeah, fielders in the deep, at long on deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and deep cover. It's towards that fielder at deep cover with Dunkley, where Raj will pick up her 35th run, 139 for 4.
We're now at that stage where you pretty much do need a boundary and over, and we're not seeing it. Phil, when was the last boundary?
In the 31st over, there's only been...
Deepti chips the ball up. It's just to the left of Heather Knight, who runs across the used pitches, but it's Dunkley who'll collect at deep mid-wicket. One more, 140 for 4.
Yeah, there's only been 1 at 4 in the last 12 overs.
And as you say, now the required rate up to 7.2. It's just building all the time. In comes Sarah Glenn. A little bit quicker, flatter. And out towards deep cover where Dunkley's been busy this over. Final ball of it brings a single. 141 for 4. And India still require 79 to win. The DLS par score stands at 154 and the required rate at 7.2. 79 needed then from the final 11 overs. India have a partnership with lots of experience and the capability, but as we look at the worm which tells us where they are in this run chase, it's just dipping below England now.
Interesting time as well, because this is when the flurry of England wickets really fell, and they rather tailed off in the back end of their 47 overs.
Brunt running in. Right arm over to Raj. Happy to tickle the ball down towards the fine leg boundary. It's a good, profitable shot for Raj as she gets 4. That's exactly the start to the over that India were looking for. And Mithali Raj moves to 40. 145 for 4.
Yeah, India have only ever chased more than this to beat England on one occasion. That was at Lord's back in 2012. They made 235 to beat England. And as we mentioned earlier, at a certain game at Lord's back in 2017, they made 219.
Chasing 230, was it? About that. Brunt is in. Again, it's onto the pads of Mithali Raj. 1 taken into the leg side. Already 5 from the over. And the required rate has just dipped under 7. 75 from 65 with 6 wickets in hand is well within the reach of any international side. It's just whether they've got the acceleration in the locker if a couple of overs go by without these scoring shots. Brunt round the wicket to the left-handed Sharma. Keeper standing up. Down the leg side it goes. Will be signalled wide as Jones sends the bails flying.
So Eccleston has 2 overs left. Kate Cross has 4 and has gone for 1 for 22 from her 6. Sarah Glenn 1 for 21 from 6. I wonder who they'll turn to next.
Brunt striding purposefully forward to Deepti Sharma, who was looking for the boundary, but Nat Sciver's there at mid-wicket to stop an awkward ball that was hopping and skipping off the used pitches. And had it beaten Sciver, it was going to be 4. In the end, just the 1. 1-4-8 for 4.
She probably wore one there, didn't she? It's going to stink.
Brunt at the end of her mark once more. Creeping in and then lengthening those strides to bowl to Raj. Happy to tickle the ball into the leg side, up on the toes, flick of the wrist, and Dunkley's called into action at square leg. 1-4-9 for 4.
I'm not sure how long they'll persevere with Brunt. She's been the most expensive of the bowlers, and at the moment it's just bowling a little bit two-sided. It's easy for them to turn it away, isn't it? We saw that fine boundary down at fine leg. Just coming on, you feel as though it's the spinners that did it for India that really broke the back of their innings, of the England innings.
Here comes Brunt again. Well, actually, I say that, she stopped and was having a little conversation with Knight at mid-off.
Yeah, very quickly, India have scored off the last 13 balls they've faced. So they've kept that score ticking over.
Yeah, required rate just under 7 and over. 71 needed from 62 balls. To get 2 points back in this multi-format series. Brunt to bowl to the left-handed Sharma. Very loopy, full toss, whipped away, could bring 4, but no. Some fabulous work in the deep from Fran Wilson. And that prevents the boundary. 150's up, 150 for 4.
Just the single, I think, off that as well, which is remarkable, really. Well fielded Fran Wilson, but India would have wanted a lot more than that. I mean, you would have pushed for 2, I'd have thought. At this stage. Waist high full toss.
And then there's a little collision between Deepti and Brunt at the end of that run. As Brunt is in, bowling to Raj, and there is a dot ball as it's punched up towards mid-off. And the fielder Kate Cross picks up. End of the over. 70 needed from the final 10. It is 150 for 4. Raj is on 42. In this innings, she has become the leading run scorer in women's international cricket. I saw comedian Chris Addison, a huge cricket fan, tweeted about it earlier. He's been keeping across the action, and there's been lots of praise and love for Mithali Raj, and it really is a remarkable achievement to have passed the sensational Charlotte Edwards. Yeah, Chris Addison saying that's it, Mithali Raj, the greatest run scorer in women's cricket. Amazing stuff. Here comes Sarah Glenn then to bowl to Deepti Sharma, looking to find the single down the ground, but it's not there. Fielders, where are they? Well, those boundary fielders are at deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on and deep cover. It's the leg spin of Sarah Glenn round the wicket to the left-handed Deepti Sharma, very full, chipped up towards Glenn on the bounce and collected. Alex Hartley returns.
Hello. Brought my sunglasses.
Yes.
Just to get my £5 worth.
Yeah.
Probably going to rain.
No, I think we've dodged the rain.
I think
we're okay. Glenn bowls a very short delivery. It's a poor ball that's pulled into the leg side by Deepti Sharma, but again, it's just a single. It's good work from Katherine Brunt. 151 for 4. Required rate. It's at this point in an innings, the required rate leaps up. It's now jumped to 7.3 and over.
Yeah, it's at this stage where if you don't have a couple of overs where you get 7, it jumps up to 8s, 9s, 10s, and as soon as it gets to 10s, you're gone.
Eccleston bowling to Raj, who is trying to work something, a bit of an angle, spoons off an outside edge, runs towards deep sort of backward point where it's collected by Dunkley with a couple of runs taken. It wasn't where she was looking to play the ball, but a couple of runs nonetheless. 153 for 4. At this point, as a England side, they'll be feeling pretty comfortable and confident, won't they?
Yeah, they'll feel fine. They just know that they need to have another couple of quiet overs.
Glenn into Raj, played gently down the ground for a single. 154 for 4.
The pressure's all on India here. You know, the run rate up at above 7s.
Would it be acceptable for a chasing side to full. I'll finish that in a moment as Glenn bowls to Deepti, looking for the single down the ground, gets it up to Eccleston at long on in front of that bank of supporters. 155 for 4. If a side was to fall short but still with 5 or 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I think you'd rather die trying, wouldn't you, and get bowled out for, 180.
And that's not to say, because sometimes, you can try as much as you like and you just can't get it off the square, and you see that happening in all forms of cricket. But you just sense that there are more gears between these two. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, you just think, just go for it. You've got you've got nothing to lose. You've got a cricket game to lose, but the way they're going, they're going to lose anyway. So you might as well play a few more expansive shots. See if you can have a couple of big overs, because if you have a couple of big overs now, you're in with more of a chance. If you have a couple of quiet overs and the run rate gets up to 10s, it's too much to ask.
Kate Cross has been economical so far. She's got the ball again. 4 overs left for her. She's got 1 for 22 so far. And the big wicket it was too. Shafali Verma at the start of the innings. 155 for 4. Here comes Cross. Bowling, almost getting through. Sharma swung hard and missed, and it can't have been far from that off stump.
Just didn't get up that ball, did it? Deepti Sharma looking to pull the ball into the leg side. Kate Cross, and the ball just around middle stump height, just back of a length. Just again showing this pitch is probably a little bit slower than what these girls have been used to playing on.
Cross sprinting in once more. Deepti waiting, driving, but it won't be a run as Knight will run to her left to pick up in the offside. This is where the pressure builds. 2 dot balls at the start of the over, 65 needed from 52.
Yeah, England very much in control of this so far. I think it would all have to go wrong for England to lose.
That's not to say it can't. A couple of boundaries changes things. Deepti Sharma waiting, swinging into the leg side. There's a boundary. Flying through mid-wicket. And a forceful, meaningful punch of the gloves between Raj and Sharma. Just to say, well, come on, we can do this. 61 from 51 required.
Yeah, that's exactly what India needed. They need a couple of boundaries, a big heave across the line of the ball from Deepti Sharma, but she's played it incredibly well, and she's got to keep going if India are in with a shout of winning this cricket game.
So there's a fielder at mid-wicket, and she went aerial, so there was an element of risk to that shot. Got hold of it, though. Flew to the boundary.
She can bat Deepti Sharma as well, so we've seen her in the Kia Super League score runs. She can play sweep shots, reverse sweep shots, plays down the ground really nicely, so she is a dangerous batter.
Dunkley's running in. There's a little change in the field where we've got a deep third, fine leg, deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. So protection on the onside as Sharma looks to that sort of area, but it'll be Brunt to run round from mid-on to stop anything more than a single. 160 for 4, 60 needed from 50, with Raj on 45 and Sharma on 15. Sun just shining a little bit brighter now as this game builds in tension. Every dot ball seems to drag it towards England. Boundaries, and India rise again. Cross to bowl to Raj. 1 into the leg side. It's all it'll be. Sprinting in comes Sophia. Dunkley throws in on the bounce. 161 for 4. Just had a very retro sweep, didn't we, at the back of the box?
Oh, yes, so good. The ones with little messages on the top of them.
Amber, part of our team, has a big pack of those love hearts. You know, those ones that say the little messages on them. Cross to bowl to Deepti. Nudged into the leg side for 1. Cry of 2 early, but it's not going to be there. Throw comes in from the boundary edge. And it is 162 for 4. So, the equation, 58 from 48. End of the over.
I didn't realise you were offering me a sweet when you just said be mine.
No, that was very much... I then pointed at it and said, you should be so lucky, Alex. Right, is that Daniel Norcross time? I think it is. I'm getting out the way.
He's ready.
And Daniel will take up commentary.
I think we're going to see another change in bowling from the far end. I can't quite work out who it is because my eyesight, I think I've got the eyesight of a 72-year-old woman at the minute. Nat Sciver. Thank you. So, I mean, the spinners have been very economical today in both teams as well. India bowled well with the spin. England have also bowled well. We're going to see Nat Sciver broke back into the attack.
I'm intrigued by this, Alex. I'm intrigued. Because there are going to be 2 overs of Eccleston. Of that, there is no doubt, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So, does Anya Shrubsole get another bowl? She's only bowled 4 overs here. Heather Knight's used a lot of options. She's used 7 bowlers today, which gives her a lot of leeway. Here comes Sciver round the wicket to the left-handed Deepti, who drives into the offside, past the diving Heather Knight. They'll run away towards the boundary. It will be cut off. They'll come back for 2. And this game is bubbling up now, I tell you. 164 for 4, India. Duckworth Lewis Stern par is 169 at the end of this over. There are 56 required from 47 balls. 2 batters very much in, and Sharma's just hit a wonderful shot through mid-wicket the previous over. Sciver into her from around the wicket, and that balloons off the bat and into Sciver's hands. Caught and bowled, she's got to go. It was a strange one that I think the ball might have stopped at her. She propped forward, did Deepti, and just spooned back the easiest of return chances to Nat Sciver, who's come back into the attack, picked up her first wicket. India are 164 for 5. The pendulum swings back in the other direction.
Just when you thought India were building a partnership, Deepti Sharma looks to turn that into the leg side, gets a leading edge and chips it straight to Nat Sciver. Couldn't have been a simpler catch for Sciver, and things are just going England's way again.
Well, they are, and that changes the equation. That changes the Duckworth Lewis Stern equation. It changes all the equations as Shikha Pandey is going to come out to bat at number 7, I think. Or is it? Might be Sneh Rana who's coming in. Sneh Rana's going to come in at 7. With Sharma, we were talking about this, Isabel and I, about on this particular pitch, you feel like the people who prosper are the ones who are waiting for the ball to come to them, likes of Mandhana, to a degree Mithali Raj today. People who just have the time to wait for it, manipulate it. Anyone who's gone after the bowling has come unstuck. And Deepti's without a doubt somebody who comes after you. She comes at you, doesn't she?
Yeah, she comes hard, does Deepti Sharma. And again, she's just looking to turn the ball into the leg side and get a single, keep the run rate ticking over. Just wasn't meant to be. Pretty poor shot.
Good bowling change, though. We're wondering, what about Anya Shrubsole? I'm not sure she need come back on. Looking at the options here, there's 3 available overs from Kate Cross, 2 available overs from Eccleston. That makes 5. That's 3 other overs to find, and well, Sciver's bowling one of them now. We shall see which way Heather Knight goes. So Sneh Rana faces a first ball from Sciver. Comes in, it's full, just defended into the onside. This is a problem now for India. They cannot afford to have somebody just giving themselves time to get in, because if that rate gets up to 9 and 10, we've seen how hard it is at any stage in this match to really pile on runs. Oof. It's tense and it's taut. Sciver is in. And Rana defends again, pushing back up the wicket. No run. 3 balls, no runs. Alex Hartley.
Yep, and this is where things get out of hand for India. Yes, you've got to get yourself in, so Rana has to, get in before she can start going for the big heaves and trying to find the boundary, but they have to find the boundary early in their over here, India.
Here is Sciver. Rana, cuts, gets an under edge and so nearly drags the ball back on. Amy Jones has to run to collect the ball. They get a fortuitous single off the inside edge. 165 for 5. Requirement now 55 to win from 43 balls. When this over started, the rate was 7 and over, with 1 ball left in the over. Is that right? 1 ball left in the over. Then it's just a tick under 8 if this is a dot ball. Mithali Raj on strike. Be looking for a single, you'd think, here. She guides this ball to backward point. Can't beat Tammy Beaumont. Another dot ball, so 55 required from 7 overs. That is just about 8 and over required. Raj has 46, Rana has 1. And I imagine it'll be Kate Cross to continue. She's having a great one-day series, isn't she, Kate Cross?
Yeah, she is as well. She's worked really hard to get herself back into the frame to play one-day cricket for England. She quite often has been seen as a red ball bowler and then not played in the previous test matches that were played, so she's worked incredibly hard to become that first change bowler. And for the Northwest Sunday she does open the bowling, but she's had to adapt her game, and it's nice to see her mainly playing with a smile on her face because she's had some ups and downs with cricket. But yeah, she's bowling incredibly well. And we're just going to see her here get her hair tie out of her sock because she's just snapped one.
Is that?
She likes to keep them in her socks.
She keeps hair ties in her socks. So, well, I suppose we've got to put them somewhere.
Well, she doesn't want them to look like something else in her pocket.
Oh, I see. Okay, you like to have nice, clean lines. It's like why you won't put keys in there.
Yep.
Or a wallet. I see.
I mean, you'd do well to play with keys in your pocket.
I did do once. It was a disaster. Cross is in. First ball's driven nicely out into the offside. Now pick up a single. I'd completely forgotten I'd left my keys. Dive for the ball. Went down really hard on it.
Oh.
Key jabbed into my thigh. Oh, that was one of the more painful things I've ever done, actually.
I batted with my phone in my pocket.
Oh no, don't do that.
Yep, I know. I had to give it the umpire.
Yes. Well, at least you remembered at that point. 166 for 5, 54 required for victory as Raj just works this ball gloriously through mid-wicket. That's going to run away towards the boundaries for 4. Exactly what India needed. An expert shot, that is, a little too short from cross. And Mithali Raj is able to get across the stumps and then just work the ball through mid-wicket to the delight of our Indian contingent over here, colourfully garbed, waving their flags. India, well, they fight back. A much-needed boundary, and Mithali Raj
50 from 68 balls. It's the first 50 in this game. It's her 4th consecutive 50 in ODIs.
Here's cross into Raj, who drives elegantly through extra cover. Is that going to make it to bat? It won't. A good diving stop, splendid diving stop from Fran Wilson. Will keep them to 2.
It's
Raj
her,
to 52.
Sorry, Dan, it's her 20th against England and the 65th time in ODI she's passed 50.
How many times did she get 100 again? 7?
7.
Thank you. Well, 48 now required from 39 balls. The equation tightens again. Cross in to Raj, who pushes forward. Defence, really. Goes up to Brunt at mid-off. There's no run. I mean, I do not know how on this wicket she's got to her 50 12 balls quicker than she did on really quite a good surface the other day. You know, this is a tougher pitch to bat on, isn't it?
Also, the equation of today's game requires her to go a lot faster in it, and if she didn't from the start, a team would have been out of the contention.
Cross in, Raj drives, square of the wicket. She's going to get just the 1 for it though, as Fran Wilson subbing for, we think, Lauren Winfield Hill picks up a single. Raj moves to 53, brings Rana back onto strike. 47 required from 37, so 8 have come from this over, which is the requirement.
And then the game swings the run rate back down to 7.5. I love cricket when it's like this.
Isn't it great? Isn't it great? Cross into Rana. Rana just works this into the onside. She'll get a single as Nat Sciver's very deep the circle at mid-wicket. That's just a little dab, push, end of the over. Kate Cross's 8th over comes to an end. Now, when do you bowl the Eccleston overs? There's 2 up her sleeve for Heather Knight. There are 7 remaining to be bowled. Do you leave her to the death, or do you prize out a wicket or 2 here?
I mean, she has been bowling at the death for England.
Yep.
But she's your strike bowler, she's your best bowler. Do you take the risk and give her an over? Hope that she can break this partnership and get Mithali Raj?
Or even if she just bowls it over, goes for sort of 2 runs at this point, then 46 off 6 takes that rate, back up. Right, 48 required. Is that right? 48 required from 6 overs. Is that right? Yes, we've got 6 overs. We've got a slight scoreboard malfunction away to our left. So, is it working? It's working on the right-hand side. That one's harder for me to read for some reason. I don't quite know why. Here comes Sciver, starting a new over. That's driven by Rana. Straight back down the ground. Good diving stop. Prevents more than 1 run. Fine work out there on the boundary by Kate Cross, who is everywhere in this series. 1 more to Rana.
A brilliant bit of fielding that for Kate Cross, stopping the boundary. Rana going up and over Sciver's head, and Cross sliding in the deep to stop the 4.
Good shot from Rana. It's not been easy to play those lofted drives today. Sciver in again to Raj, who pushes forward into the offside and manages to find that gap square of the wickets by Dunkley. Comes in off the boundary to field on the bounce. Back to the keeper, 1 more to the total, 176 for 5, 44 to win. from 34 balls. My head's having to go from a monitor to that screen to this whatever.
It's all going on.
Yeah, I'm sort of moving my head around like a muppet at the moment.
Well, the India fans feel like India are on top. They're loud and about.
Sciver into Rana. Nice who tickles this away, but a good diving stop at short fine leg. How important that was. Saves 3 runs from Sarah Glenn. She's up in the ring at short fine leg. It's a perilous position to be in if Sciver bowls a ball on the pads. Had gone any finer, would have been 4, but it's only 1. 43 off 33, sorry.
Great diving stop for Sarah Glenn. Just putting her body on the line. Everybody getting up and about. Tammy Beaumont running over to her to say well fielded.
Sciver in now to Raj, and Raj works this ball into the onside. She'll only get a single for it though as it goes out to deep square leg. 42 required from 32 balls.
They're never easy to stop those ones at short fine leg as well.
Oh yeah, well you'd know a lot about that.
Yeah, they're normally 4 when they go near me.
I've never liked it there. In club cricket, that area is always really kind of bumpy as well, I find. It's not the flat surface that you get around the square. It's all sort of tufty, it's all kind of football pitchy. Get one in the teeth.
It's one of my bigger fears in life, that, eating a cricket ball.
I know what you mean. Rana facing up now. She just comes forward and pushes the ball to backward point, but goes straight to Tammy Beaumont, who's swift to the ball. A precious dot ball for England. 1 ball remains in this over, then there are 5 overs left. Then I'd be inclined to over Eccleston at that point, maybe. If I were Knight, we shall see. She's got plenty of options up her sleeve. Here is Sciver. Rana sweeps, can you believe it? Oh! And it's going to run away for 4. She got a toe end of the bat on it. It went in the air, but quite flat. And Sarah Glenn decided she was going to try and dive forward and take that catch, and it bounced just in front of her, evaded her grasp and ran away down to the boundary. Again the match switches. 182 for 5 India. They require a further 38 from 5 overs, and now I'm sort of putting them in the box seat.
Yeah, Sarah Glenn there, not knowing if she should go for the catch or stop the boundary. She went for the catch. The ball just bounced in front of her. We were just saying how difficult it is to field there, and that proving exactly why it is.
Right, well, look who's coming under bowl. It's going to be Eccleston. Alex Hartley's just pointed out something to me, that at exactly the same stage in England's innings, England were 182 for 6, India 182 for 5, and then Kate Cross hit that 6. How important might that prove to be in the final reckoning? We shall see. Now, what do you do there? We're just looking at that last ball there and thinking the percentages for Sarah Glenn is to wait, isn't it? But it just looks bad if you don't go for it, because it was close enough to her.
Yeah, you have to go for the catch, because you take a wicket at this stage of the game, it flips it again, doesn't it?
Yep.
So it's just one of those things, but you got your wish, and we've got Sophia Eccleston.
Yes, I have got my wish. I think it's the right move. Rana's just adjusting her gloves, just taking a bit of time out of the game. And as a result, Sophia Eccleston bowls a couple of practice balls to Nat Sciver.
She don't need to practice.
It doesn't, does she? You used to be able to do that many years ago, 100 years ago. When a new batter came in, you could bowl unlimited practice balls on a strip next to the wicket. As Eccleston starts this over, full toss is driven up to long off, where Kate Cross will do the fielding. 1 more to the total. 183 for 5, 37 more required to win from 29 balls. Now Rana is on strike. We see a field change. Deep backward square goes out. Fine leg is up inside the ring. 3 in the ring on the offside. There's a short fine leg and a straightish, short-ish mid-wicket. So it's first delivery that she faces from Eccleston. She works nicely out to Brunt at deep mid-wicket, underarms it back. 1 more to the total. 184 for 5.
Brunt's at deep cover to the left. No, she's at deep mid-wicket to Mithali Raj, and she just found herself a little bit too square.
Eccleston into Raj, who works this ball, but it's a quicker, flatter ball from Eccleston, who nearly got a woman there because she turned her wrists on it. The ball was in the air for a little bit, then just rolled up to Sciver. There's no run. 2 off the first 3 balls. 36 needed from 27 balls. Eccleston waits and then comes in to Raj. Raj works this nicely. Good on drive up to mid-on, long on. where Shobsol does the fielding. One more to the total, 35 from 26 now.
This is where Eccleston can really kill the game here for England. If she bowls her 2 overs and only goes for 4 or 5.
She's into Rana. Rana just pushes that out, but it can beat the field. It goes up to long off for another single. Have we had 4 of this over so far, Phil? 4 or 5 balls, 34 required from 25. This feels like it's going to the wire, Alex.
Good, I like a game like that.
Yeah, I hope Stefan's clearing his throat, getting ready.
He's raised his eyebrows.
Has he? Can't say to blame him. Oh, straight through. This goes straight through Mithali Raj, and Amy Jones couldn't get a glove on it. As a result, they've scampered through for a couple of byes. It was full, very full, block hole delivery, really, which I don't think Raj got. What happened there? Hey, it was an edge, was it? There was an edge.
No byes were given, so...
No byes, right. But it looked... I need to see this one. Let's have a look at this again. It was very full. Oh, she did, looking to turn the ball into the onside. Thick edge, and it goes past Amy Jones. A slip would have taken that, but you're not having a slip at this stage, for obvious reasons. 32 required to win from 4 overs. That's 8 and over, yes, but plenty of wickets in hand. If a wicket were to fall, I just love games when they go like
this. Me too.
We haven't had one of these, have we?
No, we haven't.
I don't think, the men haven't had one, the women haven't had one. It's been quite one-sided games so far this summer, both in the test matches and in the white balls. England have had their scares, I'd say, occasionally, both the men and the women, but ultimately they've come out easily on top as Sciver starts a new over, and that's hacked at by Sneh Rana, and she gets enough bat on it for the ball to roll to long on for a single. 31 required from 23.
Was a hack that's exactly what that shot was. I think she was looking to go offside, and just a filthy shot.
Now where's Raj going to go? There's a long on back, but mid off is up. Short third is Anya Shobsol, and short fine leg, so those two are up in the ring as well. We've got deep mid wicket. Sweeper on the offside. Sciver's in. It's high in the air. Out over extra cover. That's a wonderful shot from Raj. 4 to Mithali Raj. Katherine Brunt could get nowhere near that. She's quite square at deep point. She had to make 15-20 yards to her right, and the ball was hit so powerfully. It's a boundary. 193 for 5. 27 needed from 22.
A beautiful shot that from Mithali Raj, and a well-needed boundary. She's given herself room and lofted it up and over extra cover. Katherine Brunt at deep cover's got absolutely no chance stopping that.
Glorious shot. She moves to 63. Sciver into her again. And next delivery, she just works it as easy as you like. It's a massive space on the onside. Aerially, but there was no fielder there. And she picks up a single. That's all she wanted. 64 she moves to. 26 required from 21 balls. 3 overs to come after this. There'll be 1 from Eccleston. Who knows where the other 2 are coming from. Sciver, top of the mark, runs in now to Rana. Rana comes down the wicket and drives forcefully through mid-off. It's going to go to the boundary, is it? It is! Despite the dive from Kate Cross, who had an awful lot of ground to make up from long on. That's another wonderful shot. India are getting closer and closer. They're on top now. 22 needed from 20 balls. 2 boundaries coming in this over. Great enterprising batting from Rana.
What a shot as well, stepping outside the line of leg stump, giving herself room to hit through mid-off. Mid-off is up inside of the ring. She gets hold of it, goes past Nat Sciver, and just a token dive from Kate Cross, because she was never going to stop that.
England need a wicket from somewhere. Where can they find one? Can they find one? Sciver into Rana, who dabs this, but being a bit too clever there, looking for the little dab onto the onside for the single. She gets a leading edge, runs up to the offside. Sciver fields of her own bowling. Dot ball, 22 from 19. 1 more ball in this Sciver over.
India need a boundary here, really, because you've got another over from Sophie Eccleston.
Has she got a free hit, do you think? Is this a free hit, basically, for Rana? She's facing up now. Well, she thought it was. She got trucked on a pad. Ball rolls to short fine leg. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end. No, it's been not backed up. Oh dear, Eccleston. She's only given away 1 run, but she's given away 1 run when there should really, there could have been no run off that. Wait to see the umpire's signal. Whatever it is, it's 2 more to the total. India 200 for 5 at the end of that over. Raj 64, Rana 16. They only require 20 now from the last 18 balls. Thoughts from Alex Hartley, and to take you through to the end of a pulsating encounter. It's going to be a man whose pulse I've felt many times since Stefan Shevelled.
Yeah, rookie error that from Sophia Eccleston. Sarah Glenn going for the run out at the non-striker's end. The ball trickled to Eccleston. She was so casual about it. The ball went through her legs. They only got the one overthrow. And we're going to see the return of Katherine Brunt, so we're going to see Sophie Eccleston to bowl the last of the day.
How are we all doing?
Hey, I'm good. 20 needed from 18 balls. This is the contest we've been after.
The evening may be full of sporting drama. It starts here. New Road, Worcester, third one-day international. India need 220 to beat England. They're 200 for 5. 20 from 18 balls required. The scoreboard got stuck halfway through the 41st over. That's no use to us. And here comes Katherine Brunt, bowling to Mithali Raj. Short outside the off stump. Raj pushes it into the covers and sets off for a single. She moves on to 65. The first lady of Indian cricket. The leading run scorer in women's international cricket history. She took that record today. She's leading her team home at the moment. 65 from 80 deliveries, 201 for 5, 19 from 17 balls. Raj being ably supported by Sneh Rana, who has 16. Glorious sunshine at New Road. You wouldn't believe that this game was delayed by 90 minutes by rain and a wet outfield. And Brunt pumping her arms towards Sneh Rana, who cuts hard straight at Tammy Beaumont. There's another misfield. Should have been a dot ball, but India get through for a single. England nervous, jittery in the dying stages of this game. 202 for 5. Tammy Beaumont raises up a hand to the sun as if to say, I couldn't see it. Well, I think you could, Tammy.
She did go the wrong way to start, and then just a little misfield, but this is where England will learn the most. They're under the pump. They haven't been under the pump at all this series.
18 from 16 required. Mithali Raj on strike. Brunt bowls, slower ball down the leg side. Raj paddle sweeps. There's work for the long leg fielder to do. It's Sophie Eccleston. Raj thinks about a second run. It's not there. I think she's right to turn it down, Mithali Raj. Score moves on to 203 for 5, 17 from 15. You say England have not been under the pump this series. I can't think of a time in the winter when they were under pressure. They weren't under the pressure when the West Indies were in Derby last year. This is a long time since England have felt a sort of the adrenaline of a close contest. Here goes Brunt to Sneh Rana. They want a single again. Tammy Beaumont picks it up, throw comes in, but Mithali Raj backing up a long way is through for the single. 16 from 14. Equilibrium maintained so far at the beginning of this 45th over. 4 singles from it so far. Is that right, Phil? 204 for 5, 16 from 14 required. Everything just goes still and quiet as Mithali Raj makes us wait. Now the noise starts. Katherine Brunt cheered to the crease. Another slower ball. Raj turns it round the corner. Sophie Eccleston, ponytail flapping behind her, does the fielding down there at long leg. I think there might have been a second run there. The throw wasn't the strongest from Eccleston. She had to run round it as well and throw with her left hand. That's a number of times Mithali Raj has turned down 2 when I can think of at least 3 or 4 occasions. 205 for 5, 15 from 13. Hard to criticise her though. She's winning this game for India at the moment.
Yeah, the last thing India need now is a run out. A game like this, you need to take it as deep as possible. You need to take it all the way into the last over.
5 singles so far off the over. Brunt to complete it. She's charging into Sneh Rana and bowls slower ball. Rana, huge swipe, looking to go downtown. That was there for the shot, really. No timing. Inside half of the bat. Trickles out towards mid-wicket. Single taken. 206 for 5 is the score. 14 required from 12 balls. 6 singles from that Katherine Brunt over. I'd call that a score draw, Alex.
A score draw, yeah, nice. Well, now I thought Sophie Eccleston was going to bowl the last over, but she's not. She's going to bowl the most important over, the penultimate. This, quite often in cricket games, is where the game is won or lost, in the penultimate over.
And it's going to. Do you think it'll be Brunt with the last over?
Yep. This is a huge moment. Sophie Eccleston bowling the most important over of this series so far. India need 14 from 12 deliveries.
Sneh Rana's on strike. She holds her bat to the sky, then rests it on the inside of her thigh as she just adjusts her batting gloves. Katherine Brunt is trotting back towards long off. There's an extra cover point and a backward point in the ring, a short fine leg, then a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, one fielder saving one in front of square on the onside, and a long on. Sophie Eccleston, 1 for 28 from her 9 overs, waits. Amy Jones, the wicket-keeper, has got her hands on her knees. Now she goes down as Eccleston bowls. Rana's down the track, heaving up straight up towards long on for a single. She wanted more than that, Rana. But Eccleston was clever. She saw her coming, dragged it down a touch. One taken, 207 for 5, 13 from 11.
Now interesting field change here. Square leg comes up short, fine comes to short third. They know Mithali Raj doesn't sweep, she doesn't paddle.
So the offside's packed. Eccleston walks in. Raj, uppish cover drive over towards the gap out there on the offside. There's work for Tammy Beaumont to do coming round. They're coming back for the second run. They get home. Tammy Beaumont had to get round to her right. Sneh Rana, crucially, was the one running to the danger end because we've seen Raj turn down those second runs. 11 from 10. Lovely shot from Mithali Raj. She's on to 69, 209 for 5.
I thought she got hold of that off the bat then. I thought she'd absolutely nailed that over extra cover for 4, but she hadn't. Brilliant work in the deep by Tammy.
Eccleston behind the sunglasses to Raj. Shorter, quicker. Raj spots it. Instead of... She maybe had time to swivel on the pull shot, but she played with a straight bat up towards long on for a single. 220 the target. 210 for 5 is the score. 10 from 9. This third one-day international between England and India. It's been the best contest of the tour so far. Sneh Rana waits. Eccleston bowls aerially down the ground. Long on's underneath it. And is it taken? It's hard to tell from here. I think it's been dropped. Eccleston's got her hands on her head. It's gone for something. 4 or 6. Umpire Nigel Long, he wants some signal or a replay from the third umpire. It was Kate Cross down there on the boundary. Alex Hartley's got her hands on her head.
That's the game. If that has gone for 6, that is the game. A fielding error from Kate Cross. She's not judged the ball well at all. She's completely missed it.
4
runs.
It just evaded the grasp of Cross. Her arms were outstretched in front of her as she ran around to her right. Maybe could have dived, but so hard when you're running at full speed. The upshot is 214 for 5, 6 from 8 required. Balance of power really in India's favour. That was the furthest part of the ground from us. So hard to tell whether the ball had gone into Cross's hands or not. Eccleston bowls to Rana, who drives up towards mid-wicket. Dot ball, precious dot ball for England. Tumbling Nat Sciver does the fielding. That's what England needed after the boundary. 6 from 7, 214 for 5. Eccleston's last ball of the match. She's been immense. Now she's into Sneh Rana. She bowls. Rana sweeps. That's gone fine towards Boulder. Well, I thought that'd come off the bat or the pad and there was going to be a single taken, but instead Sneh Rana's been bowled around her legs. Huge moment in the game. England strike just when they needed it. Rana goes for 24. And India will need 6 from the last over to beat England.
It was the right thing to do from Rana, that searching for the boundary, trying to kill.
Well, I'll admit I was just watching where the ball was going there. I hadn't seen the leg stump angling back. It looked like it'd come off a bit of pad or a bit of bat and that India were going to take the single. But then England were celebrating, almost out of relief really, because that boundary that Rana hit 2 balls previously looked like it had killed the game. But instead Eccleston, with her final 2 balls of the match, came back with a dot and then bowled Rana around her legs to keep this contest bubbling up. 6 from 6. Jhulan Goswami is the new arrival.
Yeah, once again a partnership reached 50, exactly 50. Then a wicket fell, as you mentioned. Here's Jhulan Goswami to join Mithali Raj. Katherine Brunt bowling.
Well, what a finale we have here. 6 runs from 6 balls required.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch.
2 38-year-old batters, 36-year-old bowler. It's a young ladies' game, this.
Three veterans, three women who've seen absolutely everything in the game. Katherine Brunt, England's all-time leading wicket taker. Mithali Raj, the all-time leading run scorer in women's cricket. India 214 for 6. Remember, this game's 47 overs aside. 6 runs required from 6 balls. Here comes Brunt, bowling to Mithali Raj. Short, Raj forces towards point. Tammy Beaumont, long hair flapping behind her, scrabbles around on the floor and does the fielding and makes sure it's only 1 run. Vital stop, because if that had got past Beaumont, there was no one behind her. It would have been 2 at least. But instead, just a single take, and India go on to 215 for 6. They need 5 from 5. Bit of a chance this for England to bowl at Goswami, who's yet to face a ball.
So much pressure on Goswami here. She's got so much experience. She's been in these situations before. So has Katherine Brunt. So has Mithali Raj.
Fielder runs out to deep cover. Nat Sciver at mid-wicket is having a conversation with Brunt, who's now placing Sophie Eccleston down there at long leg. The sun's dipped behind a cloud. The 2 girls just in front of our commentary position waving a cross of St George flag. Here comes Brunt, bowls to Goswami, it's short. Goswami's going to get a single to square leg. It didn't look pretty, but she somehow got inside half of the bat into a vacant region on the square. And India stay favourites. 4 from 4 balls, 216 for 6. We don't have a super over, do we? It's just a tie, 1 point each. A lot of blank faces looking at me at the
I thought the last ICC meeting had said all ODIs would end in a super over now.
Right, Phil, we're going to need to know that.
The change in field here. Cover is coming up. Mid-wicket's going out for Mithali Raj. And you just sense that Mithali Raj will try and hit the ball through the covers and end this game.
4 required then, 1 hit for India. Brunt bowls to Mithali Raj, who drives into the covers. It's in the gap. There's going to be a chase for the fielder back there, but they're not going to get there. Mithali Raj has won this for India with a cover drive for 4. India win the 3rd one-day international by 4 wickets with 3 balls to spare. And it's Mithali Raj, the first lady of Indian cricket, the leading run scorer in women's international history, has done it with 75 not out. A fantastic game in New Road. And India closed the gap in the multi-format series. It's down to 6-4 with 3 T20s to come. Alex Hartley, what a fantastic contest.
What a game. It looked like England were in control throughout. India took the game as deep as they can. And I just knew, as soon as cover came up, I just knew that Mithali Raj was going to play through the covers. She's so strong through the covers. And you just think, I'm not really sure that was the right thing to do for Katherine Brunt. She knows it. She's got her hands on her knees. She can't believe it. But as you say, India have kept this series alive. And what a game. We haven't had a contest throughout this series so far. Today was the day, and India win by 4 wickets.
Brunt couldn't really bring herself to be surrounded by her teammates then. She had to walk away. And like you say, she had her hands on her knees. She's still out there now as the rest of the players make their way off the field. She's got a hand covering her eyes. Sophie Eccleston's gone up to her. I think it's Sarah Glenn actually who's gone up to her to put her arm around her shoulders. Brunt just got a little fist bump from Mithali Raj and from Jhulan Goswami. Those 3 veterans who've seen it all. But on this occasion, it's Mithali Raj who's got one over Katherine Brunt. And Raj now is just leading both teams off. And you'll hear the applause that the captain is getting from her teammates. It's her 3rd successive.
Been slagging her off this whole this whole series. But she's done her team. She's got her team over the line. Her fastest 50 so far. Not ever, but of this series. And her 4th in a row, Phil.
Yeah, 4th in a row, and towards the end of that innings she went past 2,000 ODI runs against England. You know, we've said about her scoring rate, but also when that score was on the board, who would you rather have there marshalling that innings?
Yeah, and I think that's exactly it, isn't it? We're saying she's too slow. She goes about her batting innings too slow. They need to look at the next generation of cricketer. And we're not necessarily wrong, but when push comes to the shove and your team's under the pump like they have just been, you want a veteran of the game there. You want somebody who knows how to win cricket games when you look like you're out of it. And that is exactly what Mithali Raj has done here this evening.
This game was reduced to 47 overs a side after rain in Worcester overnight, a wet outfield and a wet square this morning. India won the toss. They asked England to bat. They bowled them out for 219. Contributions from Heather Knight 46, Nat Sciver 49. Deepti Sharma, the off-spinner, took 3 for 47. At one point, England were 151 for 3. So it was a reasonable collapse for them to be bowled out for 219. India in the chase. Shafali Verma made 19 before she was removed by Kate Cross. Jemimah Rodrigues never got going before she was bowled by Sophia Eccleston for 4. Smriti Mandhana, classy 49, was LBW to Sarah Glenn. Harmanpreet Kaur 16, LBW to Heather Knight. Deepti Sharma was caught and bowled by Nat Sciver for 18, and Sneh Rana really added some impetus at the end there, supporting Mithali Raj before she was bowled by Sophia Eccleston in the penultimate over. All along, Mandhana, Harmanpreet, Deepti, Rana, they were with Mithali Raj, the India captain, who was finally joined by Jhulan Goswami, who was 1 not out at the end. But it was Mithali Raj, 75 not out from 86 deliveries with 8 boundaries, who saw her team home. Katherine Brunt, the England seamer, 7.3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 45. It was Brunt who conceded that final boundary that ended the game. Anya Shrubsole, 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. Kate Cross, impressive with the ball again, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 38. Sophia Eccleston, she's becoming the real leader of this England attack, really. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 36. Sarah Glenn, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26 with her leg breaks. Nat Sciver, 1 for 34 from 6, and Heather Knight, the captain, 1 for 15 from 4. Alex, these two sides have played 4 matches now, 1 test match, 3 one-day internationals. This is the first time that India, I don't want to say have competed.
No, it is.
Yeah, is that the right way to say it? That's the first time they've competed, and yet they're only 2 points behind in the multi-format series. T20 is India's strongest format. First T20 in Northampton on Friday night. Got quite 3 games ahead of us, haven't we? We have. We've got,
you know, you go into the T20s and India are probably favourites for the T20s. You'd have said for the one-day stuff, England. I say it's the first time I've seen India compete. In the Test match, they brought themselves back into it, didn't they? They batted for the whole 3rd, 4th day and brought themselves back into the game. So in that sense, they competed there. But England have been dominant throughout this ODI series, and they even looked dominant today. They lost quick wickets. They were probably 30, 40 runs shy of where they should have been. They built a good platform, but the wicket was a little bit tacky at the start, and it was a really tough first hour for England. But you know,